Chapter 819. Looking at the two of them carrying each other like this, it was easier to feel satisfied than ever. One was her husband, and the other was her son. They were both hers. It was useless no matter how envious others were. Moreover, looking at it this way, it really looked like a painting. It gave people the feeling that they were looking at a character in a TV show. Even she was in a daze, not to mention the passersby. Their gazes were all focused on the father and son duo. However, what did they mean by, "You won't die if you don't court death"? Someone noticed Lin Che. A voice suddenly called out, "Lin Che." Then, someone looked over in surprise. Lin Che seemed to have heard someone calling out to him. He looked in front of him. Gu Jingze also stopped and looked around at the people who were shouting. Seeing that the person had finished shouting while pointing at them, he immediately ran over. Seeing this, the people around them also looked over curiously. Lin Che was wearing a mask and a hat. If no one recognized her, it would be fine. However, if someone recognized her, she would look like she was trying to hide something. Hence, some people were even more convinced that this was a celebrity who had covered her face on purpose. As a result, the number of people surrounding him suddenly increased. They were all shouting, "Is it Lin Che? Is it Lin Che?" Lin Che wanted to say no, but it was useless. Those who should be shouting still shouted, and those who should be surrounding him still gathered around him. Some people even started taking pictures with their phones. Lin Che hurriedly stopped them. "Don't take pictures, don't take pictures." But when they saw that Lin Che was accompanied by a tall man with a child, they became even more interested. Why was there a man beside Lin Che? Wouldn't this be a huge piece of gossip? More and more people started taking pictures. Seeing this, Gu Jingze stood in front of Lin Che. He looked at the people around him coldly. "Move aside." It wasn't a loud voice, but because it was so cold, the people around them could hear it clearly. Some people couldn't help but be shocked by this intimidating voice. They raised their heads and looked at the man in surprise. Not knowing what to do, some people stepped aside to let the family of three pass. Gu Jingze protected Lin Che with one hand and the child with the other and walked out slowly. When everyone saw this, they were a little surprised and a little regretful. They weren't able to take a good photo of Lin Che, and they weren't able to shake his hand or ask for his autograph. What a pity. However, some people couldn't help but start discussing. "Who was that just now? Is he Lin Che's boyfriend? Wow, that's too handsome. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. It's so good to be a celebrity, to be able to get such a handsome man. That's enough. You have to be good-looking before you can be a star. Only then can you get handsome men. Whether they are handsome or beautiful, what does that have to do with being a star? This is a world where looks are the most important, understand? But I saw a little boy beside the man. Wow, it can't be Lin Che's child, right?" This time he was in deep trouble. Lin Che had only taken a few steps when he saw Gu Jingze's bodyguards rushing over. She sat in the car with a vexed expression. Gu Jingze quickly pulled Lin Che up. "They didn't touch you, did they?" Lin Che hurriedly shook his head. How could he be in the mood to think about that right now? However, he didn't feel any pain anywhere on his body, so he probably hadn't been touched. Lin Che said, "This time, we're in deep trouble." Gu Shinian calmly played with his fingers. His chubby little hands looked very smooth. "What do you mean, you brought this upon yourself? Get lost." Gu Jingze said, "Nothing will happen, don't worry." However, not long after he said that, Yu Minmin called. Lin Che instinctively felt that something was wrong. He picked up his phone and thought that it couldn't be a coincidence that Yu Minmin called at this time. As expected, the moment the call connected, Yu Minmin's scolding came. "Lin Che, what are you doing? Why did someone take a photo of you going to the amusement park? And Gu Jingze was there too. Are you trying to expose yourself?" Lin Che wanted to cry, but had no tears. "I was wrong. Big sis, save me." Yu Minmin was furious. "Save my ass. Someone posted it. What else can I do?" Lin Che hurriedly asked Gu Jingze to take her to the office. Yu Minmin also quickly pulled out some photos posted by netizens. "I didn't get a direct shot, but I got some blurry ones. And you too. I didn't get a direct shot because you disguised yourself well, but the netizens said it was you." Lin Che saw that the person who posted the photos said coincidentally met Lin Che playing with a handsome guy at the amusement park with a child. What's going on? Someone else also said, did Lin Shay get a boyfriend after disappearing for a few years? He's so handsome, really handsome. Who knows which celebrity or tycoon he is? He's so handsome that I'm going to die from his charm. Yu Minmin said, luckily, they didn't scold you. They were probably shocked by your husband's looks and didn't have the time to scold you. Lin Shay covered his face and sat there with a dejected look on his face. I didn't expect that even though I haven't officially made a comeback, there would already be people who would notice me. Yu Minmin said, who told you to go to a crowded place like the amusement park? Who knows if you'll bump into someone who reads the news on the internet? Your Weibo post has almost 100,000 people reposted it. Are you sure that none of them happened to see you at the amusement park? It's a small world, okay? Lin Shay said, then what should we do now? I hope the media didn't find out. Our company's internet department found out when they searched your name. However, at this moment, someone from the internet department came again. Sister Yu, we just saw that Lin Shay's photos have all been deleted. Deleted? Yu Minmin said in surprise. What happened? That's right. I saw that the people who posted the photos couldn't be found. It seems like someone did it. They deleted all the photos on the internet and blocked some people and topics. That's right. You can't find them. Yu Minmin thought for a moment and understood. Gu Jingze. It must be Gu Jingze who did it. Otherwise, how could it be so fast? Lin Shay heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Yu Minmin said, yeah, thank goodness you have a capable husband. Sigh, having a husband like him saves so much trouble. Lin Shay said, I don't mind, but I'm afraid that my photos with Gu Jingze will be exposed every year. Gu Jingze hasn't been exposed for so many years. His photos will be deleted immediately. He won't keep them this time either. Yu Minmin also heaved a sigh of relief. However, some people had actually left some photos. Peng Yu looked at the blurry photos and was puzzled. Who is this? Chapter 820. The staff member quickly said, someone posted this on the internet today. He's Lin Shay's boyfriend. Peng Yu's face lit up when she heard that. Lin Shay has a boyfriend? Didn't they say that she married a rich businessman? The staff member said, that's just a rumor. No one said that this is her boyfriend. It was taken by a netizen because they saw the three of them playing in the amusement park. Most importantly, one of them is a child. The netizens are guessing if this is Lin Shay's child. Peng Yu took a closer look at the photo. Sure enough, the man was holding a child behind him. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but she could see that it was a small child. Peng Yu suddenly said, do you mean that Lin Shay has a child? This was big news. A female star who had a child out of nowhere was not very popular. But was it a child with this man? Was this man the rumored rich businessman she had married? She saw that the man was wearing a tight-fitting white t-shirt with a V-neck and a slightly black collar. He looked very relaxed, and he was wearing loose casual pants, looking very casual. He looked very tall, but she could only see the side of his face, and it was a little blurry. She could only see that he was a very handsome man. The outline of his face was very handsome, and the lines were very perfect. It looked very harmonious. If she really looked at his face, he would look very good. Unfortunately, she couldn't see him clearly. Peng Yu laughed. He can't be a rich businessman. Which rich businessman doesn't have a belly full of oil? How can there be such a handsome rich businessman? The staff member said, yes, you're right. Peng Yu said sinisterly, if this child is really Lin Shay's child, then this man may not be the child's father. Maybe he's some rich businessman's bodyguard or driver or something. Seeing that she is so close to this man, maybe he's a prostitute. Peng Yu said excitedly, it'd be great if he's a prostitute. When it's exposed, she'll be tarnished for the rest of her life. Everyone immediately understood what Peng Yu meant, but they didn't know how to explain it to her. Seeing that Peng Yu was thinking for a long time, the staff member hurriedly said, but I only kept a few of these photos, and they were all deleted. What? Peng Yu said in surprise, why? It must have been Lin Shay who found someone to delete it. I don't know how Lin Shay is so powerful. The moment it was sent out, it was deleted. Now, all the words related to Lin Shay, his child, and his boyfriend have been deleted. Anything related to Lin Shay, his boyfriend, and his child has been deleted. This is impossible without a certain level of power. Peng Yu stood there angrily and gritted his teeth for a while before saying, Really? Then I want to see what else you want to block. Are you going to block other messages as well? As she spoke, she threw a tantrum at the staff in front of her. Look at their efficiency, and then look at you. That piece of news I mentioned earlier hasn't been posted yet. Now go and hype it up. Her staff were shocked and quickly went back to work. Lin Che was still looking at the news in the company. When she found out that her news had finally been deleted and no one knew about it, she heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Minmin, on the other hand, had hidden some photos. Looking at the photos, she said with a smile, You're really good. You let Gu Jingze take the child to the amusement park without being watched. Look at such a good-looking father and son. They're so loving. Lin Che glared at her speechlessly, but there were indeed a lot of people watching them. Yu Minmin said, But your child is really photogenic. It's okay for our company to train him. If your husband agrees, how is that possible? He's already met the shareholders. Even if Gu Jingze agrees, the rest of the Gu family won't agree. Yu Minmin smacked her lips. It's a pity that I can't touch a person who's worth training. Otherwise, with so many popular celebrities nowadays, he won't be ugly when he grows up. He'll definitely be a popular, handsome man. He's too suitable to be trained. So I forget it. The more I talk about it, the more I want him. Let's not talk about it anymore. At this moment, Lin Che was browsing through Weibo when he suddenly saw another post. It was posted by a person who said that he was exposing Lin Che. Lin Che just said that he wanted to make a comeback, but he stole a newcomer's role. I heard that he went to the director's meeting late and was even arrogant. He said that he's definitely stronger than the newcomer and has more influence than the newcomer. Furthermore, he has more fans. The newcomer was about to sign a contract, but he was still pushed out. I really don't know how an artist with such character could come back and make a comeback. His reputation was already so bad to begin with, but he quit midway just to marry a rich businessman. Now that he's back, he's still so arrogant. Does he think that we're lacking artists? Lin Che said, I stole a newcomer's show? And she said that I was late? Are you kidding me? It didn't take long for this news to become a hot topic. Yu Minmin came over to read it gratefully. Looking at the news, she frowned and said, Who's trying to defame you? Lin Che said, I don't know how many people are disgusted by my return. There must be a lot of people who want to defame me. As expected, this news immediately caused a chain reaction. Someone dug out and said that Lin Che wanted to act in Hollywood because she stole Mu Firen's movie. Everyone said that Lin Che's acting skills weren't up to par, but she insisted on acting. How long had it been, and she had stolen a newcomer's show? Some of Lin Che's fans retorted, saying that Lin Che was not stealing. The newcomer said that she was going to sign a contract soon, but she hadn't signed a contract yet. If she hadn't signed a contract, the director had the right to choose. Our Lin Che was beautiful and good at acting, so why didn't he choose her? In terms of influence, our Lin Che was indeed better. The director would choose Lin Che even if he was blindfolded. But this was immediately rebutted. Some people said that Lin Che had left the entertainment industry for so long. Who knew if her acting skills were so rusty that she had forgotten how to act? Everyone argued online about whether Lin Che was qualified to get the role, whether the newcomer was strong or she was better. Lin Che looked at the news and said curiously, Who's so boring as to want to spread negative news about my bad character and acting skills? Yu Minmin said, Who knows? Seriously, she's spreading it at this time. Did she see that you deleted the photo from before and that triggered her thoughts? Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and said, Speaking of which, I think of someone. Who? Peng Yu. Chapter 8:21. Yu Minmin said, Do you think it was Peng Yu who did this? Lin Che said, She always wants to suppress me and not let me make a comeback. She wants to bring up the fact that I don't have any acting skills in the past to slander me and promote her at the same time. Isn't this person Peng Yu? Otherwise, these haters wouldn't have brought up that Hollywood film and repeatedly mentioned it. They also wouldn't have mentioned that I don't have any acting skills and was attacked for not being able to take on that Hollywood film. When Yu Minmin heard this, she felt that it made sense. She nodded and said, Right now, it's just people scolding me on the internet. You don't have to worry about it. The media won't dare to write about you. They're still trying to contact me for an interview. Lin Che said, It's okay. It's just a bit of slander. At this moment, Abai walked out from behind with Shui Yang. Lin Che, what happened? Did you get scolded again? Lin Che sighed and looked at her. Yeah. Abai shook her head and said, that's why I prefer male artists. Male artists have never been so troublesome. Lin Che said, it can't be helped. Where there are women, there will be fights. Think about it. 3 women make a play. Not to mention there are so many women in the entertainment industry. Yeah, I think so too. Women are more aggressive in this aspect. Maybe it's because they aren't as magnanimous as men. Look, our Shui Yang has never been scolded by anyone since he became popular. He's only had a few cat fights, and they were all from fans. Lin Che said, yeah, male artists are good. They have fans for everything, because most of their hardcore fans are girls. Male artists also have many female fans. They are very protective of their idols. We're so much worse. Abai smiled and said, it only means that you're popular. If you're not popular, who would care about you? You've just come back, and you've already become a threat to so many people. It shows that you're domineering. Lin Che said, I don't know if I'm domineering or not. I just want her to stop. Abai said, all right, Peng Yu and Shui Yang have recently participated in a show called the National Drama Festival. Lin Che, you haven't officially made a comeback yet. Take this opportunity to make a comeback and crush Peng Yu. What do you think? National Drama Series Grand Ceremony? Yeah, it's a show that tests everyone's acting skills. There are many famous directors and producers who are voting below, and there are also people from all walks of life who are voting below. It's a very fair show, and it's only the 3rd episode. The first 2 episodes were pretty good. Why don't you come and try it out? Yu Minmin said, you can give it a try, but it's a show in S City. You might have to fly there to participate. Will your Gu Jingzi agree? What did this have to do with Gu Jingzi? Lin Che said, of course they'll agree. If you think it's okay to participate, then help me contact them. But will they agree to let me go? I'll call and ask. Abai quickly found the director's number. She said on the phone that there was someone from their company who also wanted to participate in the National Drama Festival. The director didn't know what to say, but Abai said directly, if you find an excuse to decline now, don't regret it later. When the other party heard this, he immediately guessed what it was and quickly asked if it was Lin Che. Abai said, smart, it's Lin Che. The other party immediately agreed, but he said to Abai in surprise, your company is really strange. The 2 agents and other companies are competing, but you and Yu Minmin don't compete with each other. Shui Yang just came to participate, and you let Lin Che participate as well. Aren't you afraid that Shui Yang's acting skills will be inferior to Lin Che's? When the time comes, everyone will say that Shui Yang's acting skills are not as good as Lin Che's. Abai smiled and said, what are we competing for? We're different from those companies outside. We never compete, and there's nothing to compete with. Why would I compete with the president's wife? Shui Yang is a man. Why would he compete with a woman for acting skills? The other party laughed. That's true. Abai put down the phone and said to a few people, look, as soon as they heard that it was Lin Che, they were so happy that they immediately said that they would contact him. Yu Minmin said speechlessly, we all heard it. But what did you say about the president's wife? They thought that I was using this identity to suppress you. What's wrong? I just want to complain to them. In the future, whenever Shui Yang refuses any work, I will directly cry to death, saying that our company's leader, the president's wife, doesn't allow me to accept it. I am under the control of others. She is the president's wife. I can't help it. Woo-woo. Yu Min's face darkened. All right, so you're using me as a shield? Abai chuckled. Yes, what can I? Yu Minmin sighed speechlessly. No, I'm going to expose that our Abai is a member of the Wesley family. It's always her who threatens me. How can I threaten her? I'll see if they believe that I will suppress you. Abai deliberately changed her expression and stared at her. Hey, are we really going to fight like this? It's healthier to fight. Where there are women, there will be fights. Yu Minmin said indifferently. The few of them laughed together. Shui Yang looked at them from the side. I think it's the most important thing to expose, but you women are too scary together. All of you are obviously rich, but you like to cry about being poor. Lin Che looked at Shui Yang, but Abai directly said that you wouldn't mind competing with me in acting, and she endorsed you just like that. You don't say anything about her. She's just your agent. You're a big star now, Remember, an agent can't casually endorse you. Seeing this, Abai hurriedly said, "What? Are you trying to sow discord?" Shuiyang looked at Abai and said with a smile, I'm so popular now. I don't need to listen to my agent, but look at her fierce look. I'm afraid that if I don't listen, she will come to my door and beat me up. And don't look at her as a girl. I might not be able to beat her, even if I can beat her. I can't beat the Wesley family's young miss." Seeing this, Abai stood up with her hands on her hips and said, Okay, you guys are starting to collectively slander me, bullying me alone. However, Abai looked at Lin Shay and said, "But if Peng Yu knows that you're going to participate, I don't know if she will be so angry that she will quit." Yu Minmin smiled and said, "Would she dare? If she dares, we'll just ask her directly. What does she mean by quitting? Is she afraid?" Abai said, "Peng Yu is an arrogant person. If we ask her to quit, she definitely won't. She's very proud." After the few of them agreed, Lin Shay went home to prepare. When he got home, he told Gu Jingza, and Gu Jingza said, "You're going to S-City?" "Yeah, the show will be recorded there, and the recording will take about 2 days." Chapter 8:22. Gu Jingza leaned against her back and said, "What about me?" She felt him rubbing his cheek against her back, and she felt ticklish. "You're staying at home with Nian Nian." Gu Jingza looked at her and said, "You heartless girl. Are you going to abandon me just like that?" Lin Shay turned around and cupped his face. "Be good. I'll be back soon. I'll bring you delicious food." Gu Jingza's eyes darkened. How dare Lin Shay call herself his sister and slap her face? She must be tired of living. Gu Jingza's eyes darkened. His eyes darkened, and it was as if his blood was burning. Looking at her dress, he hugged her and said, "I want to eat delicious food now. What should I do?" He grabbed her dress and lifted it. "There's delicious food here. I want to eat as much as I want. Get lost." Lin Shay wanted to run away. He wouldn't let her off so easily. He was about to go to S-City, so he had to eat all the food that he could eat before he left. The next day, Yu Minmin negotiated with the other party about the collaboration. After signing the contract, they agreed on when to go to City S. After that, the news was released. The other party had already started to publicize that there would be a mysterious guest appearing unexpectedly. This episode of the National Drama Series Grand Ceremony was even more anticipated. The challenge was higher, the guest was higher, and the scene was even more exciting. In addition, a Weibo celebrity had already revealed that the mysterious guest this time was Lin Shay, who was preparing to make a comeback. With that, Weibo became lively again. Everyone was looking forward to Lin Shay's appearance in the National Drama Series Grand Ceremony. Many people had already started to speculate about the reason why Lin Shay chose to make a comeback in the National Drama Series Grand Ceremony. Everyone knew that there were already many highlights in the publicity for this episode. Peng Yu, Shui Yang, and a few other new actors were all quite attractive. But now, the production team actually added Lin Shay. Some people guessed that it was because Peng Yu had always been comparing herself to Lin Shay, so they wanted to have a competition between the two of them. As expected, Peng Yu exploded in anger when she saw the news. She immediately called the production team and asked what was going on. The production team explained that this was to add some highlights to the episode. Peng Yu said angrily, "Why didn't you tell us in advance? Humph, you actually brought Lin Shay here. If you do this, I really don't want to work with a show that changes from time to time." What she meant was that if Lin Shay existed, then she wouldn't exist. And if she existed, then Lin Shay wouldn't exist. The production team could only say, "We can't do anything about this. If you really don't want to participate, we'll just make an announcement. But we can't break the contract with Lin Shay. If you want to break the contract, we'll just have to compensate you according to the contract." Peng Yu was so angry that she couldn't speak. She felt that she was shivering. Because of his words, she was so angry that she felt uncomfortable all over. Did this mean that they would rather she withdraw than let Lin Shay withdraw? In fact, it was inevitable, but Peng Yu didn't check the data first. Originally, the National Drama Festival had been strengthening bit by bit, but it couldn't get rid of the other more powerful entertainment shows. Those shows dominated the rankings all year round and didn't give the other shows a chance at all. However, because of Lin Shay's news, The topic of the National Drama Festival soared and rose to the first place in an instant. The popularity of the topic kept increasing, and it made people gasp in surprise. The production team was looking forward to the show that day. They thought that the viewership ratings would not be too bad. They didn't expect Lin Che, who had left for a long time, to still be so popular. Of course, they would rather have Lin Che than care about Peng Yu's feelings. Moreover, they were sure that Peng Yu was just saying it. She wouldn't refuse to participate at all. Actually, that was what they thought. Peng Yu was so angry that she trembled as she sat there. Her staff member was so scared that she hurried over and said to her, "Why don't we not participate?" Peng Yu directly slapped him and vented her anger on her staff. "You don't want to attend the meeting? Why not? Now that you're finding an excuse not to go, people will say that I'm afraid. I'm not afraid. Why should I be afraid of her?" Humph! The staff member's face hurt from the slap, but more importantly, she was angry. She looked at Peng Yu and couldn't be bothered to care about her anymore. She thought that she could do whatever she wanted, and who cared about her? There were so many artists anyway. If Peng Yu really caused trouble for herself, she could just resign and go somewhere else. Thinking about it, Lin Che's team was still the most stable. After so many years, there had never been many people who resigned and left. With such a stable team, Lin Che's news must be much more stable than others. Lin Che quickly flew from B City to S City. After getting off the plane, Gu Jingzi called and asked where she was. Lin Che said, "Okay, I just got off the plane. I'm fine. I took the safe passage and there aren't many people." "Okay, let me know when we reach the hotel." "Got it. Go ahead with your work." Lin Che came to S City with Yu Minmin. Shui Yang and Bai would also come after finishing a job. The hotel they booked for Lin Che was very luxurious. Lin Che didn't ask for it himself, but the production team was happy now. Not to mention a luxurious hotel, they would even find a villa for Lin Che. The production team was waiting for Lin Che at the door. When they saw Lin Che, they quickly went to welcome him as if they were serving an old Buddha. Lin Che was still feeling strange when Yu Minmin said softly, "Their show is relying on you to dominate the charts. I heard that the station and the production team are overjoyed, so they look at you like they're looking at a family member." Lin Che smiled at the production team. "Hello. Sister Che, you're really beautiful. You haven't changed at all. You're getting more and more beautiful. You haven't changed at all, and your temperament has improved a lot," the other party complimented. Lin Che listened half-truthfully. He knew that they were good at coaxing people. Otherwise, how could they have gotten so many celebrities? Lin Che smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work this time." "Not at all. This is what we should do. Sister Che, it's our honor that you chose our show for your comeback. The director said that we'll definitely make special arrangements for you this time, so that your appearance will be especially eye-catching." Yu Minmin said, "Thank you so much, but actually, our Lin Che doesn't need any special arrangements. We'll definitely cooperate with the production team. As long as it's within the range we can accept, we'll do it. All right, we said in private that we want to be compared with Peng Yu." Chapter 823. The production crew was stunned. Then they understood what Yu Minmin meant. They thought that Lin Che was really confident. Peng Yu had become quite popular in recent years, and her acting skills had been fully acknowledged. Lin Che hadn't acted for so many years. If he couldn't compete with her, then his comeback this time would be a little dangerous. If he won, then it would be called a spurt of energy. If he lost right after coming out, then he would go down the road of decline. However, they didn't know that Lin Che had accepted the challenge just to teach Peng Yu a lesson. Therefore, they naturally fired at Peng Yu the moment they arrived. The production crew said, "All right, as long as it's what Sister Che wants, we will do our best." Yu Minmin smiled and said, "All right, I thank you on behalf of Lin Che. Don't worry, we and Peng Yu will definitely be very effective. You won't regret this arrangement." The production crew was stunned. Looking at Yu Minmin's confident look, they wondered why she was so sure that Lin Che could win against Peng Yu. Wasn't she underestimating him? After all, Peng Yu was an A-list celebrity. However, they weren't afraid of having too many topics to talk about. At first, they were worried that Lin Che didn't want to compare himself with Peng Yu. But now, it seemed that Lin Che didn't have any concerns. As for who won or lost, it didn't affect them at all. The show's ratings and online viewership had increased, and their show was a success. That was the most important thing. They didn't care how this would affect Lin Che's comeback at all. Lin Che returned to his room and started reading today's news carefully. As expected, as soon as the crew went back, they began to ask the Internet Water Army to hype up the show. The Internet celebrities also began to guess whether Lin Che and Peng Yu would have a duel in this show. Because Lin Che, who hadn't appeared for many years, no one knew whether his skills had deteriorated or improved, so no one knew what the result would be. Suddenly, there was a lot of suspense on the show, and the topic was raised again. At home, after Lin Che went to City S, Gu Jingze looked at Gu Shinian and felt that it was necessary to test him. When Lin Che was around, he was worried that Lin Che wouldn't be willing and felt that he was pressuring Gu Shinian. However, Gu Jingze still needed to know Gu Shinian's intelligence so that he could arrange training courses for him. Gu Jingze took Gu Shinian to Chun Yuqing for the test. Chun Yuqing looked at Gu Shinian and said, "Hey kid, my 2 kids are going to your kindergarten in the second half of the year. Don't bully them." Gu Shinian said, "Do I feel any sense of accomplishment bullying them?" "TSK. Then I'll let them bully you together." Chun Yuqing couldn't bear to see this little brat being so arrogant. Seriously, he was as domineering as his father. Looking at the big and small pair, it really made people feel that they were really asking for a beating. Gu Shinian looked up. Parents these days always think that they can control their children. Chun Yuqing blushed. He didn't seem to be able to control those 2 at home. Not obedient at all before giving birth. She had never thought that giving birth to a child would be so troublesome. Naturally, children nowadays had mothers, nannies, and grandparents taking care of them together. They were already lawless and fearless of nothing. So why would they be afraid of him? He looked at Gu Shinian and said, "I'm their father. Do you think they'll listen to me in the end?" "Humph." Gu Jingze looked at him with a blank expression. "Are you done yet? Hurry up and give me the test." Yes. "Boss, I'll be right there," he muttered. "You're the only one who can do such a small test. If it were someone else, I would have asked them to do it long ago. Why are you rushing me?" Gu Jingze looked at him. "You don't want your research funds anymore, do you?" "Sigh, I didn't say anything." Chun Yuqing checked him and found that his body didn't have the same abnormality as Gu Jingze's. He didn't have any reaction to the woman's blood. Then he came to test his intelligence. After testing him with test questions, Gu Shinian looked up and said, "Is there anything new? I've done this kind of IQ test a few times online." Chun Yuqing, who had originally used children's test questions, had to increase the difficulty. Finally, after a few rounds of tests, Chun Yuqing took the things out and said to Gu Jingze, "I didn't expect your son to score so high. More than 140 points. Whether it was in terms of speed or results, he was much smarter than the average person. He was simply the prototype of a genius. No wonder he was so good at it since he was young." Gu Jingze looked at the questions and the answers on them and nodded. Then he returned to the room and said to Gu Shinian, "I might take you to a training institution later, but don't tell your mother about this for now." Gu Shinian said, "Oh, that's great. Will it be more fun than kindergarten?" "Of course, but it's crueler and more difficult. You'd better be prepared. I'll give you a choice. If you don't want it, you don't have to go. But if you go, you definitely can't give up halfway." Gu Shinian sat there, deep in thought. His little brain was working nonstop. Of course, he knew that the cruelty his father said would be extraordinary, but he wanted to become stronger. He wanted to be stronger so that his mother would no longer be bullied, so that his mother would no longer have to run away from everyone, so that she could live the life she wanted. Then he felt that he was willing to accept this kind of hardship. He looked at Gu Jingze and nodded vigorously. "I'm not afraid of hardship." Gu Jingze said, "If you can still say these words after you go, then you're really brave." Gu Shinian said, "I will." Gu Jingze went back to arrange bodyguards and a few more secret guards for Gu Shinian to secretly protect and track him. Although he loved his son very much, it was not the same as a mother's love. He had to be rational and understand that the greater a person's ability, the greater his responsibility. He had the ability, and he had to be able to bear this responsibility, so that he would not be bullied in the future. Although it was hard in the short term, he would understand in the future that this hard work would never be in vain. No one's hard work was in vain. Some people might feel that it was useless at first, but one day, the things that you learned would give you unexpected help. He had gotten to where he was today because he had prepared for a rainy day. There were many things that seemed like they didn't need to learn, but when it came time to use them, the person who was prepared would be the real winner. Chapter 8:24. Lin Che checked into the hotel. They also arranged a suite for Yu Minmin. Although Yu Minmin was a manager's room was usually a little worse than an artist's room. What a joke, this manager was different from other managers. She was the president's wife, so the production team specially arranged it for her. The manager followed the artistes to make arrangements for the artistes. At the same time, they had to speak up for the artistes. There were some things that the artistes couldn't say out loud, but the artistes couldn't say it too forcefully either. If word got out, it would affect their image. These were all things that the manager had to speak up for them. So just now, Yu Minmin was the one who spoke harshly to the production crew. Lin Che just had to stay at the back and not say anything. Lin Che had a tacit understanding with Yu Minmin for many years. He didn't need to nurture or negotiate to know what the other was thinking, so it was naturally much more convenient. Soon, Abai and Shui Yang also arrived. Abai stayed with Yu Minmin, and everyone went to the program group to rehearse in the afternoon. Shui Yang said, "I heard that Peng Yu has also arrived, but she's staying at the Hilton Hotel. I guess she doesn't want to stay with you." Lin Che said, "If she has money, she can move out if she wants to. I'll listen to her arrangements." Their company had a tradition that their artists would never be picky about such things. This made their company's reputation a lot better. In any case, they were considerate of the program's budget. They could live a little worse, but they hoped that more money would be invested into the program. The program was good, and it was also good for their reputation. At night, the show started filming. Peng Yu had her men investigate for a long time. When she was in the nanny van, she was still very worried. She looked outside and said to the staff, "Did you see what Lin Che was wearing? Did the production team prepare it for you, or did you bring it with you?" I'm really not sure. Lin Che went there without makeup in the afternoon and only want to put on makeup at night. He hasn't arrived yet. Damn it, Peng Yu was really anxious. She had already thought in her heart that she must ruthlessly suppress Lin Che this time. She must not let him surpass her again. Also, what is she doing in this competition? Is she doing it with Shui Yang? Did you guys see what you took in the scene that you set? We've watched it. It's with Shui Yang. It's a romantic drama. Here's the script. The staff hurriedly handed it over as if it was a treasure. Seeing that there was a script, she slapped him again. The staff member looked aggrieved. Peng Yu said, "If you saw it, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Humph. The staff was speechless. But looking at Peng Yu, he didn't dare to say anything. Peng Yu was anxious, so she vented her anger. Looking at that paragraph, Peng Yu snorted and said, "I changed the script at the last minute. I want to play this role." The staff member was speechless as he said, "Ancestor, we've practiced that one so many times. If you change it at the last minute and it's not as good as that one, what should we do? Don't you believe in my acting skills?" Peng Yu snorted and said sharply, "Do you also think I'm not as good as her in acting?" "No. I want the director to switch me in front of Lin Che immediately. Otherwise, if I quit now, I'll see what the director's team will do. At this time, who will they find to fill my vacancy?" The staff was really speechless. Everyone was still scolding them, saying that Peng Yu's team was not good and was dragging them down. However, they had to be able to control Peng Yu. It was all because Peng Yu had a lot of bad ideas. However, Peng Yu didn't need to say anything because it was the staff who contacted her. They were scolded badly, but who knew that they couldn't do anything about it. The staff member immediately contacted the program team. When the program team heard this, they were furious. They all said that Peng Yu was a troublemaker, and it seemed that it was true. The director's team said, "Otherwise, just ignore her. If she wants to quit, she can quit. We can't afford to wait on her." The people next to them quickly said, "No, this is the duel between her and Lin Che today. If she quits, people will say that we lied to her." The director's team was also very innocent. What did it have to do with them? They had been stood up at the last minute. There was no script, and it wasn't planned in advance. It was Peng Yu's idea. The director's team thought for a moment and sent someone to ask Lin Che about his attitude. If Lin Che wasn't happy, they could ask her to quit. They couldn't afford to offend Lin Che. After all, Lin Che was the big shot today. In the end, when they reached Lin Che's place, Lin Che was doing his makeup. Listening to the staff members scolding and complaining, she smiled and said, "It's okay. Just do as Peng Yu says. Quit." Someone had played this trick many years ago. Why would she be afraid? Lin Che smiled faintly. "Tell the director that we will cooperate with the program. We don't care what Peng Yu wants." The staff members saw how easy it was to talk to Peng Yu. Compared to her, Peng Yu was trash. The staff member quickly went and told the director. The director was very grateful. Yu Minmin watched as the staff member left and said to Lin Che, "Is she playing tricks?" Lin Che said, "She's digging her own grave. Don't regret it when the time comes." Yu Minmin laughed. "Really? Does she think we've been doing this for nothing all these years? I'm looking forward to the consequences of her digging her own grave tomorrow." When Peng Yu heard this, the program team agreed immediately. Then, the car that was parked by the roadside continued to move forward. She harumphed and patted the script. "I told you that the director wouldn't dare to offend me." The staff member wanted to persuade her again, but seeing that Peng Yu had already made up her mind, he could only hold it in and keep his mouth shut. Lin Che watched from backstage. He heard the staff member say that the stage was ready and they would be able to enter soon. Lin Che calmly dragged his dress and walked out. The moment he stepped out, he bumped into Peng Yu, who had arrived a few hours late. Peng Yu's gaze sharpened when she saw Lin Che. Her gaze was immediately attracted by the beautiful gold-threaded gown she was wearing. The gold-threaded gown shimmered under the lights, making her look very elegant. Peng Yu could tell at a glance that the gold-threaded gown was definitely not cheap. Otherwise, it would not have such a textured effect. The gown must be very expensive. Her gaze immediately turned vicious again. She watched as Lin Che walked past her. That look was really arrogant. She immediately walked into her makeup room angrily. She slammed the door and shouted at the staff member, "What kind of gown did the production team give us, and what kind of gown did they give her? They are so biased." The staff member was anxious. I'll go and ask what's going on right now." Chapter 8:25. The staff member immediately said, "Don't worry, we'll go and ask right away." The staff member hurriedly went out to question the program crew, asking why they treated Lin Che so well but treated Peng Yu so badly. In the end, the program crew said, "Lin Che brought the clothes himself. It has nothing to do with us." The staff member had no choice but to return to the dressing room dejectedly. When she told Peng Yu about this, Peng Yu said in surprise, "She brought it herself. I've searched it. It's a British luxury brand, and it's exclusive to the royal family. It's custom-made, and there are only a few pieces of it. Each piece is extremely expensive. Why did she buy such expensive clothes?" The staff member didn't know what to say. Although Peng Yu was unwilling, she could only grit her teeth and snort. "It seems that Lin Che is really serious about going against me. He spent so much money on such expensive clothes just to go against me." She felt that she had miscalculated. She hadn't expected Lin Che to be so well-prepared. He had even spent so much effort on the clothes. Fortunately, she still had the script in her hands. She looked at the script and practiced it again in between makeup sessions. When she felt very satisfied, she walked out of the dressing room. Outside, when Lin Che walked out of the dressing room, everyone had already gathered around to prepare for her. Looking at Lin Che's clothes, she was graceful yet noble. Her slender waist was accentuated by a thin belt, making it seem as if she could grab it with one hand. Because she had never done it before, her breasts were well-proportioned and looked very natural. She was dressed in black clothes with golden threads, noble and elegant, natural and unrestrained. Her porcelain-white skin appeared even whiter, like a lotus flower that was untainted by mud, pure and natural. Everyone looked at her and felt that Lin Che's clothes made her look even more imposing. They couldn't help but look at her. Initially, they didn't want the guests to bring their own clothes because they had sponsors. However, When they saw how expensive the clothes Lin Che brought were, they had no choice but to give up on that idea. How could they compare their sponsors with the British royal family's products? Moreover, the clothes were indeed too beautiful. They were so beautiful that they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The program soon entered the countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new episode of the National Drama Festival. Following the host's impassioned voice, the audience applauded. There were a lot of people in the audience today. The director sat in the director's seat, and the audience also held a voting device in their hands. Everyone looked at the host's introduction, and then the guests began to enter the venue. The first to come up was a tender and fair young man who was only 18 years old. He was a newcomer recently, and everyone liked him at first glance. Following the music, a few new starlets appeared on stage. Shui Yang was the next to appear. The crowd was in an uproar. Some of the fans in the back row, who did not have the right to vote, were screaming. Peng Yu also appeared at this time. She smiled slightly and tilted her head, looking very cute. The director team backstage couldn't help but want to pout. He was so hateful in the backstage, but he really knew how to put on an act in front of the camera. At this time, the host's voiceover sounded again. Ladies and gentlemen, today, let us use our warm applause and your screams to welcome our mystery guest today. Then, the live music suddenly changed to a warm melody. On the big screen, the roles that Lin Che had played in the past appeared one by one. Those unforgettable characters appeared on the screen. Then, at the back of the stage, the screen suddenly opened to both sides. In the middle, a pair of huge golden wings appeared. When the wings spread, the person behind the wings was like a dark angel in the night, appearing directly in front of everyone. Wow, Lin Che! Oh my God, Lin Che's appearance is so handsome. As expected of Lin Che. He must be the key guest today. There were so many guests, but Lin Che was the only one who received such good treatment. Although the guests in front wanted to be jealous, they also thought that Lin Che had been a hot topic for so long, so his appearance would definitely not be too ordinary. This was already not bad. The reason why they did not send a helicopter was because the venue was too small. Some people had this ability, so it was useless to be jealous. They felt that their topic was not as good as Lin Che's, and they were not as popular as Lin Che. Seeing Lin Che's beautiful performance, they also felt that he deserved it, so they were naturally convinced. But how could Peng Yu be convinced? She looked at the scene and saw that Lin Che was praised so highly. She felt that she should not have come. If she had come, wouldn't she have become a foil? But if she really did not come, it was basically impossible. She was indeed a person who cared about her reputation. No matter what, she would not let people think that she was running away because she could not compete with Lin Che. She looked in Lin Che's direction and thought to herself, forget it. So what if I look good on stage? Isn't it because of the hype? So the production team had to pay attention to me. But today's scene was very fair. Everything was based on acting skills. Lin Che stood there and looked down, feeling a little dizzy for a moment. Seriously, he had left the stage for too long. Standing here now, he really felt a little uncomfortable, especially when he saw that there were so many people below. After Lin Che appeared, all the preparations for the show were finally ready. The host looked at Lin Che and hurried over to interview him. Lin Che, really, looking at you makes me feel like I'm dreaming. Long time no see, long time no see. Lin Che smiled as he played with his hair. Holding the microphone, he looked down and said, yeah, I also feel like I'm dreaming. Especially since I was afraid that I would finally get a chance to perform, I purposely made an especially tight outfit. Now I feel like I'm going to suffocate. Lin Che came up with a very down-to-earth sentence. It was neither pretentious nor conventional, and the audience couldn't help but look over. Lin Che's waist indeed looked very tight. This outfit was especially beautiful, and it also made people gasp in surprise at Lin Che's good figure. These words couldn't help but make people feel that she was very down-to-earth, and they also successfully discovered the uniqueness of her outfit. The host was also amused and laughed. He said, really? Why did I hear that our show spent a lot of money to invite you? Lin Che said, how could that be? I didn't ask for money when I came here. I'm just a has-been actor. How would I dare to ask for money from such a big show? It's already good enough that they gave me a chance. The audience burst into laughter. How could Lin Che be considered a has-been actor? She had only left for a while. Initially, everyone thought that an actor who had left for a few years and then returned was probably already a has-been. However, Lin Che's arrival was the first to become a topic of discussion, and she successfully grabbed the headlines. How could she be considered a has-been? However, this self-deprecating sentence made people like Lin Che even more. Everyone thought that Lin Che indeed had such a carefree personality. Her words were especially funny, down-to-earth, and she was so beautiful. That was why she had become popular so quickly back then. Chapter 826. The host asked, "What have you been up to these days?" Lin Che held the microphone and looked at the host. "I've been studying abroad, taking a break, and recuperating. I've also been watching the domestic entertainment news across the sea. When I'm free, I see some gossip. I really think it's very interesting to watch the entertainment industry as an audience." She looked at Peng with a smile. These words were actually aimed at Peng, but some people on the stage didn't realize it. However, many people on the internet had already praised Lin Che, saying that he was so calm and unhurried. First, he satirized Peng's previous attacks on him one by one. The host thought that Lin Che was easy to talk to and interesting, so he unconsciously said a lot. After the questions and answers, it was the turn of the other guests. When Peng and Lin Che were in the same frame for the first time and stood close to each other, the difference between them became more and more obvious. Lin Che was so natural and generous, while Peng was so pretentious. People on the internet began to compare them. From the live broadcast, they felt that Lin Che had won in terms of momentum. However, the real show had just begun, that the competition of acting skills was divided into two parts: the self-brought script and the prescribed script. The first part was the self-brought script, and the contestants could choose what they wanted to act in. The latter part was the prescribed script, which the director asked the contestants to act in. The host happily read the advertising message and explained the rules. Then he began to introduce the contestants. The directors and judges were looking at the people on the stage. Their scores would take up 60% of the total score, while the audience's popularity would take up 40%. This was because the directors were more professional and could see professional things, so their professional scores would be higher. The audience's scores were based on their own opinions. If they liked the contestants, they might give them points. Although the proportion was not small, it was less than that of the directors and judges. The final score of the contestants was the sum of the two scores. The directors looked at the contestants in front of them, and then looked at the information in their hands. In fact, they knew these artists in private, especially those who were still active. They knew that their acting skills were not bad. Although Peng's evaluation wasn't high, her acting skills were good. But Lin Che, that they had no idea how Lin Che was doing. In the past, although Lin Che had always said that her acting was good, the roles she acted in were natural, but they couldn't tell how good her acting was. In addition, she hadn't acted in any roles in recent years. Compared with Peng, who had always been active in the A-list, they felt that she was inferior. Therefore, in terms of professionalism, they did not have high expectations for Lin Che. Not long after, the competition finally began, that the performances of the few contestants who went up first were remarkable. The newcomers these days were quite good at acting, especially those who dared to participate in the National Drama Festival. Before Shui Yang went up, he greeted Lin Che. Lin Che gave him an encouraging smile and watched him go on stage. Accompanying him was a newcomer from the company. The two of them were acting in a classic TV series. When Lin Che saw Shui Yang's behavior, he couldn't help but recall the first time he met him. That young and inexperienced face, that arrogant and untamed manner. In fact, he was more like a hooligan. But now, he was a dazzling big star. Lin Che couldn't help but think proudly. It seemed like her eyesight was pretty good. Moreover, Shui Yang's acting skills were really good. He must have put in a lot of effort. When he finished his performance, he won a lot of applause. The director also felt that it was not bad. They looked at each other and praised each other. And then Peng had been looking in Lin Che's direction. However, Lin Che didn't even look at her, as if she didn't exist at all. Peng couldn't even find a place to vent her anger. Then it was finally her turn. She stood up and looked in Lin Che's direction. She raised her sharp chin and smiled. Then, she looked at Lin Che and said, "Senior Lin Che, it's my turn soon. You've probably been away for a long time and haven't seen my work. This time, I'll have to ask for your guidance." Lin Che smiled faintly and said, "Really? Then work hard." Peng Yu snorted and went up the stage proudly. She thought to herself, "Just watch Lin Che. I'll see what you're going to do later." Then, Peng Yu put aside everything else and began to use all her strength to perform the part that Lin Che had originally planned to perform. The director was stunned. He flipped through the script and found that Peng Yu hadn't originally planned to perform this part. Why did she suddenly change it? The director was also looking at them gloomily. He had been worried that Peng Yu would make trouble, but he didn't expect that it would really happen. Only Lin Che looked at Peng Yu, who was working hard to perform. Chen Jingru could see the expression on his face. Because the director had the script in advance and had also given the director and the judge's script, they all knew at a glance that Peng Yu had taken Lin Che's script and performed it herself. Wasn't this a little too insulting? The director patted his head and thought to himself, "No wonder Peng Yu insisted on performing before Lin Che. It turns out that this was her idea. Now, what would happen to Lin Che later? What about their show point two parts of the same performance?" Now there was a lot to talk about, however. When the director looked at Lin Che, who was on the stage, they were surprised to find that Lin Che was looking at Peng Yu's performance calmly. It seemed that he wasn't panicking at all. His calmness made the director calm down as well. Lin Che's expression seemed to have given them great motivation. They began to think quietly about how to deal with it later. But at that moment, Yu Minmin suddenly came up with a flash drive and a script. She smiled and said to the director, "Lin Che will perform this part in a moment." "Huh?" The director took the script and flipped it open. Yu Minmin said, "In order to prevent any accidents, we have prepared two plans. This is Lin Che's second plan." The director flipped open the script and had a look at a song and dance drama. Lin Che was going to perform in a song and dance drama? No way. This, Yu Minmin said, "What I just gave you is the music clip. Just put it in. We're ready." Yu Minmin smiled mysteriously that the experienced people in the director immediately understood that Lin Che had prepared this song and dance drama a long time ago. The previous one was deliberately shown to Peng Yu, and Peng Yu fell into his trap. She directly abandoned her part and snatched Lin Che's script. Great, Peng Yu was just like that, yet she still wanted to fight with Lin Che. As expected of a senior who had gone through many hardships in the entertainment industry, she didn't even put Peng Yu in her eyes. Chapter 8:27. The director didn't pay much attention to Peng Yu's performance. His mind was still on the script. As he looked at the script, he was thinking about what to do with Lin Che and what was going on. In fact, Peng Yu's performance was remarkable. She was good enough to reach such a level in such a short time, which showed that she was really a capable person. The audience who didn't know the truth watched with interest. They thought that Peng Yu was indeed Peng Yu. Her acting skills were predictable. After watching Peng Yu's performance, they couldn't help but worry about Lin Che. Most people didn't have confidence in Lin Che. The reason was similar. She had been away for too long, and they were worried that her acting skills couldn't keep up. When Peng Yu finished her performance, there was a round of applause. She came down from the stage and saw the director, the judges, and the other staff talking about her. She knew that she had successfully disrupted the rhythm of the program, but she didn't care about that. Anyway, her performance was over. It was Lin Che who was in a mess. It was up to her how Lin Che would deal with it. In fact, the more Lin Che was in a mess, the better. Peng Yu couldn't wait to see the result. After coming down from the stage, Peng Yu snorted at her staff and threw her costume down arrogantly. She sat down and asked someone to bring her water. "I told you that you can rest assured about my acting skills. How was my performance just now?" The staff hurriedly brought her some throat-soothing tea and complimented her. "Very good, very good. Of course we know our ability. But safety first. It's not that we don't trust you." Peng Yu had completed the script beyond expectations. Her performance was perfect. Whether it was the detailed expressions or the big action lines, they were all very emotional. The audience below the stage burst into tears. The part that Lin Che chose was also a good one. Anyone with a little acting skills would have a good effect. If Lin Che had acted this part, it would have been hard to tell who was better than Peng Yu. Everyone was still glad that Peng Yu was lucky this time. She acted well. Now it was time to see how Lin Che would deal with it. Peng Yu was standing on her tiptoes and looking at the stage in front of her. The stage was much slower than before. Peng Yu smiled. However, at this time, the music suddenly sounded. A cheerful melody suddenly made people feel a little surprised. What was Lin Che doing? Did she change the script? Change what? Before anyone could react, Lin Che suddenly descended from the sky and appeared on the stage, suspended by the wires. She held one side of the skirt in her hand, and when she flew past, she looked like a butterfly. After landing to the music, she quickly spun around and lifted her feet up to the top of her head. Following the music, she did not stop. Instead, she began to dance with the male actors who appeared one after another. The director and the judges finally reacted. She had chosen a musical to act in. No one knew that Lin Che could dance. In the past, Lin Che had never danced. This new scene shocked everyone. What was even more shocking was Lin Che's graceful movements. Every movement was at a professional level. Even his facial expressions and movements were on point. Some people might think that musical dramas have no acting skills, but that's not the case. A musical was a test of one's acting skills. She had to dance along with the song and dance. She had to remember the movements, and she had to match her emotions and expressions. Because the song and dance were too gorgeous, her expression had to be on point in order to be noticed. Once her acting skills were on full display, a song and dance drama was more moving and stimulating than a static script. As the cheerful music ended, sadness began to play out. Lin Che's movements slowed down from the originally cheerful butterflies to a still dance. But every movement, coupled with her sorrowful expression, made people feel as if they were there and could empathize with her. Following that, her slow movements gradually sped up. It was as if she was describing a person slowly walking out of despair, slowly accepting reality, and slowly finding hope. Although it was sad, time had to go on. Although it was sad, life could not stop. She stood up bit by bit. Her stirring appearance made people feel even more moved. Everyone felt as if they were looking at a female warrior, and their hearts were filled with hope. Finally, the music ended in a climax. Lin Che made the last pose. The audience cheered. The camera swept across the audience. Everyone was applauding excitedly. They were crying and laughing at the same time. It was very emotional. Lin Che's song and dance show came too suddenly. It changed the atmosphere from static to dynamic. Moreover, it was the only song and dance show these days, so it made the audience feel refreshed all of a sudden. Very little. After the performance, the director stood up and looked at Lin Che. He felt that she was an actor. Whatever she did, she looked exactly like that. No matter what, she could deeply immerse herself in the role. They felt ashamed for doubting Lin Che's acting skills. Looking at Lin Che, they felt that Lin Che deserved a high score. After the performance, the host hurried to start the next round of interviews before the scores came out. At this time, the director realized that Peng Yu had disappeared. She had escaped from the interview, and no one knew where she had gone. But it didn't matter now. The host didn't care about Peng Yu and started asking Lin Che, "I've never seen you dance before." Lin Che smiled and said, "I think that humans have to improve. I also see that the competition is so big now, and there are so many young and hot girls. If I don't work hard, won't I soon be beaten to the beach? So I also want to quickly develop myself. I want to see what else I have that can be developed and develop it all." The host smiled and said, "Then why did you think of a musical?" Lin Che said, "I wanted to sing. I was afraid that you guys wouldn't be able to bear it." Everyone suddenly remembered that Lin Che was tone deaf when he sang and was laughed at before. The audience laughed along with him. The host smiled and asked Shui Yang, "You guys are from the same company. Don't you guys sing karaoke together?" Shui Yang said, "Actually, Sister Che is a mic hog in the K-room. We're already used to it." Everyone started chatting and laughing. They talked about the small matter of Lin Che and Shui Yang being in the same company, causing many jokes. When the performance ended for the day and the scores would come out the next day, They ended the recording and left. Lin Che was exhausted after dancing. However, when she went out, she saw someone waiting for her at the entrance. Gu Jingze actually came here without a sound. Chapter 8:28. Gu Jingze could only stand outside and wait. He leaned against the side of the car and looked inside. He didn't usually like to smoke, but he was never addicted to it, and he didn't like to play with his phone, so he just stood there like a scenery in the middle of the night. No one was allowed to enter here, but Gu Jingze was a privileged class no matter where he went. Seeing Lin Che come out, the staff of the TV station hurried over and said to Lin Che, "Miss Lin, you're out. That gentleman has been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing this, Lin Che hurriedly thanked the staff, then ran towards Gu Jingze. "Gu Jingze, how did you get in?" She looked at the staff behind her, and it seemed that they didn't know who Gu Jingze was. Gu Jingze said, "I asked for a special pass." Gu Jingze took out a pass from his pocket and showed it to Lin Che. Lin Che nodded. He knew that Gu Jingze would always have a way. He was just curious about how he got in this time. Gu Jingze said, "How is it? Is the live broadcast over?" "Yeah, it just ended. Abai and the others are over there." Gu Jingze raised his head and nodded in Abai's direction. Abai muttered to Yu Minmin, "You're so close." Yu Minmin said, "You'll get used to it." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they saw Peng Yu, who had just disappeared, come out. Just now, Peng Yu was so angry that she locked herself in the makeup room and refused to go out. No matter how hard the staff knocked on the door, she just wouldn't come out. No matter how hard she tried to perform, she couldn't beat Lin Che. Lin Che played a trick and came up with a song and dance, which was refreshing. He also showed off her dancing skills and her acting skills, which made the audience confused. The director and the judges were all staring at her. No matter what her score was tomorrow, she was already a winner today. The staff outside had long been angry. They had told her to come here honestly, but now Lin Che had made a fool of himself. Peng Yu didn't reflect on herself, but hid inside and refused to come out. When Peng Yu came out, the staff said the interview that Lin Che filmed outside just now was very good. Everyone was very happy when it was broadcasted. Peng Yu was so angry that she pushed the staff away and walked out with a black face. Who knew that the moment she stepped out, she would see that Lin Che and the others were still there. Peng Yu was about to vent her anger when she saw Lin Che standing with a man. That man was like a cold jade buried in the ground. His entire body exuded a cold and noble aura. That coquettish face and that perfect figure were truly unforgettable. Peng Yu was stunned. Her eyes moved, and the shape of a heart unconsciously appeared in her eyes. What a charming man! There were many handsome men in the entertainment industry, but this was the first time she had seen such a perfect and flawless man with such temperament, appearance, and aura. Peng Yu suddenly remembered that this man was the man Lin Che was exposed at that time. Although the person in the photo was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly, he could be recognized immediately when he looked at the real person. Because with that perfect side profile, how could he find another person? Her eyes became brighter and brighter as she stared at the man. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's shoulder and said, "Let's go. I'll take you back to the hotel." "All right then. Now that you're here, what about Nian Nian?" "Don't worry. Someone will take care of him." Actually, Nian Nian was very busy. He had to go to kindergarten during the day and had other training at night. Lin Che nodded and nodded. Peng Yu hurriedly took a few steps forward. Gu Jingze heard the movement, turned around, and looked coldly in Peng Yu's direction. The moment she was stared at by his cold eyes, Peng Yu couldn't help but be rooted to the ground. She looked in his direction without moving an inch. Gu Jingze glanced at her, but didn't say a word. He directly led Lin Che into the car. The two of them sat in the car for a long time. Peng Yu recovered from the shock and looked in the direction of Gu Jingze's departure. Her mind was racing. The staff behind them followed. "Shall we go?" they asked Peng Yu. Peng Yu said, "Why are you rushing me?" She turned around and pulled a staff over. "Who is the man who just left with Lin Che?" "Huh? We don't know." Peng Yu said, "That man must be very rich." "Huh?" The staff looked at Peng Yu's sparkling eyes and was a little puzzled. "No matter how rich he is, it has nothing to do with you." Abai snorted, crossed her arms, and floated in front of her. "What are you talking about?" Peng Yu raised her head and shouted. She saw Shui Yang pulling his backpack and floated over from the side with a warning. Peng Yu snorted. "Really? Don't act like a manager. Shui Yang, you're too cowardly. You're a big star, and you still have to carry your own backpack. What's a manager doing? Umph. You're as arrogant as your boss." Shui Yang glanced at her face. "My manager is my closest partner. If I don't have to do something, whoever's more convenient will do it. I'm a man. If I let my manager give me a backpack, that would be a joke. Besides, I've always believed that people are mutually beneficial. If you treat her well, she'll treat you well. If you don't treat your manager as a person, then your future, Peng Yu's expression changed again. Abai looked at Shui Yang proudly. "Let's go. Don't reason with this kind of person." Shui Yang nodded and followed Abai out. Peng Yu snorted. Who does he think he is? Of course, she didn't know that Abai, a daughter of a rich family, was playing with sincerity. She was with Shui Yang to make friends and treat Shui Yang sincerely. She didn't want to rely on Shui Yang to get a penny. Shui Yang also understood that, so he naturally made friends with Abai sincerely. The two of them had been together for so long, and they couldn't be provoked by a few words. Peng Yu thought that Abai was just a simple manager. She didn't know her true identity. She kept thinking that Shui Yang was really cowardly. Peng Yu said to the people around her, "Go and find out who the man next to Lin Che is." "Oh, yes, yes," Peng Yu said. "He's definitely not an ordinary person. He must be a big financial backer. I didn't expect Lin Che to have such a backer. No wonder he's so arrogant every day." Everyone seemed to have guessed what Peng Yu wanted to do and said, "Lin Che is still here today. Let's not make things too awkward. Go back and find out." Peng Yu turned around and shouted, "Go and find out for me now. What's there to be afraid of?" "Yes, yes." The staff didn't dare to say another word and hurriedly left. Peng Yu lifted her clothes and said, "What hotel did the TV station prepare for us? Let's move there now." Chapter 8:29. The staff was stunned again. "What?" Peng Yu said. "What's wrong? Can't I cooperate with the TV station? Go and tell the TV station that we want a suite over there, and I want one that's the same as Lin Che's. It'd be best if it's nearby, on the same floor, with the same appearance." That day, when Lin Che's show was broadcasted, it immediately attracted high ratings. Some of the interesting things that happened during the broadcast were also immediately posted on Weibo. One of Lin Che's strengths was that she was very funny when she spoke. Ever since she had become popular, she had never cared about her self-deprecating image. She didn't feel the slightest bit pretentious. Instead, everything was very natural. Her interaction with the host was very smooth, and the entire show's rhythm was very good. It felt as if they were arguing with each other. The atmosphere also became joyful, and there was endless laughter. There were also many classic jokes that were posted on the internet for people to spread. Many people saw Lin Che's clips and quickly went to watch the show on the internet. Hence, after the ratings increased, the number of views on the internet exploded. Not long after the show was broadcasted, the number of views on the internet increased. These businessmen had grasped the timing very well and had sufficient information. Seeing this situation, they immediately called Yu Minmin. When Yu Minmin answered the call, she was very surprised. A few shows called one after another, asking if Lin Che was interested in participating in their variety shows. Because they felt that Lin Che's performance on variety shows was very good, everyone really wanted her to go. Yu Minmin hurriedly said, "Sorry, we haven't considered going on variety shows yet. If we do, we'll contact you." Lin Che's path was to become a proper actor, not a variety show. It was fine to go on one or two variety shows, but if she went on all kinds of shows, it would be different. Hence, for variety shows, she had to choose well. She had to be popular to participate in them. If she wasn't popular, it would be a loss of status. Yu Minmin watched the news and felt that Lin Che was indeed talented in this area. He was very good at controlling the situation. During the interview, her interaction with Shui Yang, talking about how they were in the company, talking about Shui Yang's little secrets, and talking about how Shui Yang looked when they first met. Her vivid narration made people unable to hold back their laughter. They were instantly attracted to it. There was absolutely no intention of skipping to watch it, and there was absolutely no sense of awkwardness. Over there, Mufirin chose a suitable house and drove Yunyan back. She was not used to the traffic rules here, which were different from those in the United States. She had been abroad for a long time, so she was used to the streets there. She had just bought a car and drove it by herself, so she felt a little weird. Yunyan sat by the side, so she was even more careful. She smiled when she saw Yunyan obediently reading in the child's seat. She felt very happy that Yunyan could continue to go to school with Nyan. Since she was happy, it was worth it to stay. All of a sudden, Mu Firen's phone rang. It was Wei Jingjing again. How could she have the cheek to call him? Mu Firen put on her earphones to listen. Seeing that the call went through, Wei Jingjing said hurriedly, Mu Firen, not bad. When did you hook up with such a powerful man? Mu Firen said, do you want those photos back? I'm sorry, but there's no chance now. Don't be so smug, Mu Firen. These photos are useless to you. I know you don't lack money, but no one will complain about having too much money. Give me a price. How much is it for you to return the photos to me? Sorry, I can't keep you company. I'm not selling. Mu Firen snorted and hung up. She knew that Wei Jingjing had become timid. She was starting to show weakness. Since that was the case, of course, she would not be afraid of her. Then, she picked up the phone and said to the person in charge, help me send out the photos I mentioned earlier. Upload them online. Remember to cover up the face first. If it's a match, right, the entertainment industry is really messy. Let people know that this person is from the entertainment industry, but don't say who it is. Wei Jingjing had treated her like this last time, so she would not sit back and do nothing. The person on the phone said, okay, don't worry. I'll send it out immediately. After making the arrangements, she turned around and looked at Yunyan. She was wearing earphones, so she could not hear what Mu Firen was saying. She did not want to involve her daughter in this kind of thing. Although she did not know who Yunyan's biological father was, she was a blank piece of paper from the moment she was born. As a mother, she could paint a picture of her daughter's future on it. So, she did not care who Yunyan's father was. She was her baby no matter what. When they got out of the car and reached home, the kindergarten suddenly called and said that there was something wrong with Yunyan's registration. Mu Firen said gloomily, what's wrong? The kindergarten said, there's no epidemic prevention form here. We have to go through the epidemic prevention form before we enter the hospital. We don't have it now, so we need this form. When can you? Mu Firen could only say, okay, I'll go and have a look right now. Mu Firen continued to take Yunyan out. Since she had nothing to do at night, she might as well take Yunyan to play somewhere else. However, when she arrived at the kindergarten, she saw Mo Jinyan standing at the entrance. She looked at Mo Jinyan. He was standing there in a black trench coat, which made him look very tall. Although she felt cold, he smiled when he walked over and said, you're here. When Yunyan saw Mo Jinyan, she hurriedly called out sweetly, hello, Uncle Mo. Jinyan looked at her, and his gaze became even gentler. He lowered his head and carried Yunyan up. Mu Firen looked at him in surprise. Why are you here? Mo Jinyan said, oh, the kindergarten called me, and I've already come over to deal with it. You don't have to take Yunyan in anymore. What? Mu Firen was even more puzzled. Why would the kindergarten call you? Mo Jinyan looked at Yunyan and smiled. Since I've already said that I would protect you and Yunyan, then I have to fulfill my responsibility. So I asked the kindergarten to keep my phone number. If there's any problem, you can call me. What? Mu Firen was surprised. Call him if there was any problem, that she said embarrassedly. How can I trouble you? Although Mo Jinyan had said that, she didn't take it seriously and didn't expect him to fulfill his promise. He had no relationship with her anyway, so there was no need for him to do so much for her. Thank you, but it's better for me to handle this small matter. No way, Mo Jinyan said in a low voice. Mo Jinyan said in a low voice, I, Mo Jinyan, am a man of my words. Otherwise, how can I survive in this world? Let others say that I, Mo Jinyan, talk big and empty. Who will listen to me in the future? Moreover, these are just small matters. But, if you really feel embarrassed, you can treat me to a meal. I came over before finishing my meal. Chapter 830. Mu Firen didn't expect him to change his attitude so quickly and ask her to treat him to dinner. But since he said so, she couldn't reject him. After all, he had said that he didn't have dinner because he came to her place halfway. At this time, Yun was also very uncooperative. She called out, "Uncle Mo, I haven't eaten either. Let's eat together." Mu Firen wanted to say that this was the famous big brother Mo, and that Yun didn't want to call him Uncle Mo. After Lin Che told Mu Firen about Haiying, Mu Firen occasionally asked others and read some information on the internet. As Lin Che had said, Haiying wasn't a good person. Since he was a fearsome big brother Mo, he must have had a dark past and some scary stories. Although he looked so gentle now, Mu Firen didn't know him well and didn't dare to trust him too much. She was probably worried that he would turn into Haiying again. Who knew if he would suddenly fall out with her? Mu Firen saw that Yun was still clinging to him. When Mo Jinyin carried Yun in his arms, they looked surprisingly harmonious. Yun's petite figure was enveloped in his broad embrace, making her look even more adorable. This scene reminded Mu Firen that Yun had never been so close to an adult man before because she didn't have a father. Mu Firen's heart ached. She smiled at Mo Jinyin. "All right, I should treat you to dinner. Where shall we eat?" Mo Jinyin looked at Mu Firen. "I don't like to eat outside. It's not healthy." What did he mean? He didn't want to eat outside? Did he want to eat at home? Did he want her to cook for him? Then he would have to go to her house. That Mu Firen cursed inwardly. She felt that Mo Jinyin, who she had just known for a short time, was too shameless. But thinking about it, he didn't have any ulterior motives. He was the big brother Mo and one of the leaders in the business world. She was just an ordinary actress. What could he want? She had no choice but to agree. Mo Jinyin said, "Let's go. I'll drive. Take my car. I'll drive you home later," Mu Firen said. However, Mu Firen immediately noticed that Mo Jinyin's car was a black and white Lamborghini sports car. As for her car, although it wasn't cheap, it couldn't be compared. For a moment, she felt that letting Mo Jinyin ride in her car was a little degrading. She was a little embarrassed and only said, "Why don't you take your car and follow me?" Mo Jinyin turned back to look at his car. It was a two-seater sports car with a very low chassis. It wasn't convenient for a child to sit in it. He turned around and said, "All right, let's get in your car." Mu Firen watched as Mo Jinyin walked towards his car. Mu Firen hurriedly followed behind him. Mu Firen placed Yun in the child's seat at the back. Mo Jinyin glanced at the child's seat, then turned back and sat on the seat in front. Mu Firen's car was more feminine. Mu Firen took a look and found that the car he sat in was slightly small. Mo Jinyin was tall and muscular. Sitting in the car that originally didn't look small suddenly became extremely cramped. Mu Firen found it strange that her car was actually this small. She felt that Mo Jinyin was really uncomfortable sitting in the car, but she couldn't say anything else. She could only hurry up and drive so that they could reach their destination as soon as possible. Mu Firen's home was very cozy. Because there were only the two of them, all the decorations and the floor were very feminine. The moment they entered the door, they felt that the atmosphere was very different. Mu Firen let Yun play with Mo Jinyin while she quickly went in to cook. Her culinary skills were not bad. Although it was not particularly delicious, it was still acceptable for her to eat home-cooked dishes. She quickly made a few dishes. When she went out, she saw Yun and Mo Jinyin playing together. Yun happily climbed onto Mo Jinyin's body. Mo Jinyin smiled brightly and squinted his eyes. He placed Yun on his neck and let her ride him around the room. Yun's cheerful laughter instantly spread throughout the room. She shyly hugged Mo Jinyin and laughed so hard that her little face turned red. Mu Firen felt very warm for a moment. It was as if she had seen an illusion. But the next moment she thought, Yun was too bold. After all, she was a black eagle. Mu Firen looked at the time. Unknowingly, it was already 9 o'clock. She gratefully said, "All right, dinner is ready. Come and eat." Mo Jinyin hugged Yun and said, "All right, Yun, come and eat with us." "Okay." Mu Firen quickly took Yun from him and said, "Sorry for letting you play with the child." Mo Jinyin sat down. Her chair was a little small for him. Mu Firen bit her lower lip and looked at him. She sighed inwardly. That was because she had never thought that she would have such a person as a guest in her house. She looked at Imogen worriedly, but then she realized that the dishes she made were quite to the taste of this big shot. He ate one bite at a time with relish, and soon the meal was over. This time, she didn't dare to let Yun stay and trouble him. She brought Yun into the room to clean up the dishes. Yun was very sensible. She had watched her clean up since she was young and would even obediently help by the side. When she was done and came out, she saw Imogen leaning against the sofa alone. His eyes were closed and he seemed to be asleep. She was stunned. She saw that his legs were very long. Actually, his body was very well proportioned. His long legs looked very well proportioned, but his body was very slender. And that face. She looked like she was supposed to be cold, but she was really asleep, and she looked very delicate. His brows were slightly furrowed. Even when he was asleep, he still looked a little fierce. She had to admit that this man was very handsome, at least he was the kind of man that she would like just by looking at his face. Mufirin actually didn't have any requirements for a man's looks. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married Imogen after seeing so many handsome men in the entertainment industry. However, this man gave her a different feeling. Actually, a man's good looks had its uses. He was indeed more pleasing to the eye. Was it because she had been injured at Imogen's place that her standards for choosing men were different now? She quickly patted her face and thought speechlessly. What did she mean by choosing men? This man was Imogen. Hey-ing. She was too silly to think of him as a man. Chapter 831. Meanwhile, S-City. Gu Jingze and Lin Che returned to the hotel room. Luckily, the hotel looked nice. After Lin Che entered, she smiled and pushed Gu Jingze to the door. She looked at him and said, Gu Jingze, did you come to look for me because you miss me so much? Gu Jingze looked at her and lifted her chin. You're so bold today. Is it because... His fingers slid from her chin to her chest. Do you want it? Lin Che blushed decisively. Lin Che said, Get lost. You're the one who came to look for me. You're the one who missed me. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingze didn't play by the rules. He wrapped his arms around her body and lowered his head to press against hers. Yeah, I missed you, What else could she say? Gu Jingze lowered his head and kissed her lips. He looked into her eyes and couldn't help but kiss them. He thought that her eyes were really beautiful. Then he bit the tip of her nose and kissed it again. He then turned to her neck and stuck out his tongue to lick her throat. She looked up and said softly, No, I haven't showered yet. Gu Jingze jumped up and carried her. Let's go shower together. The bathroom here wasn't as big as the one at the Gu family's house. The bathtub was round and very suitable for two people to bathe together. He put Lin Che in and turned on the shower. The temperature of the water in the deluxe suite was constant. The water from the shower drenched her clothes. Her white shirt seemed translucent. Under the impact of the water, it didn't cover her body at all. Her flesh-colored bra with lace was completely exposed. She looked down and quickly covered her breasts. She looked at Gu Jingze shyly. Gu Jingze's eyes lit up when he saw that she could cover her breasts with both hands. She couldn't cover her lower body. It looked like her translucent body was presented in front of him with great temptation. Coupled with her bashful expression, it made her look even more charming at this moment. Although she was usually careless, she was very feminine at this time. With a little teasing, she couldn't help but feel shy. Her body was a little rosy, like a rose that had just been moistened with water. She looked tender and beautiful, making people want to swallow her. He lowered his head and held her hands that were covering his body. His eyes lit up as he stared at the ravine on her chest. It looked seductive, and at this moment it was even more prominent. He wanted her to let go, but she refused to let go. Gu Jingze pressed his lips against her earlobe and bit her ear. Be good. Let go and let me see. Lin Che's body trembled. His voice and movements made his body itch. At this moment, he took the opportunity to pry her hand away. Don't, she called out, but she still felt that he was like a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey, pouncing straight at her. He kissed and nibbled at her body through her clothes. Under the impact of the shower, this feeling was amplified. Lin Che couldn't help but tremble because of his actions. His wet clothes were already in a mess, and his body couldn't be covered anymore. The shoulder straps of his shirt had already fallen off, and his upper body, which had been washed pink by the water, was even more exposed. She reached out and rubbed his body with the warm water. The outline of his muscles seemed to become more obvious. As she touched and was kissed, her thoughts suddenly became more sensitive, just like her body. She couldn't tell what her hands were doing anymore. She just followed her instincts and started to touch his body. She liked his body, liked his kisses, liked everything about him. She actually liked everything about him. Just like that, the two of them hugged in the bathroom with the water splashing. Steam rose, and the heat in the room was unstoppable. After they were done, Lin Che sat there, feeling extremely hungry. Gu Jingze picked up the phone and immediately ordered food from a restaurant. He still remembered the food for the two of them. Thus, he didn't ask her and order the food. When he arrived, Lin Che realized that it was really what she wanted to eat. She sat cross-legged on the bed. Because she was too tired to move, she simply said to him, "Can you bring it over for me?" Gu Jingze shook his head and looked at this lazy person. "You, if no one takes care of you, you'll die of laziness. Don't I have you? You don't know that if I were to film alone, I can suffer any hardships. It's just that, now that someone is giving me instructions, why should I let myself suffer, right? And I'm so tired today," Lin Che said seriously, seeing Gu Jingze walk over with a small table. She thought to herself that Gu Jingze was really pleasing to look at, because he was Gu Jingze after all. Thinking that she was being served by him, she felt very proud. Gu Jingze looked at her. She put down the food and said, "I was the one who was more tired just now." Lin Che harumphed. "Men have to take care of women." Gu Jingze scared. "You're really..." The two of them sat down. Lin Che was in a good mood as she looked at the food. Because she was in a good mood today, and also because he was taking care of her, it was easy for her to be in a good mood. She smiled and called out to him, "I want to eat this." Gu Jingze glared at her. He took the spoon and put the food into her mouth. Seeing that she was eating happily, he didn't complain at all. Lin Che looked at him and then at the food on the table. "You still remember that I like to eat this?" Gu Jingze looked at her. "Of course. I remember all the things you like." Lin Che couldn't help but feel moved. She looked at Gu Jingze as she ate. She felt that the food tasted better than the food was his sincerity. Lin Che knew that even if it was an ordinary couple, there weren't many couples who would take care of each other like this. Although she only had Gu Jingze as a man, she had seen many others. Some couples could not wait to quarrel over trivial matters, and some were angry over who did the dishes and who swept the floor. How many men could be married for so long and still personally bring food to their wife's bed and feed her one mouthful at a time? But Gu Jingze could do it. Moreover, he could do more than that. He treated her so well and so meticulously, making her feel warm from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but feel touched for him. She looked at Gu Jingze. "Tell me, why are you so good to me? Why? Are you touched?" Gu Jingze smiled. "Don't you want to come over and repay me with your body?" Although it had just ended, he could still do it again. Scram! Lin Che looked at this playful man speechlessly. "I was thinking that if one day you suddenly stopped treating me well, wouldn't it be hard for me to adapt?" Digression. Writing isn't the only thing in life. There are family, children, husband, mother-in-law, family matters, work, and a bunch of other things. I have things to do too. Because I'm alive, I'm human, so I hope that everyone can be understanding. When I'm free, I always update in the wee hours of the morning, right? I've been updating a lot these few days, and I'm exhausted. I can't update steadily. I'm sorry. Everyone can rush me, but I hope you can do it gently. After all, we're all good kids. Mwah! Chapter 832. Gu Jingze reached out and brushed aside her hair. "How could I not treat you well? Why don't I give half of my assets to you? Let's see if I still dare to treat you badly then." Lin Che was only saying it casually. She didn't want him to be serious about dispelling her worries. "Are you crazy? I was just joking." Lin Che really felt that this man could make people speechless when he got serious. Gu Jingze said, "I'm serious. This way, You won't have to worry about what will happen in the future, right? No, I'm not worried now. Really, Gu Jingze. She shook her head and said, I believe you. What was there not to believe in a man like this? He had never thought of betraying her even when he was at his best. Instead, he had been so good to her, so she wouldn't have to worry too much in the future. She said, moreover, don't I already have 1% of the shares? That's a lot of money. Even if you don't want me now, I won't have to worry. I'm already a rich woman anyway. At most, I'll find some other fresh meat. Before she could finish, he had already covered her mouth with his hand. He looked at her threateningly. What did you say you were going to find? I was just joking, Lin Che said, speechless. As a punishment, Gu Jingze bit her on the lips. She grunted and frowned as she touched her slightly swollen mouth. He stared at her and tapped her nose. I dare you. Lin Che curled his lips. However, looking at Gu Jingze, she felt very sweet and happy. She was full and didn't want to move. Gu Jingze said, go wash up before you sleep. Lin Che said, wait, I still have to check the script. It's still with Shui Yang. Gu Jingze said, okay, go wash up first. I'll go get it for you. Come back later and lie on the bed. You're right. Lin Che said, I'll go get it. Where's your bodyguard? I didn't bring him. What? You've been so bold recently. Gu Jingze said, I've been much safer than before. So that was why. Lin Che asked, is it because Black Hawk is standing with you now? That's part of the reason. Black Hawk used to be famous for going against the Gu family. Many hired killers came from his side. After all, he is the king of assassinations and the strongest killer in the killer organization. That sounds really scary. All right, he's working with me now, so you don't have to worry about this. All right. Gu Jingze patted her head as if he was patting a child. Lin Che felt that she was really something. She already had a child, but why did she still act like a child in front of him? That in fact, she also knew that it really depended on the person. If she was alone, she could be a mother who could support the family, but once she was with him, she would automatically become younger. Because he doted on her too much and was too protective of her, she didn't like to use her brain or her hands when she was with him. Fortunately, she had gone out to explore in the past few years. If she had always been by his side, she might have really been raised into an idiot by him. After that, Gu Jingze left the room to get the script from Shui Yang. Shui Yang was shocked when he opened the door. Looking at Gu Jingze only said calmly, I'm here to get Lin Che's script. Shui Yang quickly said, oh, Mr. Gu, come in and have a seat. I'll go get it right away. No need, I'll take it and leave. She's still waiting in the room. Okay, I'll get it for Mr. Gu right away. Shui Yang quickly brought the script to Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze thanked him and left. Shui Yang entered the room. Albai was still there, sitting cross-legged on his sofa. She said, who is it? You look so nervous. Shui Yang touched his head. Gu Jingze is here to help Sister Che get the script. Then why do you look like that? What's wrong? It's nothing. I just feel that Sister Che is really ordering Gu Jingze around like a servant. Albai laughed. Of course, she doesn't think much of it. Sigh. Poor Gu Jingze. Instead of being a big CEO, he came here to run errands. And he ran quite happily. In another room of the hotel, Pengyu had just finished washing up and was wearing a bathrobe and applying skincare products. Her staff hurriedly ran in from outside. I saw the man in Lin Che's room come out. He's in the corridor. Pengyu immediately stood up. Her bathrobe almost fell off, but she didn't care at all. In any case, the staff in the room had seen everything when she was changing her clothes urgently. Did she think that her beautiful body was meant for people to see? He's finally out? After coming back from the production crew, she had gotten someone to keep an eye on the room and get them to call her immediately if there was any movement. Although no one had found out who this person was, she was sure that he was not an ordinary person. As long as she could get in touch with him, there would definitely be a lot of benefits. The staff said, he's coming over, because Gu Jingze wanted to go downstairs to look for Shui Yang, and Shui Yang's room was downstairs. There was still quite a distance before he could come up. Pengyu immediately applied some makeup on herself. It was hard to see the traces of makeup on her face, but it decorated her entire cheeks, making her look very transparent and bright. Her big eyes twinkled, which made her look very charming. In this industry, many women would put on this kind of makeup. When they went out, they would look naked without makeup, but in fact, they were not naked at all. She put on the bathrobe and walked out. As expected, Gu Jingze happened to walk to her door. She hurriedly opened the door and saw Gu Jingze's straight figure approaching. She tripped, pretended to step on her bathrobe, and fell down. Ouch! Her shoulders were exposed. The bathrobe was completely transparent, and everything could be seen clearly, especially half of her breasts, which were almost exposed. It looked very tempting. If it were any other man, he would have already swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene. She knew the advantages of her body and was good at using them. Seeing the man in front of her stop, although she didn't look up at his expression, Peng Yu felt that he must be staring at her in a daze. After all, no one would refuse a piece of meat that was delivered to their mouth. Moreover, she had always been similar to Lin Che in some aspects, such as long legs and a thin face. At this moment, she was glad that she had always hated it. In fact, many men liked the same type of girls, so some men had many girlfriends. However, each type was similar because everyone had their own aesthetic standards. Men had their own fixed aesthetic standards, even if others didn't understand them. However, the man in front of her didn't move at all. Chapter 833. She couldn't help raising her head to look at the man in front of her. His legs looked even longer, and the way he spread his legs apart made him look like a British gentleman. He looked very elegant. However, when she raised her head, she saw his blank expression, as if he was looking at a pile of wood. Peng Yu was stunned. What kind of reaction was that? She had met so many men of all shapes and sizes, but when they saw her, none of them didn't take the bait. That was just a little bit of attraction. She saw that she was very valuable in his eyes, so she deliberately increased her efforts, striving to succeed in one go. However, he looked at her now. Not only did he not have any reaction, but he also looked so calm. Peng Yu didn't know how to react. She could only look down at herself, and then at him. She even screamed, as if she just realized that she was exposed. She began to fiddle with her clothes, trying to cover up her appearance, but in fact, she deliberately made her clothes bigger. Gu Jingze snorted. Looking at such a woman, he only felt annoyed. He glanced at her with disgust and turned to leave. In fact, he didn't encounter many women who came to his door because he always had bodyguards with him. If there was anything, the bodyguards would directly stop them. Now that Lin Che was back, he hoped to live a normal married life with Lin Che, so he didn't bring anyone with him. However, Gu Jingze was no stranger to her naked eyes. In the past, there were many women who had such thoughts, but because there were so many of them, he felt annoyed when he saw them. Gu Jingze couldn't understand the minds of those men. Why would they be interested in other women when they already had one? Especially those men who would still look for other women when their own women were already very beautiful. Now, when he saw any woman, he felt that they couldn't be compared to Lin Che. Whether it was their face, intelligence, or the purity of their hearts, they weren't on the same level. Comparing these people to Lin Che was like insulting Lin Che. When he snorted and walked over, Peng Yu stood up angrily. "Hey, why are you like this? I've already fallen down, and you're ignoring me." He turned around and said, "I don't need to care. Haven't you already stood up by yourself?" His deep voice sounded so magnetic. Peng Yu felt that she was going to be drunk. Even if he wasn't a millionaire, she didn't want to let such a wonderful man go. She rolled her eyes and threw herself at Gu Jingze. "I don't care. You don't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. I won't comply. I won't comply." Gu Jingze was stunned. Then he felt Peng Yu throw herself on him. Gu Jingze turned around and pushed her away. Peng Yu was pushed to the ground. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She supported herself on the ground and looked at him. "You, how could you?" But at this moment, Lin Che suddenly pushed open the door and walked out. She was just curious why it took so long to get the script. When he opened the door, he didn't expect to see such a scene. Seeing Peng Yu still lying on the ground and Lin Che coming out, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. In Peng Yu's opinion, it was normal to steal a man. She didn't mind being so direct and forceful. And the strange thing was some men liked to be robbed. How many men had she met like this? If you directly snatched them away, they would feel excited and their vanity would be greatly satisfied. Therefore, Peng Yu wasn't afraid of snatching a man away. She stood up and looked at Lin Che. She said, "Really, this shabby hotel is no good. The floor is too slippery." Lin Che looked at Peng Yu's movements and then at her messy clothes. She was really shockingly handsome. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze looked indifferent. He only glanced at Peng Yu from the corner of his eye. Lin Che's eyes froze. He suddenly had an idea. Since Peng Yu wanted to act, he would give her a full performance. She grabbed Gu Jingze angrily. Suddenly, she looked aggrieved and distressed. She shook Gu Jingze's body and said, "What were you doing just now? What were you doing behind my back?" Gu Jingze knew Lin Che well. He knew that she wouldn't look like that, especially in such a distressed and exaggerated way, that if she was really angry, she would have run away in anger. Gu Jingze said, "No. Lin Che, listen to me." Gu Jingze smiled and cooperated with them. Lin Che said, "I won't listen. I won't listen. How could you touch such a trashy woman? You disappoint me. Move away." Gu Jingze quickly hugged her. "Listen to me. I didn't even touch such a trashy woman. Really, I only want you. I don't want anyone else. I don't believe it. Humph. She's already naked. Although she's so ugly, her breasts are obviously made, and her body is obviously liposuction, and her chin is almost protruding out. No man will reject a woman who sends herself to his door." Peng Yu was so angry that her face was distorted. How could she say that about her? However, Gu Jingze still cooperated. "I'm not like those men. I like people like you who are natural. I won't even look at someone like her who's made. Really, I promise." He vowed with a face full of sincerity. Lin Che was still sorrowful, and he began to beat his chest. "I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm telling the truth. Don't be angry. I don't know what to do when you're angry. Hurry up. Let's go inside. The air here smells terrible. Yeah, it smells like a vixen. Let's go." You. Lin Che, don't go too far. Who cares? Just wait and see. I don't believe I don't have a chance." She looked at Gu Jingze's back. "Handsome, don't be a coward. You won't know if you don't try. My skills are amazing. I'll make you feel like you're on cloud 9. Gu Jingze slammed the door shut. Lin Che burst into laughter when she came in. Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. Seeing that she had laughed enough, he said, "All right, I've brought the script for you." Lin Che pouted and looked at him. "Humph, you've seen it. Are you really not tempted at all?" Gu Jingze hugged her. "Yeah, I didn't even look at it. Yours is enough for me to play with for the rest of my life. I don't like anyone else's." Lin Che's face was bright red. She pinched his hand angrily. "Jerk!" Outside, Peng Yu returned empty-handed. She was so angry that she didn't know where to vent her anger. This man looked so tall, but he was so obedient in front of Lin Che. How did Lin Che train him? Chapter 834. Peng Yu had to admit that Lin Che was much more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. She couldn't tell that she was good with men, even though she looked so innocent. She wasn't willing to give up, but she didn't despair. She just believed that there was nothing she couldn't pry open, especially just now that she still had a trick up her sleeve. After entering the room, she asked the staff, "How was it? Did you get anything?" The staff said, "Yes, but..." Peng Yu glared at the staff. "But what? Let me see." Peng Yu grabbed the camera and saw that the picture was good. The picture of her throwing herself at the man was very graceful, as if they were hugging each other. She had to admit that this kind of photography technique was good. She just had to make up a story, and it would be easy to convince people. Peng Yu said, "I want to see what Lin Che will do when these pictures are released." The staff member hurriedly said, "But our people just want to check, and there's news. Did you find out who he is?" "Yes, we asked and sent the picture to them. Someone said that he is Guze." "What?" Peng Yu cried out in surprise. There was a lot of news about Gu Jingze these days. Because he had just become the master of the Gu family, many people knew about him. "He is the master of the Gu family?" "Yes." Peng Yu's eyes darkened. Lin Che had met such a good sugar daddy. She was so jealous. Why was it that all the people she met were the bosses of this company and that company? but none of them were from such a big international corporation or such an ancient rich family. But then Peng Yu's eyes lit up. She didn't have many chances to meet such a person. She had met Gu Jingze because of Lin Che and had even taken such a picture with him. It was already very good to use this picture to scare people. After all, the man in the picture was none other than Gu Jingze. Peng Yu couldn't understand why Gu Jingze had been so obedient in front of Lin Che. He had been so humble, and he had even coaxed Lin Che. He was the leader of the Gu family, the head of the Gu family. How could he listen to a mere artist and treat her so well? Could it be that Lin Che had been poisoned by someone? However, it was impossible to cast a spell. She didn't believe in such a thing. But she just couldn't understand how Lin Che could make Gu Jingze so obedient in front of her. She became even more jealous. That night, Peng Yu read the comments on the internet and basically gave up the competition the next day. It seemed like the internet was full of praises for Lin Che. Because of her, the number of views had increased by several times. It seemed that there was no hope for her to make a comeback. The next day, Peng Yu found an excuse and left. Therefore, the next day, Lin Che directly won the first place. She still felt a little bored. Peng Yu didn't dare to fight with her face to face. She found an excuse that she suddenly fell ill. Although many people scolded her for making excuses and saying that she didn't dare to fight with her, she didn't care. Anyway, after a while, everyone had forgotten about this matter. She still had something to say. This was different from directly losing to Lin Che. They didn't really compete, so she could say whatever she wanted. No one had directly proven that she wasn't as good as Lin Che, although everyone had already thought so in their hearts. They went straight back to City B from here. Gu Jingze took Lin Che all the way. As for Peng Yu, she heard that Lin Che had been confirmed to join Yin Shangshu's new TV series. It was an ancient TV series about rebirth. There were 2 female leads, one good and one bad. The first thing Peng Yu did when she got back was to find someone to contact Yin Shangshu and tell him that she wanted to be the other female lead, the bad one. She hoped Yin Shangshu would agree. Yin Shangshu didn't want to agree at first, but Peng Yu used the photo, just taken to hint to Yin Shangshu that she was Gu Jingze's woman. Seeing this, Yin Shangshu reluctantly agreed, although he was unwilling. Peng Yu had a good plan. She thought that if she could have a relationship with Lin Che, she might be able to meet Gu Jingze again. After all, it was not easy to meet such a person. Her staff really didn't want to agree. She was already inferior to Lin Che. If she still wanted to be in the same TV series as Lin Che, wouldn't she be scolded? Peng Yu said indifferently, "What do you know? In TV series, it's easy to have bad acting skills. Although she acts as a good person, she might not be likable. A good character can easily be scolded as a saintess, but a bad character is different. I'll find someone to hype it up." Humph. So what if she's good at acting? The audience can't tell. The staff was still worried. She felt that Peng Yu couldn't win against Lin Che. Lin Che was a senior, after all. Moreover, he had been popular for so many years, so there must be something unique about him. Yu Minmin received a call from home the moment she got back. Her family had been living well these few years. Papa Yu was so fat that he needed to lose weight. Her mother's illness had also improved a lot. Her brother had also been admitted to a good school and was studying abroad. Recently, she planned to let him take the IELTS and TOEFL exams to get a scholarship and go to a university abroad. Just when everything seemed to be going well, Papa Yu suddenly called and said, "Bad news, Minmin. Papa was tricked by someone." Now, after listening to his brief explanation, Yu Minmin hurried back home. The house was quite big, so Yu Minmin found a nanny to clean up the house. Because she and Lin Che had made a lot of money from the company they had set up, she could afford a nanny, so she was more generous to her mother. Papa Yu waited anxiously at the door. When he saw Yu Minmin come back, he quickly said that he would give me some money. "As long as I can see Mr. President, he will give me money." I saw that it was a lot of money, so I agreed. Now, I don't dare to tell you. Secondly, I found out that he recorded it. He threatened me yesterday and said that he wanted me to give him 5 million yuan. Otherwise, this recording will be released and you will definitely be condemned. What should I do?" Yu Minmin said. "Where did you meet him?" I met him when I was eating out." Yu Minmin didn't think it was strange. Since he was here for money, it was fine if it was just for money. However, she still had a strange feeling that something was wrong. Yu Minmin said, "Give me this person's phone number. I'll see what's going on." Okay, Minmin, you have to think of a way. Papa, you knew that it was all because of Yu Minmin that he was able to live such a good life. He didn't want to live a life of being looked down upon by others anymore. If Yu Minmin got into trouble because of this, what would happen to his family? Chapter 835. Yu Minmin looked at this and didn't dare to make the call. She felt that Gu Jingming was more experienced in this aspect, so she brought it back to Glass Palace. When Gu Jingming came back, he saw Yu Minmin in the study. He smiled and walked over to her. He walked behind her and kissed her ear. Yu Minmin was deep in thought. She was startled and looked up. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Gu Jingming's smiling face. She looked at him and complained, "You didn't make a sound when you came in." Gu Jingming said, "I see that you're thinking about something." "Why? Are you thinking about me?" Yu Minmin looked up. "I'm not thinking about you." "Oh, there's something that's more attractive than me?" Gu Jingming said. Yu Minmin thought that there really wasn't. However, she was thinking about something else. It wasn't something attractive, but something that she had to deal with. She said, "My dad met a swindler today. I think it's weird, so I want you to take a look." Gu Jingming sat down and said seriously, "What do you mean?" Yu Minmin quickly told him what had happened. The more Gu Jingming listened, the darker his face became. After a while, Gu Jingming said, "Did you call him?" Yu Minmin shook her head. "I think it's weird. I didn't call him." "That's right. Give me the phone. Don't touch it." "Why? Is it serious?" Gu Jingming said, "No. It's just that it'll be fine if you don't touch it. Then it'll have nothing to do with you. If you call him, he might say that you're involved in the whole thing and that you knew about him spending money to see me." Yu Minmin suddenly understood. "Then you're lucky that I didn't call him, right?" "That's right. Someone wants money, but I'm not sure if someone is trying to lure you into calling him." Yu Minmin's heart turned cold. Thinking about it, it was indeed possible. It might be a big conspiracy against her. Gu Jingming looked at her. "I didn't know that you're so smart to tell me." Yu Minmin said, "I'm the boss of a company after all. I have a nose for conspiracies. When I first got the phone, I just thought that I shouldn't make the call blindly and that I should plan ahead. Otherwise, I might be in danger." Gu Jingming kissed her. Yu Minmin said, "But who would want to target me? What good would it do them to target me?" "It's hard to say for now. Let me check the phone number first." Yu Minmin nodded. "I'll leave it to you then." Yu Minmin suddenly had a feeling that he could rely on someone when he was in trouble. Moreover, this person was so strong. Gu Jingming wrapped his arms around her. "Let's go to the bedroom." Yu Minmin felt that his gaze when he talked about the bedroom was a little weird, that Gu Jingming smiled wickedly and picked her up in his arms. After a while, Gu Jingming checked the phone number. However, he found that it was a very strange number. It seemed to be a foreign agent's number, but it was used by spies. Ordinary people might not know, but Gu Jingming knew. Linda was an expert in dealing with spies. Linda felt something was wrong when she saw the number. She checked it and found it was the number of a foreign agent. Spies might use this number when contacting each other because it could not be eavesdropped and the source of the signal could not be traced. Gu Jingming understood that this number could not be a simple scam. Someone must be targeting Yu Minmin on purpose or directly targeting him. At night, Gu Jingming went straight to Chen Yuqing's house. When it came to criminal psychology, the psychologist Chen Yuqing was naturally the best. Moreover, Chen Yuqing's family had always been involved in espionage research in America. Hence, Gu Jingming went straight to the house. The Chen family looked very cozy. To put it nicely, Chen Yuqing did not want to compete and liked the countryside. To put it bluntly, he did not want to improve. He did not want to be a good professor, but hid at home and enjoyed his life. When he entered the Chen family's house, the Chens saw that the president had arrived in person. They quickly went to look for Chen Yuqing. However, Chen Yuqing was in the room, washing Shen Yuren's feet. The helper hurried in and said, "Sir." Chen Yuqing looked up and said, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you see that he was washing your feet?" The helper's mouth twitched. After Shen Yuren gave birth, her feet were not very comfortable. When the weather was cold, her feet would feel cold. Hence, she would often soak her feet in medicinal water at night. When it was hot, she would feel very comfortable. Today, Chen Yuqing suddenly had the idea to wash Shen Yuren's feet. Shen Yuren chuckled and placed a foot on Chen Yuqing's shoulder. That's right. Our foot washer hasn't finished serving you yet. Come on, hurry up and wash my feet. Otherwise, I'll take all the tips. Chen Yuqing said, Yes, boss. I'll definitely be attentive. Wash your feet, wash your body, do whatever feels comfortable. If you still want to, I can even offer my body. Go away. Who wants your body? You don't have the body of a little fresh meat. But I have the skills of a little fresh meat. Get lost. Shen Yuren almost splashed the foot washing water on him. Hey. You can't hit me just because you don't like it. Are you a boss? Chen Yuqing was still acting. However, they heard a voice at the door. Why? Is this domestic violence? Only then did the two of them react. They looked up and were shocked. Gu Jingming came in. Hey, Mr. President. Shen Yuren jumped down. She thought to herself, this is so embarrassing. It was seen by the president. Gu Jingming looked at the two of them with a smile. This couple's life was really interesting. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Why would I? Why would I? Shen Yuren said quickly. Chen Yuqing stood up and said, Hey, luckily Mr. President is here. Otherwise, I would have been beaten up. Go to hell. Shen Yuren quickly hit Chen Yuqing to stop him from talking nonsense. Wouldn't that ruin her image? Gu Jingming smiled and said, You're living a good life. Shen Yuren's face turned red. She was making a scene at home and was embarrassed to be seen. She had been with Chen Yuqing for so many years, and her life had become much better than before. Everyone in the family knew that she had married a rich man and lived a sweet life. In the past, people thought that she wouldn't have a good life after marrying him. Now, they didn't dare to say anything. Shen Yuren felt that she was too comfortable and had forgotten what it meant to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Gu Jingming said, I came so late because I need your help with something. Chapter 836. Hearing Gu Jingming's words, Shen Yuren said sensibly, Go out and talk. I'll clean up the place first. Chen Yuqing nodded. Then he stood up, dusted his hands, and walked out with Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming told him what had happened. He sat down outside and looked at Chen Yuqing. I'm only telling you about this. I want you to help me find out which spy is behind this. I need to know what this person's motive is. Chen Yuqing looked at it and said, I don't think it's a large-scale spy operation. It's an outdated method. I've seen the latest one. My father showed it to me when I came home. This number should be outdated. From your description, I think it might be a revenge operation against Madam. Against Min Min? That's right. If it's against you, it should be more sophisticated. I think it's a private deal between the upper class. It's not someone from the upper class or the military, so it's possible that they don't understand these things. I can see that this person is knowledgeable, but it's not a big operation. They don't want to target you. Gu Jingming's eyes darkened. He narrowed his eyes and said after a long time, Okay, I understand. Help me find out who it might be. Chen Yuqing said, It's easy to analyze. If this is a crime, from the perspective of criminal psychology, this person must have a motive. Why would he target Madam, but not you? He's close to you and has feelings for you. Why would he target Madam? Because Madam is blocking his interests. In other words, being the president's wife is blocking his interests. In Xia. Gu Jingming suddenly called out this name. Chen Yuqing spread his hands. This is just my analysis. Gu Jingming knew that Chen Yuqing was just analyzing. But after such a simple description, it was immediately reflected on In Suya and her fiancé, Fang Zhongmo, who was working in the military. Gu Jingming didn't want Fang Zhongmo to be involved in this. But if it was true that Gu Jingming stood up and patted Chen Yuqing's shoulder. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. President thinks highly of me. Gu Jingming said, Because my wife is involved, I think it's a personal matter. So, I can't ask the government. However, in private, he only knew that Chen Yuqing was trustworthy. After all, Chen Yuqing had been with the Gu family for many years and was Gu Jing's closest friend. Although he always called Gu Jing's a boss, The relationship between him and Gu Jingze was not as simple as that of a boss and an employee. Even if they didn't call each other friends, they definitely treated each other like friends. When Shen Yuran saw that he had left, he hurriedly walked out. "Wow, what's the matter, Mr. President?" came personally. It was really impossible to guard against the president's visit. She leaned against the door and saw Gu Jingming's car leaving. Behind them were the president's personal guards, and they all walked away in a flash. How awe-inspiring. Such a group of people running over attracted the attention of the neighbors. Shen Yuran didn't look at him again. She turned to Chen Yuqing and asked, "Is it something serious?" Chen Yuqing said, "It's a private matter, and it's not convenient for him to ask the people of the National Security Bureau. So he came to me to ask about you, Min Min. He probably has a suspect now, so he left." "Ah, about Min Min?" She said, "Hubby, I think you're very capable. Why didn't Mr. President just ask you to go to the National Security Bureau?" "Am I crazy? It's not enough to serve a man from the Gu family. I have to go to the National Security Bureau to serve Gu Jingming. It's better for us to live a leisurely life with Gu Jingming's annual salary of tens of millions." Shen Yuran said, "Forget it." It was as if he cared about the tens of millions. Actually, Chen Yuqing didn't lack the money. He had given up some other work for the sake of research. However, the National Security Bureau wouldn't be easy to stay in. She just felt that it would be a waste for Chen Yuqing, who was so capable, to spend his entire life doing research without going out. However, there were benefits to doing research. No matter what, he would always be with her. She hugged him and said, "I don't have much to do recently. My research is also at a bottleneck. I really don't know what to do. If you can't do it, go and play with Lin Che. It's much more lively at her place." "Okay, you're right. She's going to film soon. If I have nothing to do, I can go to the filming site to see some fresh meat." She was about to float away when Chen Yuqing pulled her back. "You can go and play, but you can't see any fresh meat." "Yes, I know. My hubby is the best. I don't like any fresh meat." "Okay. Yeah, that's right. Let's go in. I'll help you massage your feet. It's a technique I just learned." "Let's go. Massage more comfortably. I'll give you more benefits tonight." Chen Yuqing's eyes lit up when he heard this. He walked in with all his might. Gu Jingming returned to Glass Palace. Yu Min Min was already asleep. She was curled up on the bed, sleeping quietly. She didn't move even when he came in. He walked over, stroked her cheek, kissed her face gently, and walked out. "Linda, get someone to investigate Fang Zhoumo. I'll also set up a trap for him to jump into." Linda was stunned. "Mr. Fang? If he really did it, then he's no longer Mr. Fang." Gu Jingming's gaze deepened. He looked into the night sky, as if his eyes were shrouded in darkness. "How dare they touch you, Min Min?" Gu Jingming would never allow anyone to touch Min Min again, especially Fang Zhoumo and Yin Suya. As his friends, they wanted to touch the person closest to him. This was something he couldn't tolerate. When Lin Che reached the office, Yu Min Min suddenly said, "There's bad news for your TV series." "What?" "Peng Yu want to act in it." "Fuck." Lin Che thought of the day when Peng Yu went to Gu Jing's place. He felt disgusted. Fortunately, Gu Jingze wouldn't fall for her trick at all. She said she's digging her own grave. "Yeah, she'll definitely be there for the opening ceremony in the afternoon. I'll inform the media to go and watch the show." Sigh. The crew was ruined by a rat. But it looks like the filming is going to be lively. At least it won't be boring, right? Yu Min Min lay there. "Io, you've become more open-minded." Lin Che sighed. "Yeah, since there's going to be trouble anyway, why not be more open-minded? Otherwise, it's not good to live in trouble every day." "That's a good idea." Chapter 837. In the afternoon, the start of the TV series was held. This Rebirth TV series was actually a drama with a female lead, so the company really didn't want Shui Yang to act in it. After all, the male lead's role wasn't very strong, and the female lead's role was more important. Most of the plot was about the quarrel between the female lead, and the male lead could only be regarded as a foil at most. Without Shui Yang, the male lead found by the crew was also a little fresh meat. In recent times, he was also a very popular male lead. However, he was much less popular than Shui Yang. When Lin Che arrived at the set and got out of the car, she saw a group of fans standing there, holding up Lin Che's name, which looked very spectacular. Lin Che didn't expect that there would be fans coming today, so she quickly thanked them. The scene was noisy, and Lin Che couldn't stay for long. She bowed to everyone and followed the staff inside. The crew was also very polite to Lin Che, and they watched as Lin Che respectfully welcomed her in. At first, everyone was a little skeptical about letting Lin Che replace the newcomer as the female lead. After all, Lin Che had been away for a long time. When artists returned, many of them actually couldn't make a comeback. They couldn't return to the height of the past, no matter what. In this industry, they couldn't leave for too long. After a long time, the fans would run away, and everyone would be attracted by new things. Very few people would be able to look back at the original artists. After all, people were actually quite fond of the new and tired of the old, especially now that the information was so advanced. Many new people appeared every day, and there was no lack of interesting people, interesting topics, and interesting artists. So what if she came back? How many audiences would buy her? They were tired of watching her in the past, but now they were willing to watch her when she came back. However, unexpectedly, Lin Che went to participate in an entertainment program, which was the National Drama Festival. Not only did her appeal not decrease, but she also became a topic of discussion again. Therefore, everyone finally didn't think that she was the kind of person who couldn't make a comeback anymore. It seemed that she still had a chance. Today, there were a lot of fans, so everyone hurried to welcome Lin Che in. After a while, Peng Yu arrived as expected. Peng Yu got out of the car and saw the people inside first. She felt a little strange. Why were there so many people around? When she got out of the car, she saw that they were all fans. She frowned. She felt a headache when she saw Lin Che's name. After getting out of the car, she was too lazy to look at it again. He sat down and said to her, "Sister Che, we meet again. I'm still young and immature. I've offended Sister Che in the past. Since we're working together this time, please don't hold it against me, Sister Che." Lin Che nodded and said, "Since you've already admitted that you're a despicable person, what else can I say?" Peng Yu's eyes widened, and she looked at Lin Che with even more fury. She was just saying it casually, but Lin Che didn't play by the rules either. Lin Che smiled and stood up. Without putting on any more makeup, he left the room. Lin Che couldn't be bothered to play any tricks or play any polite words with him. When she came back, her thoughts were very simple. She acted because she liked it. She wanted to do it, so she didn't want to be unhappy. She just wanted to do it according to her heart. The launch conference soon began. After the ceremony, many people stood between Lin Che and Peng Yu. The two of them didn't interact much. This time, they were mainly filming their fight. But now that she thought about it, the fight was quite realistic. After the ceremony, it was time for the media to ask questions and interview questions. When the host announced, the reporters swarmed over and surrounded Lin Che, wanting to hear her speak and listen to her interview. Because the reporters knew that Peng Yu wasn't a good person to interview. She didn't know how to speak and didn't have any highlights, so they didn't bother to interview her. Peng Yu didn't expect such a scene. She stood there angrily and looked back and forth. She wanted to curse, but she couldn't. She gritted her teeth and looked at the damn reporters, cursing them all in her heart. Lin Che was in the limelight, and no one could suppress him. Peng Yu left in anger and asked the staff to start slandering Lin Che. Hire the internet water army to slander her. Steal her role and act like a big shot. Anyway, slander her as much as you can. Peng Yu thought about it. She was unhappy that she had been overshadowed by her from the beginning. She simply said, "No, I'll expose the photos of me and Gu Jingze. It will definitely be big news. Let's see if she can steal the limelight from me. What could be more popular than Gu Jingze's scandal?" The staff's hands were trembling, but they had to do it. They knew this girl's character. If they didn't do it, it would turn the world upside down. But if they did it, that it was Gu Jingze. Wouldn't they have a problem? Gu Jingze came to pick her up after the ceremony. On the way back, Lin Che called the kindergarten and asked about Nian Yin's situation. Of course, the kindergarten said that everything was fine, but Gu Jingze had informed the kindergarten in advance that Nian Yin would be free for a few hours every afternoon for professional training. So the kindergarten had to hide it from Lin Che. Seeing that she had made the call, Gu Jingzi said to her, "All right, Jing Yin is coming back today. We have to go back and visit her." "Oh yeah, I haven't seen Jing Yin since I came back." "You can't see her. She just quarreled with Liu Beichen and went abroad with the child." Lin Che said, "They're still quarreling?" "They don't quarrel often, but it's good to quarrel occasionally." Lin Che felt that this husband and wife were quite amazing. Soon, they arrived at the Gu residence. Gu Jingyan gave birth to a girl named Little Apple. Everyone called her Guohua. This little princess was born a few days later than Yin Yin, so she was considered Yin Yin's younger sister. As soon as they entered, they saw Guo was sitting on Mu Wanqing's lap, eating a big apple. Gu Jingyan saw Lin Che and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, I haven't seen you in a long time." She threw herself at Lin Che and hugged him. Lin Che felt her passion again. She hugged him tightly and only let him go after a long while. Lin Che said, "I heard that you went abroad after the quarrel." Gu Jingyan waved her hand and said, "Don't talk about the past." "Hey, why don't I see my nephew?" Gu Jingzi said from behind, "He's busy with school." However, Lin Che went over to look at Little Apple first. She looks so much like her daddy. Luckily, her daddy is a handsome guy, so she's still very pretty. Gu Jingyan sighed. "What a waste." Sigh. "I feel sad just thinking about it." Lin Che lowered his head and pinched Little Apple's face. Looking at such a cute little face, he couldn't help but want to kiss and caress it. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh to Mu Wanqing, who was smiling. "Actually, I want to give birth to a girl too." Hearing this, Gu Jingzi replied quickly, "If you want to, we'll do it right away. We can go in and make a baby now." Lin Che looked up and glared at him. Gu Jingyan said, "Second brother, you can't be so direct." Gu Jingzi said, "Do you have a problem with that?" Chapter 838. Gu Jingyan rolled her eyes. I'm fine. Are you done?" During the meal, Gu Jingyan kept telling Lin Che to bring the kids along. They could go out and have fun together. It would be very loving for the older brother to bring the younger sister along. After the meal, Gu Jingyan asked Lin Che, "I saw that sister-in-law had already started filming when she came back. Is she busy now?" Lin Che said, "She hasn't started filming yet, so she's not busy for the time being." "That's great. Let's go out together later. I haven't seen sister-in-law for a long time. Let's go out for a drink and have some fun." Gu Jingzi said, "Just say that you don't want to go home yet and want to continue fooling around." Gu Jingyan looked up and glared at Gu Jingzi. "It's none of your business." What Gu Jingzi meant was that Gu Jingyan didn't want to go back and listen to Liu Beichen's apology, so she wanted to continue staying outside. Liu Beichen was a little annoying, but Gu Jingyan was too stubborn. That was why the two of them were so helpless. Their personalities clashed. Of course, Lin Che nodded in agreement. When they went out, Gu Jingzi followed them. Gu Jingyan had left the kids there. She looked back at Gu Jingzi and said, "Are you going to follow the girls out?" Gu Jingzi didn't say anything. He opened the door and went out to get the car. He turned back and said to her, "I'm worried that you'll lead her astray." Even Lin Che felt that it was enough. Gu Jingyan rolled her eyes. The three of them got into the car and went to a shop outside. When they entered, they saw that Gu Jingyan was a regular customer who hadn't been here for a long time. Seeing her come in, the manager came over to greet her. "Miss Gu, you haven't been here for a long time," the manager said. "Yeah, I stayed abroad for a while," Gu Jingyan said. When the manager saw Lin Che behind her, he was stunned for a moment before he recognized that it was Lin Che. However, they had professional ethics. In a place like this, they couldn't talk to anyone they met. It was best to pretend that they didn't see anything. He brought them to a booth inside. This was a very tasty Gothic bar. The atmosphere was quiet, and people were drinking red wine or other beverages. There weren't many people, and no one was singing. They just sat quietly and chatted. Gu Jingyan said, "The wine here is very good. I used to come here occasionally. How about I take you to try their cocktails today?" Lin Che said, "Okay, it's okay to drink. But if I get drunk, you might have to carry me back." "Okay, I will. But I'm afraid. Second brother won't let me touch you. After all, if you drink, he'll have a chance to make you drunk. Gu Jingyan laughed and looked at Gu Jingzi. Gu Jingzi calmly held the glass and took a sip of lemon water. No need. I can have sex anytime. I don't need to be drunk at all. Lin Che continued to glare at him and said, yeah, shameless people can always be shameless. They don't need alcohol to boost their courage. Gu Jingzi looked at her. Don't you like that I'm shameless? You. Gu Jingzi raised an eyebrow. Gu Jingyan couldn't take it anymore. Hey, I'm arguing. Don't you think about how I feel? You still have the cheek to talk about arguing? You were the one who wanted to marry him. Now that the child is so big, you still have the cheek to say that you're arguing? When the child grows up, you'll continue to argue and make the child laugh at you. Gu Jingyan wrung her hands. She didn't want to, but when two people were together, there would always be friction. She thought that the longer they were together, the less friction there would be. Actually, that wasn't the case. The longer they were together, the more friction there would be. This time, because of the company's project, the two of them fought. It almost caused an internal fight in the board of directors. In the end, it was old Master Lu who stepped in to mediate. Otherwise, everyone would have thought that the couple was going to go their separate ways. Why would they collude with the board of directors and draw their own forces to fight for the title? Those who didn't know better would have thought that the couple was fighting for power. But in fact, they were very persistent in their work, but they weren't so persistent when it came to power and money. It was just because the two of them had a disagreement that they wanted to defeat each other. In the end, the board of directors understood, and the conspiracy theorists were furious. After the mediation, Gu Jingyan couldn't take it anymore and left. She went abroad for 2 months and only came back when old Master Lu said that he missed Guogua. Gu Jingyan said, "What's the point of saying this now? Do you think I can still get a divorce?" Not long after, a tall man appeared at the door. He was dressed in a suit, but his tie had been pulled to one side. He looked like he had run up and stopped at the door, panting. When he saw the person inside, he placed his hands on his waist and took a deep breath. He said, "Gu Jingyan, who else could it be other than Liu Beichen?" Gu Jingyan was stunned. She found it strange at first. Then, she looked at Gu Jingzi, who was silent. He looked outside, and there was no change in his expression at all. She then realized who had betrayed her. "Second brother," Gu Jingzi said calmly, "I'm giving you a chance. Do you want a divorce, or do you want to go home? Why don't you settle it quickly? What's the point of not going home?" Gu Jingyan looked at Lin Che and said, "Sister-in-law, don't you care about him? Look at him. How can he be like this?" Lin Che shrugged and looked at Gu Jingzi. "I think he's right. It's not a good thing for you to be outside all the time, right?" Gu Jingyan said helplessly, "Sister-in-law, you've been led astray by second brother." Humph! Liu Beichen came to them. He looked at Gu Jingzi and Lin Che and said to Gu Jingyan, "Where's Guogua?" "What?" Gu Jingyan raised her head and drank the water in her cup. She couldn't be bothered to look at him. "You're taking Guogua away. How dare you ask me why? Guogua is my daughter. Why should I ask you if I want to take her away?" Gu Jingyan retorted. Liu Beichen said, "She's your daughter, but she's also my daughter, right? Are you the only one who can give birth to her?" Why can't I? There are so many men out there. You're not the only one who has this ability. You." Liu Beichen was so angry that his face turned pale. Liu Beichen looked at Lin Che and Gu Jingzi. He grabbed Gu Jingyan with one hand and said, "Come out." "What?" "Come out and we'll talk." "No." "Hurry up. Don't waste other people's time." Liu Beichen grabbed Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan blushed. She looked around and let him drag her out. As she walked, she pushed his hand away. "Let go of me. I can walk by myself." Chapter 839. Lin Che watched as the two of them left. She pulled Gu Jingzi's hand. "When did you inform Liu Beichen in private?" Gu Jingzi raised his hand and waved the phone in his hand. Lin Che nodded in realization. She looked at Gu Jingzi. He had been so calm just now, but he had done so many things in secret. Lin Che saw that there were very few people in this bar. There was only a table of them, but the decorations here were especially gorgeous. She couldn't help but think, with so few people here, who knows how much money they made. When she looked down on the red wine brand, a bottle of red wine cost 30,000 yuan. She swallowed her saliva and looked at Gu Jingza, then at the bar. This looks like a very high-end place. Gu Jingza nodded. I've never been here before. Don't worry. What? Lin Che scratched his head in confusion. Gu Jingza tapped her little face. I don't like bars and I don't like to drink. I won't come here to look for women. Don't worry. Lin Che finally understood. She laughed inwardly and teased him. I won't even know if you really come. How about I install a location on my phone for you? How about that? Lin Che was stunned as she looked at him. How could she not trust him? There was no need at all. She was very lucky to have a man who she could trust without needing a GPS thinking about it. She was probably luckier than most people. It wasn't because of Gu Jing's identity, but because of the stability of their marriage. In a marriage, mutual trust was the best. She shook her head and said, there's no need. If you want to go, there's no point in installing it. If you don't want to go, there's no point in installing it, right? Hearing this, Gu Jingza smiled gently. He looked at her pale face and kissed it lightly. At this moment inside, Yin Luo was walking out with a man. This man was her cousin, Situ Qiong. Cousin, I'll tell you, I'll definitely go to your birthday party next time. Okay. Ever since you came to Country C, you've been busy moving. Now that things have settled down, there's still a long way to go. Let's go. I'll get someone to send you out. Yin Luo sighed. All of this doesn't matter. Sigh. It's just that with this illness of mine, there's no tomorrow. How could that be? You're not young anymore. You can start a family and live a good life. It's good for your illness, Situ Qiong said. Yun Luo shook his head. Which man would want a sickly person like me? Situ Qiong had met Yin Luo a few times when she was young. At that time, because of her congenital heart disease, she could not play with the others. She sat there alone and looked quite pitiful. Situ Qiong smiled. You are so beautiful. There are many men who want to marry you. Yun Luo's eyes flashed. However, there was only one man she wanted to marry. She looked back at Situ Qiong. What kind of girls do men like? Situ Qiong said, just like you. Don't most men like this kind of weak girl who needs to be protected? Yun Luo said, really? But I know a girl. I think she's very shrewish and rude, but there are still men who like her. She thought about Lin Che's appearance and felt that this was the impression that Lin Che gave her. Situ Qiong said, how can a girl like her be liked? Yun Luo smiled. She felt a little comforted. Yeah, I thought it was strange too. I thought most men didn't like that kind of girl. That's impossible. If a woman is too shrewish, men will only feel a headache. A girl like you who is obedient, and obedient is a man's destiny. Why? Does it seem like you have someone you like? Situ Qiong looked at her and smiled. Yun Luo blushed. It's nothing. Yun Luo did not know many men. Hearing Situ Qiong say this, she thought that Lin Che was nothing. Maybe Gu Jingza was just blinded for a moment, and that was why he liked her. However, at this moment, as soon as the two of them went out, they suddenly saw a scene that Gu Jingza and Lin Che leaned against each other, talking sweetly. Lin Che didn't know what Gu Jingza said, but when Gu Jingza heard it, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing an extremely charming smile. He looked at the woman beside him happily, reaching out his hand to touch the woman's cheek. He looked so warm and beautiful that anyone who saw him would feel their heart melt. But the woman beside him was Lin Che. Yun Luo was stunned. She did not expect to meet the two of them here. Didn't Gu Jingza never come out here? He must have been brought here by Lin Che. Lin Che did not know anything. He would only lead Gu Jingza astray and cause trouble for him. As Yin Luo thought about it, she saw that Lin Che had already turned his head and was looking at the two people behind him. Lin Che really thought that he was seeing things. He actually saw Yun Luo and Situ Qiong standing together. Yun Luo thought that Lin Che had seen her and hurried over to say, Miss Lin Jingza. When she looked at Gu Jingza, the light in her eyes was obviously different. It made Lin Che feel disgusted. Miss Yun. Lin Che looked up at Situ Qiong and was about to speak. Yun Luo said to Situ Qiong first, this is the girl I was talking about. Situ Qiong was stunned. She was talking about Lin Che. The shrewish girl was actually talking about Lin Che. Then the two of them. Situ Qiong had not seen these rumors and did not know that Gu Jingza and Yun Luo had been thought to be related. She thought that Sidu Cheong already knew that Gu Jingze was married, so she did not think about it. After all, Yun Luo was the only daughter of the Yun family. How could she fall for a married man? But now that she thought about it, if this married man was Gu Jingze, perhaps everything would be different. Yun Luo wanted to continue mocking her. That kind of feeling made her feel very good. She hoped that Sidu Cheong would help her say a few bad things about Lin Che, so that Gu Jingze would know how other men looked at women like Lin Che. However, Sidu Cheong looked at Lin Che and suddenly said, "Why didn't you tell me that you were back? Am I so worthless in your heart?" Yun Luo's face turned deathly pale. She looked at Sidu Cheong in shock, her mouth slightly open and her eyes bulging. Lin Che hurriedly said, "How could that be? I've been busy since I came back. I didn't know if you were still in Country C." Gu Jingze blocked her way. He looked at Sidu Cheong and said coldly, "Why do you matter to her?" Sidu Cheong tilted her head and sneered at Gu Jingze. "What's wrong? You can ask her if I'm important to her." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che threateningly. It was as if he was saying that if she dared to say that she did, he would make her suffer today. Lin Che was being glared at by Gu Jingze and Sidu Cheong. She was speechless and did not know what to say. Sidu Cheong was her master and her friend. How could she not matter? She said this, Chapter 840. Lin Che looked at the two of them and quickly found a topic. "Why are you here, Sidu?" Sidu Cheong said, "My family owns this place." "Huh?" Gu Jingze said, "No wonder the business is so bad." Lin Che thought about it. He didn't say that just now. Sidu Cheong said, "I remember that your sister is a frequent customer of our family. She spends at least 10 million a year." Gu Jingze said, "It's okay to help the poor occasionally." Lin Che really had to give it to Gu Jingze. How could he not be so mean? Yun Luo was shocked. He looked at Sidu Cheong and the others and asked, "Do you know each other?" Lin Che looked at them and asked the same question. "Why are you together?" Sidu Cheong said, "Oh, this is my cousin." Lin Che's mouth twitched. What a small world. But it was understandable. Just like the marriage between the Gu family and the Lu family, it was understandable that Sidu Cheong and the Yun family were relatives. It was easy to imagine the complicated relationships between rich families. Gu Jingze said, "All right, I don't know if Jing Yin will come back. Let's go first." He grabbed Lin Che's hand. Sidu Cheong grabbed his other hand too. "Why are you leaving when we just met?" "Lin Che, are you serious? Is this how you treat your master? A master for a day is a father for life. You're burning bridges after crossing the river." Gu Jingze turned around and saw Sidu Cheong's hand grabbing his. Her eyes had turned from calm to dark. The corners of his mouth curled up into a dissatisfied angle. He still dared to touch Lin Che, that Gu Jingze pulled harder, and Lin Che was dragged behind him. Gu Jingze looked at Sidu Cheong fiercely. Sidu Cheong didn't want to be outdone. "Gu Jingze, what do you mean? I can't even talk to Lin Che? She's your wife, not your slave." "Sidu Cheong, say that again. What's wrong? Am I wrong?" "Sidu Cheong." Gu Jingze's voice was heavy. The Gu family's bodyguards almost rushed in. Sidu Cheong narrowed her eyes. "Everyone, block the way. Don't let anyone in. I want to see if someone really wants to smash my shop." He directly ordered the security guards in the bar. The security guard hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Although the bodyguards trained by Sidu Cheong were not as good as the bodyguards trained by the Gu family, they were not ordinary people after all. The Gu family's bodyguards wouldn't approach them casually. The security guards looked at the Gu family's badges and didn't dare to provoke them. The two groups of people confronted each other at the door. There were also two tall men confronting each other. As for Lin Che, he was about to go crazy. What were they doing? "Hey, stop messing around. There are other guests here. Don't let them laugh at you, okay?" Lin Che said. Sidu Cheong looked at Lin Che and said, "It's okay. This is my place. Whoever dares to laugh at me will definitely be chased out by me. You should know me. I have a bad temper." Understand him? Why did Lin Che want to understand him? When Gu Jingze heard his deliberate provocation, he exploded again. "Sidu Cheong, I think you don't want to live anymore." Lin Che looked at the two of them speechlessly. Seeing that they were about to fight, he reached out and pushed them away. All right, don't act like children, okay? You? Gu Jingze was pushed away. He took a step forward and wanted to say something, but Lin Che stopped him. All right, Gu Jingze. If you keep messing around, I'll go back to America right now. Although Gu Jingze was still angry, he could only stand there and not move. Lin Che then said to Sidu Qiong, you too. Don't talk nonsense. Don't provoke people like a child. How old are you? You're all bosses and CEOs. Don't you feel embarrassed making a scene in front of your employees? Gu Jingze's face became darker and darker. The bodyguards who were watching thought that he was about to lose his temper. They had never seen Gu Jingze lose his temper before. They just thought that he would be very scary when he was angry. However, to everyone's surprise, Gu Jingze just stood there silently with his head lowered. He did not dare to say a word in rebuttal. He was like a child who had just been reprimanded by his mother. Although he was unhappy, he didn't dare to show it that this Gu Jingze. He pampered his little woman too much. Not only was he not angry in front of so many people, he even listened to Lin Che. Sidu Qiong could only stand there and look at Lin Che calmly. All right, I just wanted to talk to you a little more. I'm not planning to leave anyway. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. She dared to say that there would be opportunities in the future. Gu Jingze stared at Sidu Qiong. If it wasn't for the fact that he helped Lin Che, he would have killed him long ago. He dared to covet Lin Che, that he couldn't even have such thoughts. Moreover, he had provoked him time and time again. At this time, Liu Beichen came in that he was shocked when he saw the scene. Hey, what's going on? I haven't seen you in a while. Is it going to be a world war? Sidu Qiong's expression softened. She turned around and looked at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen seemed to have just settled some family matters. He looked relaxed and sloppy, as if he wanted to join in the fun. He looked at Lin Che and smiled with his hands in his pockets. Lil Che, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, Gu Jingze's arms would have developed 6 muscles. He was mocking Gu Jingze for using his hands to satisfy his physical needs. Lin Che blushed when he heard this. This Liu Beichen was really not serious. He walked over and stood next to Lin Che. Sidu Qiong, on the other hand, didn't expect Lin Che to be related to this little tyrant. However, when she saw the two of them together, she felt a little strange. They looked a little alike. Their faces were different, but their aura was similar and the shape of their faces was similar. After a while, Sidu Qiong came back to her senses. She looked at the two of them strangely and said to Lin Che, all right, today's meeting was a little hasty. We'll talk more next time. Lin Che hurriedly said, yes, yes. At this time, she was glad that Liu Beichen came. She quickly pushed Gu Jingze and said, let's go, let's go. Why is Jingyin gone? Did she leave already? Gu Jingze stared at Sidu Qiong threateningly. Sidu Qiong slowly put her hands in her pockets. She looked at him and snorted, not showing any weakness. Fortunately, Gu Jingze was quickly pushed out, and his men followed him out. Chapter 841. Yun Luo hadn't expected Lin Che to know so many upper-class people. Sidu Qiong, who had said that she didn't like her, was actually fighting with Gu Jingze over her. That Yun Luo stared blankly, a complicated expression on her face. When Gu Jingze and Lin Che reached home, Gu Jingze slammed the door and entered the room. Gu Shinian was still at home. He looked up and saw Lin Che. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Che said, go play. She felt that Gu Jingze was sometimes younger than Yin Yin. Entering the room, she saw Gu Jingze standing by the window. She said from behind, hey, are you angry? Gu Jingze didn't say anything. Lin Che leaned over and tugged on his back. You're really angry. She caressed his back from behind. You're the one in the wrong in this matter. He was just joking, but you made it sound as though it was real. If you really fought, it wouldn't look good. You wouldn't look good, and neither would I. You just let people gossip about you. Besides, fighting for no reason is wrong. Gu Jingze still didn't look back. She didn't try to reason with him anymore and hugged Gu Jingze from behind. He definitely knew more than she did. What he needed was something else. Gu Jingze paused. He was about to push her hand away when he felt Lin Che's hand reach into his shirt from behind and start touching him from the inside up. His burning chest suddenly became incomparably firm and erect. The moment her body touched his anger had miraculously dissipated. This woman was really good at attracting bees and butterflies. But thinking about it, Sidu Cheong wasn't someone that everyone would fall for. He had good taste. Lin Che had been able to attract people so easily because she was too good. However, this woman was still his. Thinking about it, he didn't have any anger left, especially at this moment. Her body was already coiling around him like a snake, making his whole body excited. He couldn't do anything to her. He couldn't do anything even if he was so angry that he turned around angrily and grabbed her hands. Okay, you asked for it. Don't cry later. Lin Che seemed to see the raging fire in his eyes, as though he was going to burn her to ashes in an instant. He was directly pushed down by him. Lin Che looked at his hungry, wolf-like appearance and immediately regretted it. I really shouldn't have flirted with him. At night, Lin Che called Sidu Cheong. Sidu Cheong said, "Your company even gave me a bonus." Lin Che knew that Situ also had shares in the company. Although it was just a symbolic investment, it wasn't a lot of money. At that time, Situ had used his name. At least it had to be presentable, so he gave it to him. Lin Che said, "Mr. Situ probably won't care about this bit of money, right? Do you think I'm a local tycoon like your husband? I like you. If I had known that your company is developing so well now, I would have invested more." Lin Che was very happy to hear that. That's not a bad compliment. Aren't you doing well now? You're even starting to know how to bootlick. As for you, Sidu thought about it in his heart. But how could he say it out loud? He said, "Oh yeah, are you close to Liu Beichin?" Lin Che said, "I'm doing pretty well. It's just that we haven't seen each other in a long time." "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just realized that you're close when I saw you together today." "I'm the one. I only realized that you're related when I saw you with Yun Luo today." "Yeah, but she's always been in Country M, so we don't spend much time together. It's normal that you're related. After all, there are too many marriages between rich families." "Are you related to Liu Beichin?" "How could it be? My family is small and has no background. The Liu family is such a big family. If we could have even a little connection with them, I wouldn't be so miserable." "Shit. Is this what Mrs. Gu would say? You're the one who's ridiculous. How could I be related to the Liu family? Did you forget that I almost got into a fight with his sister?" "All right, I did forget. But when I saw you standing together with him today, I felt that you two looked a little alike. That's why I said that." Lin Che said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Okay, I'm just saying. I'll talk to you in detail next time when I come to your company." "Okay." Glass Palace. Linda said to Gu Jingming, "I asked someone to imitate Madam's voice and called this number. The number they used is also a spy number. This is the recording." Gu Jingming took the recording and listened to it. Sure enough, he heard the person talking about a deal. Yu Minmin's voice was very clear. She couldn't give too much money, but the other party said that it must be 5 million. Otherwise, her reputation would be ruined. Yu Minmin bargained for a long time, but in the end, she had no choice but to agree. Gu Jingming nodded. "Have you tracked this person?" "Yes, I've followed your instructions." Although he didn't know who this person was and he used a phone number that had no signal, Linda just needed to follow this person because Gu Jingming had a suspect. This meant that Linda had asked someone to keep a close eye on Fong Zhongmo and Yin Suya. In the middle of the night, Fong Zhongmo went out. He took a few rounds outside and finally came to a bar. The people who were looking for fun were still wandering around. There were people everywhere on the street, and no one would pay attention to this place. Fong Zhongmo said, "Did you get it?" The person immediately said, "Yes, I got it. I'll give it to you, but my money." Fong Zhongmo handed over the money and the goods. Because they didn't trust each other, this kind of transaction couldn't be carried out online. It was the rule in the industry to hand over the money and the goods. Otherwise, Fong Zhongmo wouldn't have made this trip. After getting the USB, Fong Zhongmo looked in front of him indifferently. "I didn't expect it to be you." At this moment, a gloomy and disappointed voice came from behind. Fong Zhongmo's face flashed with surprise. He turned around and saw Gu Jingming coming out with his men. He took a step forward. Fong Zhongmo's eyes moved. He looked at the guards behind him, each of them in a state of readiness for battle. Fong Zhongmo laughed and said, "What are you going to do now?" Arrest me and bring me to the National Security Agency? Gu Jingming said, Zhongmo, Minmin is innocent. Why did you touch her? Fang Zhongmo looked at him. Don't you know why? Gu Jingming frowned. Foreign Suya? Zhongmo, you and I are brothers. Now, because of a woman, you betrayed me so easily. A woman? She may be a casual woman to you, but to me, she's the woman I love. The people who were watching from afar thought that it was a fight between gangsters, but when they saw the fighting moves that were more exciting than those in the movies, they couldn't help but stare. This was not a brawl in the ordinary sense. This was a real fight in the truest sense. Gu Jingming looked at Fang Zhongmo through the crowd. The distance between them suddenly widened. Gu Jingming narrowed his eyes and looked at him dangerously. Fang Zhongmo snorted and walked out from the back of the alley under the protection of the Fang family's guards. Gu Jingming immediately called the police station and asked someone to issue a warrant for Fang Zhongmo's arrest. He informed all the places to issue a special warrant for Fang Zhongmo's arrest. Then he asked the personal guards to arrest all the people who were causing trouble at the scene on the grounds that they were defying the law. Those who resisted were handcuffed on the grounds that they attacked public servants. If they couldn't resist, they could use guns. The night seemed to be peaceful, but in the circle of rich and powerful families, the news had already spread. It was just a small piece of news, but it instantly caused a huge uproar. Gu Jingming had publicly broken off relations with the Fang family, a military aristocratic family. The two families directly fought on the street outside, and now it seemed that they were going to fight to the end. Outside, there were also some vague rumors. Someone posted some photos on the internet, saying that they saw people fighting at night. It was a group fight with professional skills. It didn't look normal. However, these photos were instantly deleted. This kind of news was only known by a small number of people, so they couldn't do anything about it. However, it was not allowed to be seen by a large number of people. Everyone knew that the two people were childhood friends. Now that they suddenly fought and made such a big scene, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that the lives of these people in the center of power were not so good. It seemed that they could cover the sky with one hand and get whatever they wanted, but in fact, it was like they were in the eye of the storm. Any movement would set off a layer of waves, making people sigh. However, now that the two families were fighting, everyone was also guessing who would win. On the surface, one of them controlled the army, while the other controlled the political power. It seemed that there was no distinction between you and me. However, Gu Jingming had the whole Gu family behind him. Even though he also had the financial support, it seemed that Fang Zhongmo didn't have the upper hand. However, did Gu Jingming really want to fight with him? In fact, Gu Jingming wouldn't get any benefits if he did. Although these top rich and powerful families were usually known by everyone, because most of them kept a low profile, ordinary people could only hear some of their movements from rumors. It was really rare to see such a sudden and large-scale fight. Therefore, many people were watching with the attitude of watching a good show. However, everyone also wanted to see the result of this fight between the top rich and powerful families, which hadn't happened for many years. When Fang Zhongmo returned to the Fang family, he was urgently sent abroad by the Fang family. Although their son had caused trouble this time, the Fang family wasn't weak. They couldn't let Fang Zhongmo be taken away by Gu Jingming and directly sent to prison. However, Fang Zhongmo was still unwilling to leave. He felt that there were things that he had not done well. The things that he had done for Suya had not come to fruition. However, how could the Fang family let him stay? Chapter 843. Fang Zhongmo's father said, Zhongmo, you have to leave now. Although Gu Jingming doesn't dare to do anything to us, the Gu family is unpredictable. No one knows what kind of power they have behind them. If you don't leave, I can't guarantee that Gu Jingming won't do anything to you. Leave now. I've arranged for a plane to take off from the military base. No one will dare to stop you. Leave now. Don't stay any longer. Father, give me one more day. That's enough. If you weren't the only son of the Fang family, I would throw you in a prison right now." Fang Zhoumo's father's eyebrows twitched. The veins on his face were bulging, making him look scarier than usual. He pushed Fang Zhoumo out and ordered, "Protect the young master." Fang Zhoumo was furious. He gritted his teeth and didn't argue. But he wouldn't leave just like that. With this thought in mind, he walked towards the military base. Lin Che hadn't heard about this at home. Gu Jingzi didn't tell her about it. He only told her to focus on filming and leave the rest to him. So Lin Che went straight to the set and started filming. He asked Gu Jingzi to take care of Nian Yin at home. Nian Yin was too independent, so Lin Che didn't feel like a close mother. That was why Lin Che always regretted that he didn't give birth to a girl. If he had given birth to a girl, she would have felt more like a mother. That didn't stop her from loving Nian Yin. It was just more rational. After all, he was her son. Moreover, he was such an outstanding and handsome son. How could she not love him? The room arranged for Lin Che was the best. Naturally, they didn't dare to mistreat Lin Che. Although Lin Che didn't ask for it, Peng Yu asked for a presidential suite when she joined the crew. She said that he had to stay there. So, the crew had to arrange the same room for Lin Che. Otherwise, it would seem like they didn't care about Lin Che. Actually, Lin Che didn't care about it. He would just stay in whatever they arranged for him. Peng Yu didn't bother to talk to Lin Che. But just as Lin Che moved in, Sidu Qiong came to visit him. Sidu Qiong's arrival made the crew excited again. Seeing Sidu Qiong swaggering into Lin Che's room, they were still thinking that Lin Che and Sidu Qiong were still in contact. Director Yin Shangshu, who had worked with Lin Che in the past, knew that Lin Che had a relationship with Mr. Situ. However, it was Sidu Qiong who had directly admitted that she had a one-sided crush on Lin Che. Who would have thought that this young master was still in love with her? She was not the only one in Lin Che's room. There was also an assistant arranged by the company. When they saw Situ Qiong, they immediately left. Situ Qiong said, "Did Gu Jingzi make things difficult for you? What do you think?" Lin Che still felt angry when she thought about it. They had been messing around for no reason, and even caused her to be in trouble. "All right, what did you say the other day about me looking like Liu Beichen?" Lin Che asked. Sidu Qiong said, "Oh, it's okay. I thought about it later and realized that my idea was stupid. It's just that the two of you look alike." "All right. Maybe all good-looking people have something in common," Lin Che said as he smiled narcissistically. Situ Qiong laughed. "You really don't hold back. Why are you running a bar now?" Lin Che asked. Sidu Qiong said, "It's not just a bar. It's just for fun. It has its own gathering place and can attract some customers." Lin Che nodded. "That's right. How could a rich man only have that one business?" It seemed like he was just running it for fun. "I bought a fencing team and sponsored some fencing competitions. I'm participating in fencing again, so I can contribute a little to it." "Really? That's great," Lin Che said. "I participate in fencing occasionally, but I've been too busy recently." Sidu Qiong looked at Lin Che. Actually, he had to thank her for giving him hope and teaching him how to live. Now he understood a lot more, and his life was not so decadent anymore. It was indeed much better than staying at home all the time. Life became more meaningful when he had his own things to do and what he wanted to do. Sidu Qiong said that she would invite him to his next birthday party. Lin Che agreed, but said, "I need to check the time first. I'm afraid that they won't give me a break for filming here." Sidu Qiong said immediately, "Who would dare not give you a break? Why don't I ask the director if he will give it to me?" "Ah!" Lin Che quickly pulled her back. "If you want to ask the director, how could they not give him a break?" Okay. I promise. Don't scare the director." After chatting for a while, Lin Che sent Situ Qiong out. He still had to film, so he couldn't keep him for long. When Situ Qiong left, Peng Yu saw the scene. She saw Situ Qiong chatting and laughing as she walked out. She thought that Lin Che was really good at seducing people, and he was seducing people that others couldn't. She really didn't know why these men were so blind. She felt that Lin Che was indeed a little difficult to deal with. In the beginning, when Lin Che was not here, she often slandered Lin Che because everyone compared her with Lin Che. Therefore, when Lin Che came back, she regarded Lin Che as an enemy. At that time, she just wanted to defeat Lin Che, but she did not consider her identity and background. Now, Lin Shae's background was revealed bit by bit, and her past contacts were also revealed bit by bit, which made Peng Yu feel more and more headache and annoyed. Why was Lin Shae so difficult to deal with? Lin Shae and Peng Yu always had scenes together when they were filming. That was the first scene today. Peng Yu was playing the role of the elder sister in this TV series. Since Lin Shae was born, the elder sister, Lin Yuan, had been suppressing the younger sister, Lin Yang. But after Lin Yang was killed, another soul took over and took revenge. Peng Yu felt that she was 2 years younger than Lin Shae, so she thought that if she played the elder sister, she would be younger than the younger sister. However, when Lin Shae came out in the ancient costume, everyone praised him. Lin Shae, who had given birth and was 2 years older than Peng Yu, looked like a 16-year-old girl. Especially after she put on the costume, she deliberately showed a lively expression, which made her look even more childish. Her skin was tender, and even without much light, it looked fair and flawless. Even the shape of her eyes seemed clear. After Peng Yu put on the ancient costume, the heavy makeup covered the original color of her skin, which made her look much thicker. Originally, when she didn't put on makeup, she didn't show her age, but now it was obvious that she was a few years older than Lin Shae. Seeing this, Peng Yu hurriedly said to the people beside her, "Really, why did you find a makeup artist for me? She was so good, but I look like this. What are you thinking?" Chapter 844. No one in the crew dared to say anything. They wanted to say, "You can't blame the makeup artist. It's your fault. You have to put on heavy makeup to look like you're 16. Because the TV series was filmed from the age of 16, they naturally had to dress up younger. They wanted to look thicker on set. Anyway, when the time came, they could put on more light so that they would look fair and tender on TV. Lin Shae, on the other hand, was different. Her skin was fair and tender to begin with. She only needed to put on one layer of makeup to be able to appear on camera. Naturally, she was different. Lin Shae didn't care about her anymore. Once she got into character, no one would care who she was. But Peng Yu was really into character. Her vicious look on TV couldn't be more real. Everyone was worried that Lin Shae wouldn't be able to keep up with Peng Yu since she hadn't filmed for a long time. However, when Lin Shae appeared on the screen, he immediately became spirited. The first time, he couldn't find the right feeling, so he quickly reshot the scene. The second time, the third time, he immediately got the right feeling. It was as if he had returned to the past Lin Shae. The director was very satisfied with the scene. When it was over, the director shouted for them to wrap up. He hurried over to Lin Shae and said, as expected of Lin Shae, "You found the feeling so quickly." Lin Shae smiled. "I'm still a little disappointed, but I'll get into character as soon as possible. I like working with actors like you. I never have to worry that you can't act the way I want. You're so fast. You can finish the film in one take." "You're flattering me, director." Peng Yu watched the director praising Lin Shae. She snorted in her heart and said to the people around her, "What's the big deal? I don't see anything special about her." Exactly. The director thinks she's a bit powerful, so he's flattering her. At night, Lin Shae was reading the script in the hotel room. Although the director was very satisfied, Lin Shae could feel that something was wrong with her. She had been paying too much attention to her acting. It would probably take a few more days for her to get back into character. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She opened it and saw Gu Jingze. He snuck in looking like a man who was having an affair. He looked around and hurriedly snuck in. Lin Shae looked at him and found it funny for a moment. He pulled him in and said, "Hee hee, this feels so exciting." Gu Jingze looked at her with a dark face. Wasn't it because she insisted on staying at the set? She even made him that he ran out to see his wife in the middle of the night, and it was as if he was having an affair. However, who asked her to be Lin Shae? For her sake, he, the dignified head of the Gu family, had done all sorts of embarrassing things. He stood there and lifted her chin. "So, make it up to me, do you hear me?" In the middle of the night, Gu Jingze sneaked back. At the door, he looked at Lin Shae reluctantly. He wanted to hug her to sleep. He wanted to wake her up with a kiss, but he could only leave now. She said, "All right, I'll be back in a few days anyway. Wait for me at home. Remember to call me." He looked down at her chin. Yes, yes, naggy bastard. Lin Che smiled. Seeing him turn his head, he didn't leave. After thinking for a while, she finally understood what he meant. What a childish bastard. She quickly looked around. Seeing that the corridor was dark and there was no one around, she tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. On the opposite side, Peng Yu was just about to come out when she saw this scene. The two of them were kissing each other in front of the door. It seemed that Gu Jingze had just been here and was about to leave. He was reluctant to part with her for a while, hugging her and kissing her hard. After a long time, he finally let go of Lin Che, who was panting and blushing, and let her go in first before he left. Peng Yu snorted and walked back. She wanted to go out, but seeing that Gu Jingze's bodyguards were quickly pulling her up, she could only shrink back. She was a little unwilling. She felt that Gu Jingze treated her so sweetly. It was really rare to see a sugar daddy like him. Most of the men she had met were arrogant and treated themselves as masters, doing whatever they were told to do. However, Gu Jingze, such a capable man, actually treated Lin Che like a couple in love. It was really displeasing. Lin Che asked the director for leave for Si Tuqiong's birthday. Of course, the director agreed immediately. He wouldn't make things difficult for her. Lin Che brought Yu Minmin with him. On the way to the Sidhu family's house, Yu Minmin said, Sidhu has been the boss of the company for so many years, but I haven't seen him properly. Lin Che said, that's weird. Did you send him the dividends in the past years? They mail him a check every time. However, Sidhu has been developing well these few days. I reckon he won't be interested in that little bit of bonus. He opened a lot of bars and inns, and even launched some tourist routes. A while ago, he became a sports ambassador and traveled everywhere. He won the hearts of many young girls. Everyone said that if Sidhu does this, he will defeat his brothers in the future and have a higher chance of inheriting the Sidhu family. Lin Che remembered his dispirited and eccentric look in the past. He felt happy for him that he had changed so much. The two of them entered and seemed to see Yin Luo from afar. Yu Minmin said quickly, let's go. Yin Luo is over there. He's so annoying. The two of them entered directly. They couldn't be bothered to meet Yin Luo. Yin Luo got out of the car. The people next to her supported her and carefully held an umbrella for her. The servants of the Yin family were used to taking care of the sickly Missy. She walked carefully, and many people watched her. Just as she was about to enter, a pack of cigarettes suddenly fell to the side. A man lowered his head to pick up the cigarettes, blocking Yin Luo's path. Yin Luo was shocked. The servant next to her shouted, Hey, stinky old man, what are you doing? Can't you see where you're going? The person who picked up the cigarettes was indeed an old man. His hair was gray and his clothes were ragged. It looked like he was stinky, as if he hadn't bathed in days. When he appeared, many people wanted to retreat in disgust. However, the old man calmly picked up the cigarette and looked at the person in front of him. Hey, are you the young mistress of the Gu family? Yin Luo was stunned. The young mistress of the Gu family? Gu Jingze's young mistress? Of course, she wanted to say yes. However, her heart ached for a while. She felt that this old man's words were simply sarcastic. She glared at the old man and said, I'm not. Oh, no. The old man glanced at her and looked her up and down. She didn't know what he was thinking. The helper at the side quickly pushed him away. Get out of my way. It's so smelly. You're going to stink our family's young mistress. Io, what kind of beggar are you? Do you know where this is? How dare you come here? We're the Yin family's car. Chapter 845. The old man looked at the car behind him and was pushed back a few steps. He shouted, Seriously, I was just asking. Another servant said, All right, why are you talking to a beggar about the Yin family? What does he know? That's right. Let's go. There are so many germs. Yin Luo also looked at him in disgust. She felt that he was really too dirty. Holding her dress, she walked a few steps and lowered her head to smell herself, as if she was worried that she would be contaminated by his smell. She just looked back at him strangely, not knowing why this person was looking for Lin Che. Could it be that he was related to Lin Che? However, Lin Che's background was not good, and his family was not good either. It was understandable that he would have such a relative. After Lin Che entered, Sidu Xiong came to welcome him. Lin Che presented his gift and introduced, "This is Yu Minmin. You should have contacted her through email." "Of course I know," Sidu Xiong said. "Do you see her on TV often? I didn't even notice that the president's wife was here. It's my honor today." Yu Minmin smiled. "There's nothing much today, Mrs. President. I'm here to visit the company's boss." It's just a name. You guys are the main force." The few of them chatted and invited Lin Che and Yu Minmin to the main table. It seemed that the birthday party was not small. Lin Che looked at Situ Qiong. "You really are a tycoon. Your birthday party is so grand." Situ Qiong said, "Businessmen always find all kinds of excuses to hold gatherings so that they can take the opportunity to win over people. Once a year is a good excuse. Why don't we use it? Anyway, you guys eat your own food and don't worry about others." Lin Che and Yu Minmin laughed speechlessly. Seeing that Sidu Qiong actually invited them inside, Yin Luo looked a little unhappy. The family servant saw this and took the opportunity to say, "Young master, what's wrong with you? Why did you invite those two women inside?" Yin Luo was afraid of the heat. Even though the room was air-conditioned, she still fanned herself with a fan. She looked very much like a frail, rich young lady. "They have a good relationship." These words were said jealously. The helper cursed. "What good relationship? Can it be better than our young miss? It's that woman who has nothing, but once she soared to the top like a phoenix, she hurriedly tried to curry favor with everyone she met. Our young miss has never done that, because our Yun family doesn't need to curry favor with anyone." Yun Luo felt the same way, so he didn't say anything else. While Lin Che and Yu Minmin were sitting there eating. Outside, the old man hadn't left yet. He kept pacing back and forth. The Sidu family's bodyguard had already noticed that something was wrong. He walked over slowly and said, "Hey, old man, you're asking for money in the wrong place. Go beg somewhere else." The old man looked at the bodyguard. "Is the young madam of the Gu family here?" The bodyguard frowned. Young mistress of the Gu family, wasn't that Lin Che? Many people knew that Lin Che had a good relationship with the third young master. Today, he came to receive them as a distinguished guest. However, this beggar in front of him wanted to see Lin Che. "Why do you want to see the young madam of the Gu family? If you know what people do, then go see them. Go, don't come here to join in the fun. I'll give you whatever money you want. Hurry up and leave." The bodyguard hurriedly threw a red note at him, lest he had to walk back and forth. The people here were all high officials and nobles, and it wouldn't be good to look at him. However, the old man didn't take the money. He continued to look at him. "Help me ask if the young madam of the Gu family is here." "Hey, old man, I tried to persuade you nicely and even gave you money, but you're still so stubborn, aren't you? Do you believe that I'll get someone to throw you away?" He said, "How do you know that the young madam of the Gu family doesn't know me? Aren't you afraid that people will blame you if you throw me away?" "Ha ha 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 ha. The young madam of the Gu family knows you? That's enough. Hurry up and leave." "I'm not leaving. If you want to throw me away, then throw me away. Don't regret it." The old man found a place and sat down. A few bodyguards were so angry that they blew their beards and glared. They had met a scoundrel. However, someone looked at him and still didn't dare to really throw him away. Someone said, "Why don't you go in and ask Miss Lin if she knows this person? If she does, don't mess things up." "It can't be. Miss Lin is such a noble person. How could she know this old man? It's better to be safe than sorry. Hurry up and go ask." Lin Che, who was inside, soon received this news. She said curiously, "Someone is looking for me?" "Yes, he's just outside. We can't be sure if he's someone you know, so we don't dare to let him go." Lin Che's eyes darted around. "All right, I'll go out and take a look." She came out and saw an old man sitting there from afar. His face was dirty and he looked unfamiliar. However, looking at his pitiful appearance, Lin Che still walked over even if she didn't know him. "Old sir, are you looking for me?" The old man heard a spirited voice and raised his head. He saw a beautiful face looking at him with a strange look. Although her face was a little unfamiliar, she was very polite. The old man said, You You're the young mistress of the Gu family? Yes, I am. Are you looking for me or the young mistress of the Gu family? Are you looking for me because of the Gu family, or is there something you need from me? Lin Che wondered if the old man kept saying that he was looking for the young mistress of the Gu family because it had something to do with the Gu family. The old man stood up and sized her up. He seemed to be scrutinizing her for a moment before saying, I'm looking for you. Looking for me? Do you know me? I do know you, but... As he spoke, his stomach grumbled. He patted his stomach awkwardly, brushing away the dust on it. His clothes were too dirty, and he looked a little sloppy. Lin Che couldn't stand it anymore and said to him, Old sir, don't you have a home? Where is your home? Home? He sighed and looked ahead. I used to have a home, and maybe I still have one now. However, I often treat it as if I don't have a home. Don't you think that having a home is very tiring? Lin Che looked at the old man and said seriously, That's right, old sir, it's very tiring to have a family. But think about it, if you're tired, your family is fine, you're tired, and your lover is fine. Then, the tiredness will be worth it. The most important thing is not to work, but to know what you want. I work hard to get better material things so that my family can live a good life with me. That's enough. It's not that it's tiring to have a family. It's that you're tired because you think too much. Lin Che thought that he had a home, but he was an old man who ran away from home because he was under too much pressure. She asked again, Then why are you looking for me? Chapter 846. She felt that since she became a public figure, there had been many people looking for her. Some of them were nonsensical, and some were heart-wrenching. Unfortunately, she was just one person. She was not a charity organization, nor was she the president. She could not help so many people. The old man seemed to be deep in thought. He looked at her and said, I'm not looking for you for anything else. I just saw that you came back to film, so I came to take a look. Fuck, so he was a movie fan? Lin Che was speechless. Looking at the old man, she felt that this was the first time she had met such an old movie fan. Regardless, she said, Old sir, let me take you to change your clothes first. She tugged at the old man's clothes and led him forward. The old man was much more well-behaved as he followed her into a hotel. Because she was followed by the company's staff, she was not worried. She asked them to buy a simple set of clothes and went in to take care of the old man. When the old man came out after putting on his clothes, Lin Che saw that the old man had changed his clothes. Although he still looked down and out, he looked much more refined. This made her even more certain that the old man had run away from home because of the pressure of life. Perhaps he was also a very knowledgeable person. Old sir, let me take you to dinner first. Oh, is that so? Thank you very much. You're welcome. Go home after dinner. I think your family must miss you very much. No matter how stressed they are, go home and have a good chat. They should understand you now. After all, you're a family, so you should understand each other. She took him to a restaurant and ordered a few good dishes, mostly fish and meat to go with the rice. The old man was really hungry, so he quickly ate everything up. Lin Che also ate a little, but he had just eaten at Situ's place, so he did not eat much. The person wiped her mouth and said, I'm really sorry to come looking for you and ask you to treat me to dinner. You don't mind eating at the same table as me. Looks like you're a good girl. All right, no one will mind you. You've washed up. What's there to mind? Let's go. Why don't you tell me where you live so I can send you home? She took the staff with her and went out with the old man. The old man looked at her. You came alone? Didn't I bring someone with me? She pointed at the staff. No, are you the only one in your family? Oh yeah. The old man shook his head with a look of pity. Then, he saw Yu Min coming out from inside. Lin Che, why didn't you go back in after coming out? What's wrong? No, I just met an old man. I'll go back immediately. Lin Che said. Yu Min looked at the old man suspiciously. At that moment, the people from the Yun family came out. After Yun Luo gave the gift, he said that he wasn't feeling well and was preparing to leave. Yun Luo couldn't help but look over curiously when he saw Lin Che at the door, and the old man who had been looking for the Gu family's young mistress was also at the door. The old man's appearance had changed. He looked much cleaner, but his hair was still messy. He still looked like a beggar. The Yun family servant also saw him and harumphed. This beggar was at the door just now, saying that he was looking for the Gu family's young mistress. I was wondering why the Gu family's young mistress would be related to a beggar. Why? Did I guess wrong? Another servant immediately chimed in. Yeah, isn't she already here? You guessed wrong. Have you forgotten that the Gu family's young mistress comes from a humble background? It's understandable for her to have a friend or relative who can't do well. The mocking voices came one after another. Lin Che sneered as he looked at Yun Luo, who was standing there pretending to be innocent while letting his servant speak. Lin Che said, "Whose dog isn't tied up properly and is being let out to bite people?" A few servants immediately looked over. They didn't expect Lin Che to be so disrespectful and call them dogs. Wasn't she just the Gu family's young mistress? Didn't she know where she came from? She was too arrogant. Wasn't she just relying on Gu Jing's love? However, because she was the Gu family's young mistress, they really didn't dare to scold her back when she scolded them. Yu Minmin said, "There are a lot of mad dogs these days. Luckily, we don't have any here. Otherwise, it would be bad if we got infected." Forget it. You have to look at the master before you beat the dog. We're just giving face to the master. Forget it. You're right anyway. We won't be infected. When the servants heard this, they realized that she was indirectly scolding their Miss Yun Luo directly. Didn't she know who she was? She even dared to scold their Mississippi. This Lin Che was too daring. Didn't she know what kind of family the Yun family was? Hey, who are you calling infected? I think you're the one who got infected. You must have been infected by that dirty old man behind you. His mouth is so dirty. Lin Che said, "Who are you talking about?" "I'm talking about you." With a smack, Lin Che slapped him across the face. The servant screamed after being slapped. Yun Luo's eyes widened. She dared to hit the Yun family servant. Wasn't that a slap to the Yun family's face? "You, Lin Che, how could you hit them?" Yun Luo shouted. Lin Che patted his hands, as if he wanted to brush off something dirty. "Miss Yun, I hit them for you." They spoke nonsense and embarrassed the Yun family. Shouldn't they say that the Yun family isn't strict? Yun Luo's face reddened. "Then I don't need to care about the Yun family's matters." Lin Che said, "It's your Lin family's matters. Of course I don't need to care about it. But they scolded me, so I have the right to care about it. Miss Yun, do you think that I, Lin Che, am the kind of person who will just hide like a turtle after being scolded? If they just walked over without saying a word, this wouldn't have happened today. But they offended me from the start. So, this slap is just a greeting gift. If they dare to look down on me again, I'll let them see how unreasonable a country bumpkin like me is." Yun Luo naturally couldn't win against her. As for the servants, especially the one who had been slapped, although they were furious and embarrassed that they had been slapped in front of everyone, they didn't dare to fight with Lin Che. She was indeed the young mistress of the Gu family, and Gu Jing's doted on her. She didn't want to die yet, so she could only pull on Yun Luo's arm angrily and say, "Miss, let's go. We can also tell Mr. Gu that the young mistress of the Gu family has a dirty old man following behind her. He's a disgrace to the Gu family, really." As she said this, she looked at the old man behind her. The old man laughed. "I want to see what Jingza will say when he sees that I've disgraced the Gu family." Lin Che was stunned. Jingza? Did she just hear the old man say Gu Jingza's name? Chapter 847. Lin Che looked at the old man. "Sir, what did you call Gu Jingza? Do you know him?" "Oh, I don't just know him, but I can't say that now. Anyway, call him over and he will tell you who I am." Lin Che blinked. Did he really know Gu Jingza? At this moment, one of Lin Che's bodyguards suddenly came forward. "Is it old Xiao Gu? Old Gu," he suddenly said. Lin Che turned around and looked at his bodyguard. He was so excited that he suddenly knelt down in front of him. "Old Gu, you're finally back. Old CEO Gu?" The bodyguard was on the verge of tears. He raised his head and looked at the old man. "I was your personal guard back then. After you left, I followed Second Young Master again. When you left, Second Young Master was only 16 years old. Now, Second Young Master has married and has children. You have already left. After so many years, "You're finally back." Everyone was shocked at once. The old man in front of them was from the Gu family, and he was from the Gu family that he was Gu Jing's father? Lin Che stood there in a daze. He couldn't react for a long time. Now that she thought about it, it was strange. He wasn't her weird fan, because he kept saying he wanted to see young Mistress Gu, not Lin Che. She hadn't thought about it too deeply just now. At this time, he had changed his clothes and looked cleaner. Although he looked old, his brow ridge, eyebrow peak, and face shape were slightly similar to Gu Jing's. Especially, although he looked down and sad, his face always had a sense of calmness, like a sail fluttering with the wind, with a casual attitude. He didn't feel inferior because of other people's mockery at all. Instead, he looked like he was watching a show. That was indeed not the look of a beggar who had always been down and out. He didn't flinch or fear anyone. He was like an otherworldly cultivator. "Are you Gu Jing's father?" Lin Che looked at him tentatively. The old man stood there with his hands behind his back. He pursed his lips and smiled. "I just wanted to see my grandson, but unfortunately you didn't bring him, so that was it." Lin Che had always been on good terms with Mu Wanqing, but he had never seen Gu Jing's father. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Lin Che thought in surprise. He didn't know why Gu Jing's father, who hadn't been home for so many years, would appear like this now that he was home. The other people present were also scared to the point of peeing their pants. This old beggar is Gu Jing's father. Doesn't that mean he's from the Gu family? Gu Qigong, who used to be all-powerful in the past, didn't care much about the business later on. He slowly traveled around the world and paid no attention to the world. Gu Jingza, who was only 16 years old, started to take over the business of the Gu family and became the president of the Gus. Thinking about how they had treated the boss of the Gu family, that the few of them shrunk back, and at that moment, they just wanted to hurry in and not let him see them. Yun Luo was stunned. He hurriedly walked over and said, "Uncle, so it's you, Uncle. I just felt that you didn't look like a beggar. It's obvious that you're not an ordinary person." Gu Qigong laughed and said, "Yes, it's me. Unfortunately, I'm a disgrace to the Gu family like this." The faces of the Yun family's servants instantly turned pale. Old Master Gu, I was blind. I had eyes but couldn't see. I'm so ignorant that I didn't know you. I was wrong just now, I really was wrong." The servant who had been scolding him just now looked like she was about to cry. Seeing that old Master Gu didn't say anything and the way she looked at Yun Luo, she was so scared that she hurriedly slapped her own face. "I was blind. My mouth was not clean. Please forgive me." On one hand, she didn't want the Gu family to bear a grudge against her. They were so old that they could crush her like an ant. So when they heard that he was back, many of the servants wanted to see him. They wanted to see what kind of person this young master, who had been missing for so many years, was. Chapter 848. At home, Lin Che walked in with Gu Qigong. Mu Wanqing ran out first. She stumbled and almost fell. She looked at her husband, who had been away for many years. A moment of sadness and grievance welled up in her heart, and she threw herself into his arms. For so many years, she had raised these children alone and shouldered the responsibility of the mistress of the family. She had been numbing herself, telling herself that she had a responsibility and could not admit defeat. Even if her husband was not by her side, she still had children. She had a few sons and their youngest daughter, so she did not allow herself to fall. However, all the grievances she had suffered all these years finally turned into tears when she saw him. "Qigong, why did you only come back now? I thought you died outside. I was about to set up a memorial tablet for you." Mu Wanqing looked at his sloppy and old appearance, and her heart was filled with grief. Gu Qigong's heart also ached. He looked at Mu Wanqing and touched her face with a trembling hand. "I'm sorry." He had never let anyone down for so many years, only her. "If you know you're sorry, then don't leave anymore. If you leave for another 10 years, you might only see my bones when you come back. I'm old, and I might not be able to wait another 10 years. Wanqing." He hugged Mu Wanqing and thought of how she had waited for him for so long that as he sighed, he heard Gu Xinda's voice from behind. "You're back." His dragon head walking stick-tapped on the ground. Gu Qigong wiped away the tears in his eyes and turned to look at his old father. If he did not come back, he might be the first person he would not see. However, Gu Qigong moved his lips but did not speak. After a while, he lowered his head and called out, "Father, come in and talk." Gu Xinda looked at the person beside him and said to him. Gu Qigong also turned to look at Mu Wanqing, smiled, and agreed. In the room, Gu Xinda looked at Gu Qigong. "You must have heard by now that Jingming has fallen out with the Grand Council, and the Gu family is faced with internal and external troubles. Jingza has become the patriarch, but he is still young. I don't know if he can control these ingrates. And the Yun family. They know many things about the Gu family in the past, and they are still a hidden danger. You came back at the right time. You can help Jingza, and you can also secretly help him deal with the Yun family." "Father, you are mistaken. I came back just to see my grandson," Gu Qigong said. Gu Xinda raised his head. "Qigong, you still blame me. But now, our family can live in harmony because I made this choice back then. I don't regret it. That's just a child in swaddling clothes. Father, I don't know if he's alive or dead. It's the pain of my life. You can't make up for it. You don't regret it, but I do. I regret trusting you and letting you see the child first." Gu Xinda snorted. "Your wife is still outside. Do you dare to tell her? Do you dare to tell Wanqing that you actually came back with an illegitimate child? That child didn't die, I know. Now that he's floating outside, he's always a worry for the Gu family. We don't know who took the child away, but they might come looking for you at any time. It's been more than 30 years, and that child is also in his 30s. Who knows when he'll come back? At that time, the Gu family will be in turmoil again. You still have the cheek to say that you regret it? You should regret giving birth to an unknown child. I trusted you too much, so after so many years, I actually didn't ask anyone to keep an eye on you. I didn't even know that you gave birth to a child, and Wanqing's family wasn't someone to be trifled with. Back then, the Gu family wasn't as prosperous as it is now. Can you really explain it to her family? Even if I don't deal with this child will be dealt with by the Mu family." Gu Qigong shook his head. "You always have your reasons. I thought I had my reasons. The matters of the Gu family have nothing to do with me. I'll be leaving first." "You?" Gu Xinda was so angry that he almost fell to the ground. It was the servants and his personal bodyguards behind him who quickly hugged Gu Xinda. Gu Xinda sighed. These descendants, each one was more stubborn than the other. When the time came, he would see how Jingza would deal with these messy family matters. Lin Che was still waiting outside. She paced back and forth, watching for any movements inside. Gu Qigong quickly came out of Gu Xinda's room and left with Mu Wanqing. Lin Che was still waiting. The servant beside her was worried that she would be anxious, so she quickly said, "Madam, please rest for a while. So we'll be here soon." "No need. Just get me some water to drink." The servant quickly went to get it. At this moment, she saw that Gu Jingza had finally arrived. He was walking in quickly. Seeing this, Lin Che stood up and went over to welcome him. "Gu Jingza, you're finally here." Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che and came over to hold her. He looked inside and asked, "Where is he?" "Ah, you mean Dad? He's inside with Mom." Hearing this, Gu Jingza thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "They haven't seen each other for many years. Let them chat first." He pulled Lin Che inside, sorting out his emotions as he walked. Although he looked calm on the surface, Lin Che could feel that he was still different from usual. She slowly held his hand, wanting to use her strength to tell him that she was on his side. To her, he was not the master of the Gu family, nor was he the high and mighty Gu Jingza. He was just her husband. Gu Jingza seemed to be able to feel her strength. He looked at her, smiled, and touched her cheek. "Silly, he left when I was 16. I'm already used to it." Lin Che said, "I was really shocked today. Why did Dad appear like this? He looked like a beggar today. He was dirty. I didn't even think who he was until the bodyguard beside me suddenly walked over and knelt down." Gu Jingza said, "The bodyguards of the Gu family all come from different backgrounds. They belong to whoever they are. They were probably under father's tutelage, which was why they were so excited. Later, I took in many of father's men and chose the best of them. Although they were all recorded, I couldn't tell who they were. Thinking of this, Gu Jingzi felt that it was time for Lin Che to have her own men. Otherwise, these bodyguards were all from different backgrounds, and none of them were under her tutelage. This would be a hidden danger. He kept this in mind and said to her, "Back then, my father didn't like the rules of the family. As far as I can remember, he didn't care about the family affairs. Every time he went out, he wouldn't come back for more than half a year. When I was 16, he watched me take over the company and left. He said that he was going to travel. Chapter 849. Lin Che said, "Yeah, I also don't think he's short of money." Gu Jingzi hugged Lin Che. "All right, don't worry about this. Let's go over first." Gu Qigong had been talking to Mu Wanqing for a long time. When he finished speaking, he saw Gu Jingzi supporting Lin Che down from above. Gu Qigong sighed to Mu Wanqing when he saw Gu Jingzi. "He's really grown up. He's already the head of the family. In the future, my son will be the one to give me my fund." Mu Wanqing snorted. "It's all because of you. If you still leave, I'll let Jingzi deduct your fund. When that happens, you'll really become a beggar." Gu Qigong held Mu Wanqing's arm. "I'm not leaving. It wasn't because of anyone else. It was because he saw Mu Wanqing that he felt that he really couldn't leave. When Mu Wanqing first married him, she was only 18 years old. At that time, it was already early to get married. After the wedding, the two of them lived together. At that time, Mu Wanqing didn't think that she had any bright spots. It was just that she had a good family background and was beautiful. They could get along, but they didn't have much passion. However, as time passed, there was no passion, but warmth. At that time, when he came back, he would see Mu Wanqing placing her shoes in front of him. At night, he would chat with her, lie in his arms, and listen to what had happened that day. She was very patient and an excellent listener. Gu Qigong had fallen in love with other women in the middle of it, but as time passed, things changed. Thinking back, it was just a moment of passion. After the impulse had subsided, he still felt that he wouldn't leave Mu Wanqing, because he could clearly see who he wanted. After not being influenced by his impulses, he still felt that Mu Wanqing was the woman who was suitable for him. If he lost Mu Wanqing, he would definitely not find another woman who made him feel so comfortable. What love? Wasn't love just slowly realizing that the other party was the only woman he wanted in life and couldn't be replaced? He sighed and held Mu Wanqing in his arms. After so many years, he finally realized that he still wanted her. Was it too late? Fortunately, she had raised Gu Jingzi well. He said with a smile, "Fortunately, Jingzi is still the head of the family. Even without me, you still raised him to be so outstanding. In the future, we can retire and have a leisurely life together. We don't need to worry about the family affairs. If there are any difficult problems, Jingzi will be able to solve them." "That's right, Jingzi did a good job. He's also very outstanding." Mu Wanqing looked at his figure proudly. In the beginning, she had complained and resented her husband, but later on, she slowly felt relieved. In the end, she stayed in the Gu family not because she was still waiting for the Gu Qigong, but because she didn't want to leave and not because of the Gu Qigong. Without the Gu Qigong, the value of her life could also be here. And it was fortunate that the Gu Qigong had left early, allowing her to no longer be a young miss who didn't care about worldly affairs, but to become independent. For this, she had to thank her husband, who indirectly allowed her to have her own life. Everyone in the Gu family knew that Mu Wanqing was the madam of the Gu family. Even without Gu Qigong, no one dared to disrespect her. This was all because she didn't rely on her husband's existence. She had her own value. Gu Qigong looked at Gu Jingzi and Lin Che. "Our son didn't learn from me. This is very good. It seems like he treats his wife very well." Mu Wanqing said, "Of course. Don't you see the son I raised? He's definitely good to his wife. You haven't seen him. He protects him like a treasure. He can't even touch him. As his mother, he gets jealous when I touch him." Although she said that, she sounded happy. It wasn't like some mother-in-law who was very sad when their son was snatched away by their daughter-in-law. She was very happy. Perhaps she had too many sons, and she couldn't be sad. She didn't think that any of them belonged to her, but moreover, it didn't matter if they were all snatched away. She still had a daughter. Gu Jingza pulled Lin Che down. The two of them held each other's hand and didn't try to avoid other people. They looked very intimate until Gu Qigong walked over. He looked at Gu Jingza with a smile. Jingza, I want to talk to you alone. Gu Jingza looked at him and was silent for a moment. Then he nodded. In the room, Gu Qigong said, I wanted to come and see Yin Yin, but I didn't expect to see him until now. Your grandfather just called me over and said that I should help you. I've been living like a wild crane for so many years, but not only can I not help you with anything, I even need you to help me. Gu Jingza said, Father, if you have anything to say, feel free to say it. Gu Qigong sighed and stood by the window, looking outside. Back then, your grandfather threw away a child behind my back. This child was about the same age as you. He was thrown into the ice and snow, but he was taken away by someone. This is a photo of the child at that time. He handed the photo to Gu Jingza. I brought the child back from the orphanage. His background. If we find him one day, I'll tell you. This person's identity is also very important to the future of the Gu family. I suspect that someone took him away on purpose. Sooner or later, they will harm the Gu family. Why don't we take the initiative and find him first? Gu Jingza frowned and lowered his head to look at the photo. It was a fair-skinned boy who was wrapped up. Just based on this, an ordinary person would not be able to find any clues. However, the Gu family were not ordinary people. Gu Jingza's eyes darted around, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, he finally nodded. I'll investigate. Gu Qigong patted him on the shoulder and nodded heavily. Lin Che returned to the set very soon. Gu Jingza walked her to the entrance of the set. He stroked her hair and said, I'll see you in 2 days. Got it. Hurry up and go back. Okay, I still have something to deal with. I'll choose a few new people for you in a few days. They'll be your bodyguards. Bodyguards? Bodyguards who only listen to your orders. Lin Che said, Don't I already have bodyguards? These are all my bodyguards. They listen to my orders. You're not their master, so it won't work. There are still hidden dangers. The bodyguards of the Gu family are absolutely loyal to their master. You need bodyguards like them too. Lin Che laughed and said, Then bodyguards like them only listen to my orders. When the time comes, if I don't like you and ask them to throw you out the door, they'll definitely do it, right? Gu Jingza's face darkened. He looked at her and said, I haven't settled the score with you for daring to go to Situ Qiong's birthday party today. How dare you anger me? You're so annoying. Lin Che whimpered as he pinched her face hard. Chapter 850. All right, let's go in. If we don't go in, I'm worried. He leaned against her and said, I won't be able to stop myself from devouring you. Lin Che blushed. She was a little reluctant. She looked back at him and left. When Gu Jingza returned, he saw that Gu Jingming was already waiting for him at home. The Gu family and the Fong family had a grudge against each other, but now they were almost on the same stage. It was hard for outsiders to believe, but now that things had come to this, the Gu family would never let go of someone who dared to betray them easily. The Fong family had always been on the same side as the Gu family in politics, but now they who had military power were actually going against them. How could the Gu family allow them to exist? Fong Jimin sent Fong Zhongmo overseas. He has been sent away, but we don't know where he is. I think he was sent away on a military plane, Gu Jingza said. Gu Jing said, as long as we don't find him, he may continue to seek revenge. The Fong family is not a kind person. They should know that if they go against us and betray us once, they won't have the chance to forgive us. I'm afraid that they will rebel sooner or later. When that time comes, the Fong family won't have the slightest bit of morality left for the Gu family. They won't stop until they kill us all. Gu Jingza agreed with him. I've asked someone to investigate the people he contacted recently. He might already be planning something, but he doesn't know our decision yet, so he doesn't dare to act rashly. He's worried that he will fall out with us. Brother, since the decision has been made, there's no turning back. You have to make sure that we can act. Don't worry. Gu Jingming sighed and looked ahead. I've known Zhongmo for more than 30 years. Gu Jingzi said, people change. Gu Jingming turned around. All right, let's act. Gu Jingming wouldn't risk Yu Minmin's life. Back then, Fang Zhongmo wanted to deal with Yu Minmin. Now that such a big thing had happened because of Yu Minmin, the Fang family wouldn't let Yu Minmin off. Although it had nothing to do with Yu Minmin, he knew Fang Zhongmo too well. He understood Fang Zhongmo too well. He was a man who would not allow himself to fail, especially when it came to the woman he loved. Gu Jingming was only worried that Fang Zhongmo would kill Yu Minmin even if he had to die. He would kill Yu Minmin to help Yin Suya. The next day, Gu Jingming personally called Fang Jimin. He said, Uncle Zhongmao broke the law this time. If he turns himself in now, it'll be fine. But now that he's gone abroad, he'll be suspected of absconding. I know that this matter may have nothing to do with you, but if he doesn't come back soon, we won't be able to control how the rumors spread. Fang Jimin said, Jingming, I told him that you two brothers grew up together and that it was just a joke. I told him to come back quickly, but he didn't come back. There was nothing I could do. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in this prison anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to come back out of fear. Then, there would be more and more rumors and slanders. Hee, uncle, the law is the law. I can't be biased. There are so many people watching. The law is dead, but people are alive. You can just say that it was a misunderstanding. Uncle, it really wasn't a misunderstanding. Didn't you ask me to lie to the public? Fang Jimin could hear that Gu Jingming's voice had changed. He could only say coldly, Jingming, I only have this one son. If anything happens, I'll definitely protect him. Don't force me. Hee, since you said so, it means that you don't want to stand on the same side as me. Then, I have no choice. Let's go according to the legal procedures. Gu Jingming hung up after he said that. Fang Jimin was in a terrible situation, but he could only continue. He couldn't turn back. He sat in his office and threw the phone aside. Then he heard the guard running in, reporting, Gu Jingzi is outside. What? Fang Jimin's expression changed. He thought for a while and waved his hand. Go out and meet him. Gu Jingzi was outside. He was wearing a windbreaker and stood with his back facing the sun. Jingzi, long time no see. It's rare to see you here. However, you must be brave to come here at this time, Fang Jimin said. Gu Jingzi looked at him. Uncle, I'm Zhong Mao's brother and friend. I was hoping that he would admit his mistake and change. But now that something like this has happened, you have to see the situation clearly and hand him over. It's good for both you and him. Fang Jimin said, You can leave. I don't know where he went. You really don't know? Gu Jingming raised his eyebrows and asked again. I just don't know. Fang Jimin said impatiently. Gu Jingzi suddenly walked up to him. Uncle, if you really want to do this, you're going against the Gu family. I don't want to be ruthless with you, but if you really want to come, I don't mind. Fang Jimin straightened his back and said, Let's see what you're going to do to me. Let's see what you're going to do to me. However, at this moment, Gu Jingzi's eyes turned, and a murderous look appeared in his gloomy eyes. In a split second, he swung his hand, and a gun was pointed at Fang Jimin's head. Fang Jimin's eyes were fixed. The pitch-black muzzle of the gun made people feel a chill down their spines. Fang Jimin felt him staring at his temple from the side. He laughed out loud. You want to kill me? The Fang family has always been the #1 military power in Country C. If you kill me, how are you going to explain it to the Fang family? You don't dare. You don't even dare to touch me. Gu Jingzi humphed. Uncle Fang, your way of doing things is outdated. That was in the past. Students are still important. Now, I don't believe that in everyone's eyes, students are more important than their own lives. He immediately shot. With a bang, the bullet pierced through Fang Jimin's arm. Fang Jimin screamed in pain and sat on the ground. He held his bleeding arm. Gu Jingzi looked at him from above. The coldness in his eyes scared Fang Jimin. He was really going to kill him, that this sinister man had always been rumored to be cold-blooded and ruthless. However, this was the first time Fang Jimin had seen him in person. The coldness in his eyes was enough to make people's hearts go cold. Fong Jimin kept retreating. You can't. You can't kill me. If you kill me, how are you going to explain it to others? I don't need to explain it. Look carefully. Whose gun is this? Whose? Fong Jimin took a closer look. The gun belonged to Fong Zhongmo. Fong Jimin's eyes widened. He looked at the man who had turned into an evil Azura in front of him. You. Gu Jingze looked at him. I'll give you a choice now. You kill yourself, or I'll force you to kill yourself. WH. What? Gu Jingze said, I heard that this gun is specially made. Even the bullets were custom-made by your son at the military factory. When the bullets enter your body, they're very thin. They're much smaller than normal bullets. If you don't kill yourself, I can use this gun to make 10 or 20 holes in your body. You probably won't die. At most, you'll bleed out and die here. You should first calculate how much blood you have in your body and how long you can bleed out. Fong Jimin's face instantly turned deathly pale. He was really scared now. Chapter 851. You wouldn't dare. You can't touch me. If you touch me, so what if I touch you? You can try. The Fong family's loyalists won't let you off either. Are you talking about the Fong family's men of sacrifice that I've already killed? Gu Jingze's voice was light as a feather. What? Outside the room, Dadamo Jinyan pushed open the door and walked in. His steps were full of vigor, followed by a few people. When he saw the scene, he smiled and patted the dust off his hands. It's over outside. I didn't expect these people to be so strong. Luckily, we've been through hundreds of battles. Otherwise, we would have been at a disadvantage. Fong Jimin slumped weakly on the ground. Gu Jingze looked at him and said, Kill yourself. After you kill yourself, I promise that your son won't die. At most, he'll stay in prison for the rest of his life. Maybe I can even help your family to have a successor. Otherwise, Gu Jingze, you're so cruel. The Fong family and the Gu family have been friends for so many years. Fong Jimin, you can ask yourself this. If I let you off today, would you do it when you have the chance to kill us one day? Fong Jimin was naturally very unwilling. His eyes were surging with anger, and he suddenly rushed in Gu Jingze's direction. But, bang! Gu Jingze's last shot was aimed at his head. Fong Jimin finally fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Gu Jingze pulled off his black leather gloves and threw them to the people beside him. Then, he threw the gun into Fong Jimin's hands. Mo Jinyan turned back and said, The rest of the Fong family has already left the country with Fong Zhongmo. It seems that Fong Jimin already knew that the Gu family would be difficult to deal with. To be safe, he withdrew all his people. Gu Jingze said, I'll get someone to say that Fong Zhongmo has fled back to the country and his whereabouts are unknown. His father has already been shot dead at home. Send the photos of his tragic death to the Fong family and let his disciples see. Mo Jinyan said, When you're vicious, you're no less than me. How dare you talk about me? If one day he gets a chance to attack the Gu family first, tell me, if it were you, how would you deal with someone who betrayed you? Mo Jinyan narrowed his eyes, a vicious glint flashing in them. I'm sorry, but the way we deal with it is different from yours. We usually throw the person into a kennel and pour meat soup all over him, letting the dog have a taste of the soup. Gu Jingze shook his head and left with a harumph. That day, all the wealthy families in Country C knew about this. Gu Jingze brought Mo Jinyan and raided Fong Zhongmo's house. Gu Jingze only brought his own people in. The Fong family specially sent people to observe the Gu family's movements and pay close attention to how many bodyguards they sent. When they found that there weren't many people in the Gu family, they didn't think that Gu Jingze was going to do anything. However, Gu Jingze knew that the Fong family was watching him, so he purposely bided his time and didn't bring many people with him. Instead, he let Black Hawk take him by surprise and bring him to the Fong family. No one knew how the two groups fought. They only knew that the Fong family's elite bodyguards suddenly disappeared and Fong Jimin died tragically at home. It was said that he was shot more than 10 times. None of the bullets were fatal, but he was tortured until the last bullet hit his head. Gu Jingze was knocking on the mountain to scare the tiger. The photos were seemingly inadvertently sent to all the families. Everyone sighed in their hearts when they saw them. The Fong family had controlled the military for many years and deliberately cultivated many forces, but they couldn't resist the Gu family's destruction overnight. After the so-called disciples of the Fong family saw these, they didn't dare to make any rash moves, lest they were eliminated by Gu Jingze together with them. At this time, Gu Jingze also sent people to calm everyone down. He told everyone that although Fong Jimin was dead, everyone could compete for his position in a healthy manner. According to the legal procedures, people could start from the bottom up. Fong Jimin had many positions. Among them, the most important position was fought over by everyone. In an instant, everyone was thinking about who would take this position. After all, although they were disciples, none of them were relatives. For the sake of the Fong family, they really turned against the Gu family. Just like that, the Gu family caused the original disciples of the Fong family to fall apart. Although they hadn't reached the point of leaving each other yet, they were slowly disintegrating. They no longer had the cohesiveness they used to have and were no longer a threat. And now, because of Fong Jimin's death, Fong Zhongmo was wanted by the entire country. There was even a wanted order in the world saying that Fong Zhongmo had a conflict with his father and had killed his father, then fled. Everyone knew that Fong Zhongmo didn't want to leave the country, but the Fong family forcefully sent him out of Sea Country. On that day, Fong Zhongmo had a huge argument with his father, but was still sent away. This time, when the incident happened, it was noticed that Fong Zhongmo had secretly returned to the country. The crime of murder was basically established. There was a slight change in the situation of the wealthy families. In this battle between the Gu family and the Fong family, the Gu family quietly won. This also let everyone see that the Gu family was really low-key and didn't want to show up casually. But it didn't mean that the Gu family would allow people to provoke them directly. Mo Jinyan and Gu Jingze walked into Mo Jinyan's bar together. Mo Jinyan said, "Fong Zhongmo hasn't been caught yet. You guys still have to be careful." Gu Jingze said, "I know this. First, get rid of the threat of the Fong family, then everything else will be easy. Otherwise, when the two families really start fighting, there will be many casualties." Gu Jingze looked at the time. "I can't stay for long. I still have things to do." Mo Jinyan said, "All right, busy man. My father will be back in a few days, and there will be many guests at home. I have to go home to deal with them." Mo Jinyan paused. With his back facing Gu Jingze, he didn't see the expression on Mo Jinyan's face. By the time Mo Jinyan turned around, he had basically returned to normal. He looked at Gu Jingze. "Your father? Gu Qigong?" Gu Jingze looked at him. "Well, my father left home for a long time. Do you know my father?" Mo Jinyan smiled. "Of course not. It's just strange that I haven't heard of him in a long time. Why did he suddenly come back? He's probably tired from running around and wants to come back to enjoy his old age. Anyway, my mother is very happy about this, so I don't want to ask too much." Gu Jingze stood up and walked out. Mo Jinyan walked a few steps behind him. Watching him leave, his expression suddenly became as cold as death. Gu Qigong. Chapter 852. Lin Che was in the company, looking at the information of the new actors with Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, "I'll send you back later. See if you need any extra actors to train the actors. Bring a few over to try." Lin Che said, "Okay. If we pay them according to the extra pay, the director won't say anything." Yu Minmin said, "I want to try signing a few singers later, but I can't sing well now. It's too tiring to rely on commercial performances to earn money. I'm still thinking about whether there are any good talents in these talent shows. If they have a good image, it'll be easier to change careers when they become famous." Lin Che said, "Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'll go back to the set first." "Let's go. I'll go back with you." The two returned to the set. As soon as they entered, they saw Peng Yu quarreling. It seemed that someone had given her something bad again, and she was throwing a tantrum. Everyone hurriedly made way for her. When they saw Lin Che at the back, they hurriedly greeted her. Lin Che pulled her aside and asked, "What's going on?" "Sister Che," she said that she didn't wash her costume, but this kind of costume can't be washed too much. It'll change if it's washed. What if she doesn't look good in it? We only made a few sets, and each one is very expensive. Although it's a little smelly now, it can't be helped. Isn't it the same for all period dramas? How can it not smell in such hot weather? Lin Che knew that there was nothing they could do about thick clothes that smelled of sweat. So, they would wear some perfume to cover up the smell. Filming was tough, and everyone had experienced it over the years. Yu Minmin said, "Isn't the director going to do something about it? It's so annoying. If you want to be a rich missy, don't act. You're making others feel uncomfortable." No, they said that she has a strong background. That's why she was able to get hired. So she was hired. But what background does she have that the director is so afraid of her? Well, the girl didn't dare to say anything after hearing Yu Minmin's words. After all, she knew about Yu Minmin's relationship with the Gu family. That was her uncle. She wouldn't be angry, would she? Yu Minmin seemed to have read her mind and said lightly, "Don't worry, just say it. I know it's fine. If it's really powerful, we'll take a detour in the future." "Sister Yu, you must be joking. Of course, you don't have to take a detour. It's just that we really can't afford to offend her. I heard that she's hooked up with the head of the Gu family, Gu Jingze." She didn't need to say much. Everyone understood what she meant. Seeing Lin Che and Yu Minmin looking at each other in surprise, the staff wasn't surprised. After all, although a lot of people in the industry had some background, it was rare to see someone as impressive as Gu Jingze. She quickly said, "Don't tell him I said it." Yu Minmin waved her hand to let them leave first, then said to Lin Che, "What's going on? When did your husband have anything to do with her?" Lin Che said, "She's too good at talking nonsense. Gu Jingze wouldn't even lay a finger on her." But everyone actually believed what she said. That director is too gullible. Who knows? Lin Che also thought it was strange, but he still said to Yu Minmin, "Ignore her for now. Let's see what she's up to." The two of them went in and saw that Peng Yu had just finished throwing a tantrum. When she turned around and saw Lin Che and Yu Minmin, she harumphed angrily and left. The people inside were still complaining. Really, it's just that she knows some powerful people. All right, her sugar daddy isn't just any ordinary person. If we really help her, we'll all be fired. Then let her do as she pleases. It's so annoying. We have to take care of her when we're so busy. Even the director can't do anything about her. What can we do? Yu Minmin snorted and looked at Lin Che. It's just a rumor that she's related to Gu Jingze, yet everyone is so careful. If they knew that his wife is here, they would worship you. Lin Che nudged Yu Minmin. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not going to ascend to immortality. Let them worship me. Let's go." The director asked Lin Che to watch the first clip. The effect of the first clip was very good. It was a battle of wits and courage. It didn't look bloated at all. The rhythm was bright, and the image was clear. The director praised Lin Che. "Lin Che, you're recovering better and better." Lin Che said, "The director is really good. You're so good at directing." "Oh my, I don't dare to take credit for it. Your acting skills are really good." Lin Che had always said that he wouldn't interfere with the overall production. As long as it was reasonable, she wouldn't say much. She would do her part as an actress. If there was anything wrong, she would give her opinion. But she would never be stubborn. She just wanted the production to be good. However, after Peng Yu watched the clip, she immediately lost her temper. She said to the director in the director's room, "Look, you gave Lin Che so many clips and gave me so little. Don't you feel embarrassed? Aren't we supposed to have 2 female leads?" The director hurriedly said, "Peng Yu, calm down. Although you're supposed to have 2 female leads, you should have more positive images. Don't worry. Even if you don't have many scenes, your negative image has always been deeply rooted in people's hearts. You don't need too many. You don't have to say nice things to me here. You know who I am. Don't you know what the person behind me does? If he stomps his foot, your script won't exist anymore. You still dare to offend me? The director's face turned pale. Although he was annoyed, he didn't dare to offend her. Peng Yu was a bad person, but men liked her. No one knew how many financial backers she had. Even if people knew she was bad, they couldn't do anything to her because she had someone to protect her. Of course, I want everyone in the crew to be harmonious. This is just a clip. It hasn't been edited yet. Don't be anxious. Anyway, if you don't satisfy me, don't even think about releasing this clip. Peng Yu snorted and walked out. When she walked out and saw the director's expression, she thought to herself that Gu Jing's name was indeed useful. Recently, she had used Gu Jing's name to cheat a lot of people. She didn't expect so many people to be so afraid of Gu Jingze. So many people were waiting to curry favor with Gu Jingze. She now had 2 endorsements and 3 scripts under negotiation. All of them were very good scripts. She really didn't understand why Lin Che didn't use Gu Jing's name when it was so useful. It must be because Gu Jingze didn't allow her to use it. Peng Yu felt that she was much smarter than Lin Che. How could she survive in this circle with such a low IQ? When that man didn't want her anymore, she would be left with nothing. Peng Yu thought that she was much smarter than Lin Che. Chapter 853. The trailer that Lin Che saw at the beginning wasn't the one that was released. When it was released the next day, the discussions on the internet got louder. Lin Che then saw that the trailer looked like that. Peng Yu's screen time was a third more than his, which made her look like the second female lead. Lin Che's fans were very unhappy. They wanted to know what this meant. Was Peng Yu the female lead, or was Lin Che the female lead? Why was Peng Yu the female lead in the trailer? After Yu Minmin saw the trailer, she rushed to Lin Che's filming location. Sitting in the room, Yu Minmin said, "When we first asked you to film, we agreed so much. Now that we've filmed a part of it, do you think that you won't leave? How dare you bully us like this? Who do you think you're a newbie? Do you think we're easy to bully?" Yu Minmin immediately went to find the director. The director seemed to know that Yu Minmin would come. He looked at Yu Minmin and said, "Minmin, you're here. I was going to explain it to you." Yu Minmin looked at the director with a sneer. She wanted to see how he was going to explain it. The director repeated himself a few times. He kept praising Lin Che, saying how good he was and how he wouldn't make things difficult for them. But Peng Yu was different. Yu Minmin didn't buy it. She looked at the director and said, "Director, I did let you take advantage of me and let Lin Che participate in your TV series. To be honest, I gave you face because we're old acquaintances and we have a good relationship. But now you're slapping us in the face." "But, Minmin, to be honest, Peng Yu made a scene yesterday, and I had no choice. You might not know who she is." The director looked awkward. "No, I know what you're going to say." Yu Minmin stopped him and said, "You mean that Gu Jingze is very powerful, and you don't dare to offend him. So you think we're easy to bully, and you want us to take the blame for you." I'm not. Enough. Yu Minmin harumphed. "I don't want to say too much. If you really think that she's that scary and you don't dare to offend her, then there's no way we can continue filming this drama. If she gets an inch in the future, she'll take a mile and do whatever she wants. Who's going to be the director for this drama? Our Lin Che came back to act properly, not to be exploited by others. If you really think she can't be offended and we can be sacrificed, then let's go." Hey, don't be like this. Honest people shouldn't be bullied like this. Also, let me give you a word of advice. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. If Lin Che really leaves, don't regret it. Make your own choice. The director was also in a dilemma, but Peng Yu was pressuring him. He didn't think that Lin Che would leave just like that. She had just come back, and it was her first TV series. If she gave up halfway, it wouldn't be good for her reputation. After Yu Minmin went back, she said, "It seems like he still thinks that we're easy to bully. I'm afraid he really doesn't dare to offend Peng Yu." Sigh. Although Yin Shangshu is good at acting, his fence-sitter attitude is really annoying. If he continues to be like this, we can't just stay here and be bullied. If there's no place for us here, there'll be a place for us to stay. Gold will eventually shine. That's right. Recently, there's a good outdoor reality show looking for us. When the time comes, you'll be the only female, so you'll definitely receive a lot of attention. Why don't you accept it and see what happens first? Oh, we'll see how the planning goes. Let's see how Minister Ian handles this matter first. We have no choice but to admit defeat to such a cowardly director. But if he doesn't give us a good explanation, then we'll make his drama disappear. Min said angrily. The company was no longer a small company. There were so many artists waiting for them to set an example. Lin Che didn't stay for the time being. She directly left the set and told the staff that she was leaving. There were still people arguing about this matter on the internet. Some people were very serious and went to Peng Yu to scold her. Peng Yu directly scolded the netizens, saying that it was the director's arrangement and it had nothing to do with her. Lin Che didn't care about these things. When she came out, she saw Gu Jingze waiting for her at home. He said that he had picked a few men of sacrifice for her and asked her to meet them first. Hearing this, Lin Che was a little confused. He really picked people for her? She felt that she couldn't react in time. Gu Jingze held her in his arms and entered the house. Inside, there was already a row of people standing upright. It seemed that they were wearing the same clothes and standing there neatly. As soon as Gu Jingze entered the house, they immediately bowed and said, "Sir, madam." Gu Jingze said, "From now on, she will be your master. You're only 18 or 19 years old and have never been with anyone. She will be your first task and the first person you will protect. I believe that you have been educated in the base and in the army. You understand what this means. It means that from now on, you only need to listen to her orders and not anyone else's." "Yes, madam," they said in unison. Gu Jingze said, "So don't call me sir or madam. Just call her Miss Lin. She is the center of your world and decides whether you live or die. Do you understand?" Yes, Mississippi. Lin Che looked at them and felt that they looked really young and inexperienced. Lin Che said, "Don't worry. Follow me and I won't mistreat you. We are one and we will go through thick and thin together. I don't want to lose any of you. I hope that in the future, we can accompany each other and be loyal to each other without any gap." Yes. Looking at their expressions, Lin Che also felt very emotional. Thinking that these people would only listen to his orders in the future, he was really not used to it. Gu Jingze said, "I hope you still remember their captain." Lin Che asked curiously, "Who is it?" "Dongzi." He pointed to a sturdy young man on the side. Lin Che took a closer look and suddenly remembered that he was Dongzi, who was saved by Lin Che and Gu Jingze when they were trapped in a country. She smiled and said in surprise, "Dongzi, you are here too?" Dongzi smiled honestly, but immediately remembered his identity. He stopped smiling and said with a serious face, "Miss, I am very honored to be chosen." Lin Che said, "When you were taken away by Linda, you were not so strong. Now you're really different." Dongzi said, "Miss, I have been training in the base and in the army for 2 years. I am a qualified soldier. I will protect you in the future and will not let you suffer like you did in a country." Chapter 854. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. Gu Jingze waved his hand and gestured for everyone to leave. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and asked, "Did you look for Dongzi on purpose?" Gu Jingze said, "When I went to the base to choose, I heard that he was very hard-working and his results were very outstanding. I looked at his results and saw that his improvement was very outstanding. These few years, he didn't know anything, but now he has achieved the decathlon. I feel that he is worth using, so I recommended him. Of course, it was also because I thought that you would feel more at ease if you had someone you already knew." Lin Che smiled at him and said, Not bad. You're quite thoughtful." Gu Jingze tilted his head and looked at her. "Oh, is there a reward then?" Lin Che stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. "That's a reward, I guess." Gu Jingze shook his head and looked at her. "You're so stingy. Just one kiss." Lin Che said, "Don't push your luck. Just one kiss is good enough." Gu Jingze was even more speechless. This girl, but it was only for her. He wouldn't have bothered with anyone else. After all, She was someone he had personally chosen. He would let her get used to it first and spend more time with Lin Che. In the future, he would make proper arrangements for her work. The lives of the bodyguards who were paid a lot of money were also arranged well. Their basic necessities were all provided by professionals. In terms of material goods, they definitely couldn't be compared to outsiders. On the other hand, they had absolute control. From the moment they entered the Gu family, there were no longer any secrets in their lives. All of their secrets had been dug out and entered into the Gu family's database. There was also loyalty education. They understood that their lives were tied to one person, so they would fight for her. From the moment they entered the Gu family, they became a member of the Gu family. Their family would become members of the Gu family's database, and their lives would be guaranteed. However, if they betrayed the Gu family, the entire family would be destroyed. In the room, Lin Che specially called Dongzi in. Not only had he been chosen this time, but he had also become a team leader. Lin Che looked at Dongzi and said, "Where are you staying now? How's life?" Dongzi looked at Lin Che and said, "Miss, we are living in the house that the Gu family bought for us. We chose the house ourselves. The Gu family paid for it. The place is very good. I looked at many houses and chose one. Because it was the Gu family who bought it, they gave us the best position. I brought Grandma over and even hired someone to take care of her. She is living a good life. This is all thanks to Miss for giving us a good life. Otherwise, we might not be able to leave that small mountain village for the rest of our lives." Lin Che said, "Don't say that. You worked hard to get everything." "Oh yeah. Where's your sister?" "My sister changed her name. Lina changed it for her. She's studying outside and is about to go to college. She's living well." "Really? I'm really happy for you. However, it was because of us that something happened to your family, and I feel very guilty. Seeing that you're living a better life, I also feel very comforted. I hope that you can treat this place as your home and come often in the future. Don't feel restrained," Lin Che said sincerely. "Miss, please don't take it to heart. We know it's not your fault. We can't avoid natural disasters. My father's death is not your fault." Lin Che said, "Thank you for thinking this way." The two of them talked for a while. When Lin Che went out, she didn't bring many people with her. Although there were almost 10 of her bodyguards, when she really went out, she only brought 2 people with her. It didn't seem like there were too many people, and it wouldn't affect her work. They could handle normal situations. On the other side, there was still no result from Minister Yin. He didn't say how he was going to deal with it. However, the internet was already in an uproar. Some people said that this time, Peng Yu might have stolen the limelight from Lin Che. In the future, when the TV series was broadcast, Peng Yu would probably completely suppress Lin Che. On the other side, a few publicity people came to Minister Yin to discuss how to deal with the public relations. Minister Yin was also very helpless. On one hand, he didn't want to offend Lin Che, but on the other hand, he didn't want to offend Peng Yu. He said, although it's not good to offend either side, Peng Yu is a bad person. She'd rather offend a gentleman than a villain. If we offend Peng Yu, we might not have a good life. If we offend Lin Che, although she's angry, she might not do anything to us. At most, she won't continue working with us. We've already filmed so many episodes of this TV series. I don't think she'll leave just like that." Everyone felt that what Minister Yin said made sense, so they all agreed. Minister Yin was also very helpless. He sighed and said, "Peng Yu is actually Gu Jing's woman. Peng Yu isn't that scary. I'm just afraid that she will have pillow talk with Gu Jingza, and our TV series will be over." Since they had decided, they didn't care about the comments on the internet anymore. They didn't make any response and just let the situation develop. They didn't care if the netizens had already regarded Peng Yu as the first female lead. When Lin Che came to the set and found out about this, he went straight to Minister Yin's office. "Director, have I become the second female lead now?" Looking at Lin Che, Minister Yin said hurriedly, "How is that possible? Don't worry about what people think. I want you to send a new set of trailer. Otherwise, I won't continue filming," Lin Che said straightforwardly. Minister Yin was stunned. "Don't make such a big deal out of it just because of a trailer." Lin Che shook his head. "It's not just about the trailer. Director, this is about your attitude. You're directly siding with Peng Yu and conniving with her. This directly tells me that you might continue to do this in the future. It's just a trailer now. I'll give up on this. I didn't fight for my own interests. In the future, you will only become worse and bully an honest person like me. So, I want you to show me your attitude now. Tell me that you haven't been influenced by Peng Yu. Otherwise, I choose to leave. You, Lin Che, think about it carefully. What's in it for you? If you suddenly stop acting, it will only make people speculate for no reason, and it won't be good for your image. Moreover, the penalty for breaching the contract is not a small amount. Lin Che said, I don't care about what's bad for my image. I was bullied from the first female lead to the second female lead. My image isn't any better. When I signed the contract, I signed the contract as the first female lead. Now that I've become the second female lead, it's your fault for breaching the contract first. When we go to court, you might not win. So, don't threaten me like this. I'm not Peng Yu. I always do what I say. Minister Yin's expression turned ugly. Lin Che snorted. If you're in a difficult position, I can leave right now. Give me a call when you've thought it through. If I don't call you tomorrow, I'll pack my things and leave. You. She's just a drowning dog who was driven out. What's there to be proud of? That's right. In the end, she's useless. She can't compare with Peng Yu. She's a leading actress, but in the end, she was driven out by a supporting actress. Don't you know what kind of person Peng Yu is? Those who fight with her usually don't have a good ending. Yes, she's very clever. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trap a man like Gu Jingze. That's amazing. She can even catch Gu Jingze. Alas, when will we be so lucky? They watched as Lin Che walked out with the luggage. Outside, a few cars slowly drove over. At this time, Peng Yu also came out to watch the fun. She crossed her arms and looked arrogantly at Lin Che, who was dragging the luggage out. There was no need to mention how pleased he was with himself. The pride of a winner was written on her eyebrows, especially when she heard those people talking about her with envy. This time, she won. Everyone's admiration for her was linked together. Their fear of her was also a level higher. Now, the way they looked at her was a bit more careful. However, a car outside caught their attention again. Whose cars were those? They all looked the same color, making people feel that they were lined up in a very noble manner. When the car in the middle stopped, they saw the person getting out of it that his narrow cuffs looked very neat. He was wearing a white shirt with a dark gray suit. His movement was very elegant. His custom-made leather shoes stepped on the floor tiles, making a sound with a bit of nobility. Furthermore, his extremely charming side profile had instantly captivated the hearts of all the women present. His calm demeanor made one's heart palpitate with just a glance. Gu Jingze. Someone recognized him at once. Moreover, they didn't recognize him from other places. They remembered that Peng Yu had taken out a photo, and Peng Yu said that the person in the photo was Gu Jingze. So, now Gu Jingze was here for Peng Yu? Is this Gu Jingze? Oh my god, is it really Gu Jingze? He's so handsome in person. His eyes are so lethal. Tut tut. Look, Gu Jingze is here for Peng Yu. Otherwise, how could Lin Che defeat Peng Yu? Look at his aura. This time he is a big shot. Everyone looked at Peng Yu with envy, but no one noticed that Peng Yu's face was deathly pale. Gu Jingze was here however, only Peng Yu knew that he couldn't be here to pick her up. He was here for Lin Che. Someone hurriedly called Peng Yu with envy. Peng Yu, what are you waiting for? Gu Jingze is here for you. Peng Yu's body swayed. For a moment, she didn't know how to get out of the situation. Lin Che was not in a hurry. He looked back because it must be a big event for her to leave the crew. Almost the whole crew came to watch the show, including Yin Shangshu, who had been scratching his ears and cheeks. Chapter 856. Gu Jingze got out of the car and walked inside under everyone's envious gaze. With every step he took, Everyone gasped in amazement. Someone shouted, "Peng Yu is so lucky. I envy Peng Yu so much. Lin Che looks like a drowning dog. Gu Jingze must have chosen this day on purpose. Peng Yu must have humiliated Lin Che on purpose. I feel sorry for Lin Che. He can't beat Peng Yu. He shouldn't have been so tough." However, at this time, Gu Jingze suddenly stopped beside Lin Che. Looking at Lin Che, he put his arm around Peng Yu's shoulder as if he didn't notice that there was someone behind him. "Are you ready?" "Yes, I'm ready. Let's go." He pulled Lin Che towards the motorcade without looking back. The people behind him were all dumbfounded. They wanted to swallow back the words they had just said. They were dumbfounded. For a moment, it was as if the discussion just now was just a dream. It was as quiet as the night. Even the sound of breathing was held. "What's going on? What's going on? Isn't Gu Jingze a couple with Peng Yu? Why doesn't he look at Peng Yu and take Lin Che away as if he doesn't know her?" The world seemed to become a fantasy. No one knew what was going on. They could only stare in front of them. Peng Yu's face turned pale. She felt that Lin Che had turned around and glanced at her before he got in the car. The obvious sarcasm in his eyes was like an invisible hand that flew over and directly hit Peng Yu's face. Peng Yu moved her eyes. At this time, she didn't dare to have any confrontation with Lin Che. She turned around and left dejectedly. Inside, Yin Shangshu, who had been anxious, suddenly heard what had happened outside. "Director, Lin Che has left. You don't know, but Gu Jingze took Lin Che away just now." "What?" Yin Shangshu said. "Isn't it Peng Yu?" "Peng Yu?" The people outside are going crazy. Gu Jingze directly took Lin Che away and didn't care about Peng Yu at all. Yin Shangshu was dumbfounded. At this time, the outside world was already in a mess. Everyone was talking about what had just happened in surprise. It was true that there were all kinds of birds in a big forest. After living for a long time, one could see everything. What happened today was definitely the most fantastical he had ever seen in his life. Peng Yu bragged a lot, but it turns out that Gu Jingze and Lin Che are a couple today. Now that I think about it, Peng Yu's photo is actually a little strange. The point is that Lin Che never mentioned it. He directly slapped Peng Yu in the face with the truth. That slap was too loud. This time, the director's intestines will turn green with regret. Now that we have offended Lin Che, will Lin Che take revenge in the future? I hope Gu Jingze is not a vengeful person. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble because of Peng Yu. That was right. Gu Jingze was indeed a vengeful person. However, at this moment, he was too lazy to play any revenge games with these small fries. Moreover, Lin Che did not suffer any losses. She was smart now and knew how to silently slap people's faces. At this time, she was very comfortable watching the fire from the other side. She ate grapes and watched the news, feeling very refreshed. On the news, Lin Che's studio had released a draft, stating that she would no longer participate in the show and had withdrawn from the cast. Everyone was saying that Peng Yu had stolen her role. Peng Yu was scolded badly. Lin Che's studio directly released a small part of the contract, stating that when she signed the contract, it was clearly stated that she was the female lead. Now, because of Peng Yu's pressure, the trailer that she had originally seen was compressed into this. The draft directly stated that Lin Che chose to withdraw from the show because she didn't like being manipulated by others. She said that she participated in the TV series for a good work, not to make money. So, she didn't care about the small amount of remuneration for the TV series this time. She didn't care about the remuneration, but she wouldn't ask for less compensation. She told the other party to pay attention and see them in court. After doing all this, she returned to the company. When the people in the company saw Lin Che, they all surrounded her. "Sister Che, the news just spread. They said that you gave Peng Yu a good slap in the face. Peng Yu is too ashamed to face anyone now." "Sister Che, I heard that the scene just now was so exciting." "Sister Che, when did you know Gu Jingze?" "Sister Che, I feel that you're getting more and more awesome." Lin Che looked at the group of admiring gazes. "All right, stop flattering me. Go back to work. Peng Yu won't let this go easily. You guys better pay attention to what's going on the internet." After saying that, she didn't explain and directly left. Everyone was still guessing. Our company is full of hidden talents. These people want to fight with our company? Aren't they courting death? Let's not talk about anything else. Sister Yu is the president's wife. Then, is Sister Che really with Gu Jingze? Since Sister Che won't say, it's not our place to ask. Who knows if there's really a relationship, or if Sister Yu asked Gu Jingze for help. I really hope that it's true. At that time, if others come to bully us again, all of us can forget about living. Yin Shangshu was so regretful that he didn't even want to see anyone. He really didn't expect Peng Yu to be a big liar. Now, it was impossible to find trouble with Peng Yu. Lin Che even left in a fit of anger. Now he didn't pick up Lin Che's calls, nor did he pick up Yu Minmin's calls. Yin Shangshu was extremely vexed, thinking that he had really offended someone this time. Looking at Lin Che's press release online, he didn't dare to accept it at all. Whatever she said was the truth. Now, not only did he quickly give her the remuneration he deserved, he didn't dare to omit a single cent of the compensation. However, Peng Yu was very unhappy. At this time, she was scolded badly, but Minister Yin, who was a fence-sitter, went to apologize to someone directly. He was so cowardly. She knew that she had to do everything by herself. So, she quickly asked someone to refute Lin Che's press release, saying that the sudden increase in Peng Yu's scenes was entirely because Peng Yu's character had many highlights and good acting skills. It was the crew's choice to put more scenes in the trailer to attract more attention. It was Lin Che's narrow-minded choice to care about the scenes of the leading and supporting characters in the trailer. She was unprofessional. In order to increase the effect, Peng Yu also asked someone to compare their acting skills. She chose the parts where Lin Che didn't display his acting skills well, and compared them with the parts where Peng Yu's acting skills were absolutely outstanding. People who didn't understand couldn't tell the difference. Looking at the comparison, they really felt that Peng Yu's passion and explosiveness were definitely good acting skills. The netizens were wavering. They didn't know who to believe. Chapter 857. Lin Che didn't give any explanation. He just silently watched the netizens ferment this information. Yu Minmin didn't say much and just said to Lin Che, "In a few days, a TV station will be holding the National Drama Ceremony, just like the Panda TV Festival. The National Drama Ceremony is very famous now, and many people will attend it. This program is produced by the same TV station as the National Drama Ceremony. So even if you don't have a TV series after your comeback, they will still invite you to participate in it. Don't appear in public for the next few days. When the time comes, directly attend this program and accept the interview." Lin Che didn't ask any further, since Yu Minmin was the one who made the arrangements. She only said to Yu Minmin, "I think it's a little too passive for us to only promote our own artists. If it's possible, we should produce a higher quality television series for our own artists. We can coordinate with each other to create hype and increase our popularity. That would be easier." Yu Minmin said, "Oh, I understand what you mean. You're right. It's just that we didn't have the energy to do this before. We didn't have enough manpower and we didn't have anyone trustworthy to do it." Lin Che said, "I'm only suggesting it temporarily. If we really want to do it, we can take it slow." Suddenly, Lin Che received a call from the kindergarten. He said that their child had caused trouble in kindergarten. Lin Che hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Gu Shernyan's mother. You have to come and take a look." Lin Che hurriedly packed up and prepared to rush over to see what trouble that brat Gu Shernyan had caused. In the kindergarten, Nian Nian sat there with his legs dangling. The little girl behind him was Yun Yun, who sat there with a look of fear on her face. Beside her were two little things, Chun Yin and Old Man, who were still playing around. On the other side, the crying child screamed, Mom, it hurts." The teacher paced around anxiously, looking at Gu Shinian, not daring to say anything. Looking at the little kid who was being bullied, he didn't dare to say anything either. Their kindergarten was famous for being an international kindergarten in Country C. It had always been managed internationally. The people who came here were all rich and powerful, and none of them could be offended. Gu Shinian had long heard that they had come in with tens of millions of sponsorship. As for the kid over there, his family was the son of the deputy mayor of B City. The deputy mayor was in charge of finance. Many big projects came from his family, so he was also very powerful and imposing. This was the youngest grandson of the deputy mayor's family, Sun Changming. His wife was a very unruly girl. She didn't look old and was a model. She was tall and beautiful, with an outstanding temperament, but her education level wasn't high, and her words were very unpleasant. Seeing her son crying, she shouted angrily, "What are you crying for? All you know is to cry. You're in a big class, yet you can't beat a small class. How can you still cry?" Due to the special nature of his family, Sun Changming was also a tyrant in the kindergarten. He was now 6.5 years old and was in a big class. Logically speaking, he was much older than Gu Shinian. Gu Shinian looked thin and small, so he shouldn't be able to beat him. However, the child's mouth was swollen from the beating. He was crying and a lot of snot was dripping down his nose. In comparison, the clean and tidy Gu Shinian's aura was completely different. He looked like a little adult who knew everything, which was really likable. Unfortunately, even if their family was rich, they couldn't compare to those with power. The teacher still felt that Gu Shinian had caused a big problem. However, this tyrant, Sun Changming, had been acting like a tyrant in the kindergarten for a long time. This was the first time a child dared to go against him, and he was even beaten up like this. Apart from the fact that he had caused trouble, the teacher felt that it was quite satisfying that after being reprimanded by his mother, the child cried even louder. The mother was even more furious. She was busy playing mahjong when she was pulled over. How much time did she lose? She was about to win, but now she was called over and wasted time. Moreover, it was their child who was beaten up that usually, when their child beat someone else, the family would deal with it. Anyway, their family didn't care about these small things. But now, it was their child who was beaten up, so it was different. She was annoyed by the child's crying, so she raised her head and angrily threw a tantrum at the teacher. "What are you doing? Our child is sent here with so much money. He's not here to be beaten up. How do you take care of your child?" The teacher said, "Changming's mother, this is our fault. We didn't pay attention." "All right, you don't have to find excuses. Whose child is this? He's so young, and he's already so barbaric. Does he have any family upbringing? Where are his parents? Why hasn't anyone come? Or is he a motherless child? Don't say that in front of the child. His mother, we've already informed them. They'll be here soon. Look at how wild this child is. I know that there's nothing good in his family. It's really a waste of my time. I haven't even sent the things I just bought home, and it's already time for the appointment at the beauty salon." The teacher looked at her, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She thought to herself that this wasn't how a mother should act. However, she could only compliment her. "Changming's mother, I'm really sorry for wasting your time. It's fine as long as we're done. You're so beautiful that you don't look like a mother at all when you walk down the street. Even if you miss a beauty salon, it won't affect your beauty." Her compliment made the mother happy. She looked at the teacher and said, "Although you're right, we also paid for the beauty salon. Do you know how much it costs? We've wasted thousands of dollars this time. When that bastard's mother comes later, I'll definitely make her pay for it." At this moment, Lin Che had indeed arrived. She walked in a few steps from outside. The people inside immediately saw Lin Che, and the teacher immediately became a fan. While Lin Che, previously, when she saw that the mother's name was Lin Che, she thought that it was the same name. She didn't expect that Lin Che would actually come. Because she didn't pay attention to it before, she didn't think that Lin Che had ever said that he had a child on TV. However, now that she saw her, she remembered that Lin Che had indeed been away for a few years, and Gu Shinian happened to be 3.5 years old, that as Lin Che walked in. The staff inside were all very surprised. They looked at Lin Che and discussed happily. This made the mother, who had been proud of her beauty just a moment ago, feel embarrassed. She glanced sideways at Lin Che, who really didn't look like a mother at all. She looked her up and down unceremoniously. Chapter 858. She used to be a model. She knew that she wouldn't be able to continue as a model for long, so she found a rich and powerful man to marry in order to have a stable life. However, she was still a little indignant. She felt that she could still continue her career as a model. Some models became famous immediately after they became famous. They switched to acting and became famous too. Although she was living a carefree life now and felt great, she still felt that she had the chance to become famous, but she didn't. Hence, when she saw a famous star appearing here, she was filled with jealousy. Especially when she saw the teachers looking at Lin Che with envy and exclaiming how beautiful Lin Che was in real life. That made her feel even more disgusted. She looked at Lin Che, who came in. "You came at the right time. Is this brat your son? Take a good look at how he was raised. How could he hit someone? Look at how he hit her child." Lin Che looked on in surprise, looking at Gu Xinian and his companions. She walked over first and looked at Gu Xinian as she asked, "What happened? Did you hit someone?" Gu Xinian looked at the crying boy and gave him a threatening look. The boy was so frightened that he shrank into his mother's embrace. Lin Che quickly pulled Gu Xinian over. "You haven't explained to me what happened." Gu Xinian spread his hands. "Mom, didn't you see it?" "Yes, I hit him." "You?" Lin Che looked at Yunyun. "Yunyun, tell Annie, did Brother Nyin hit someone?" Yunyun was much more obedient and honest than Yin Yin. "Yes." "Annie, don't be angry. Brother Nyin hit someone for a reason. That big brother was bullying him." Lin Che said, "Bullying? What exactly is going on? Tell me everything clearly." The teacher quickly said, "Miss Lin, is Gu Xinian really your child?" Lin Che turned around and said calmly, "Yes, this matter hasn't been announced to the media. For the sake of the child's life, we won't announce it for now." "Ah, yes. We understand. Our kindergarten is strictly confidential. There were a lot of children who needed to be kept a secret. The employees also had to sign confidentiality agreements. These things could not be said to the outside world. Otherwise, who would come to such an expensive kindergarten?" Lin Che said, "Thank you. I've troubled you with today's matter. Can you tell me what exactly happened?" "Miss Lin, it's like this. Gu Xinian got into a fight with Sun Yiming classmate. Gu Xinian pulled a few of his friends and beat up Sun Yiming classmate until the corner of his mouth is broken and his body is also injured." "Dragged a friend along?" Lin Che glared at Gu Xinian. He was really capable. He even knew how to form a gang and cause trouble. Gu Xinian immediately said, "Mom, teacher is lying." "What?" The teacher and Lin Che looked at Gu Xinian in surprise. Gu Xinian said, "The others didn't really hit anyone. I was the one who did." Seeing Gu Xinian's smug look, Lin Che felt that it was time for him to receive a proper education. "Gu Xinian, hitting people is wrong. You're still so proud of beating people up. If you don't give me a good explanation now, see how I'll deal with you." On the other side, Sun Yiming's mother shouted, "Aya, look at how this child is taught. He's still so arrogant even after hitting people. He's really lawless." Gu Xinian looked at Sun Yiming's mother. "I was the one who hit him. Why are you scolding my mother? It's true that I hit him, but I only hit people who deserve it. It's you who didn't educate your child well. If you don't educate him, others will naturally educate him for you. Why don't you ask him why he was beaten up? If it wasn't necessary, I wouldn't even bother to exchange blows with him. There's no technique involved at all." The teacher was stunned. He felt that this child was too sharp-tongued. It didn't seem like something a child of his age should have. The person on the other side was even more surprised. I look at how old you are. You actually know how to quarrel with people. What did our child do to you? And you hit him." Gu Xinian said he was the one who bullied people first. He snatched Yunyun's things and even said that he wanted Yunyun to be his little wife. Let's see if he's worthy. Not only did he go and mess with Yunyun, he even touched Yunyun's butt and said that he wanted to kiss Yunyun's face. He usually goes around hitting people, but no one cares. I endured it for a few days, and he actually dared to touch Yunyun. I didn't beat him until he pissed his pants, because he couldn't resist at all. I don't want people to say that I'm a bully. The teacher was speechless again. These children that they already know how to snatch women at such a young age. Sun Yiming's mother laughed. But Lin Che immediately felt that the boy had gone overboard. He already knew how to tease girls at such a young age. Actually, children didn't know anything. But now that information was developed, children saw a lot of things, and it was very complicated. Sometimes, if the adults didn't set a good example, the children would learn a lot of bad things. This was an example. Usually, if the adults were more frivolous and flirtatious towards women, the children would learn it. They would also learn how to behave towards women on television. But at this time, the adult should stop him and tell him that this was wrong. He shouldn't be so disrespectful and rude to girls, even if he was still a child. Lin Che looked at her and said, "Although it was wrong of us to hit him, your child must apologize to Yun Yun." Sun Yiming's mother immediately looked incredulous, as if she had just heard a big joke. She held her stomach and laughed, then looked at Lin Che exaggeratedly and said, "What did you say? Who do you want us to apologize to? Is there any justice in this world? Our child was beaten, and he still has to apologize to you. How shameless." Lin Che looked at her righteously and said, "He touched her butt and kissed her face. That's too vulgar. Of course he has to apologize." "Hey, are you kidding me? He's only 6 years old. What does he know? This little girl is only 3 years old. What butt and face? What's wrong with a child being touched? It's just a joke. What's the big deal? What does he know? He won't do anything to her. Will he die from just touching her? You?" Lin Che's face turned red when he heard that. It was because the adults were so indulgent, thinking that children didn't need to be taught when they were young and that they would understand when they grew up. That was why the encouragement of children became more and more excessive. Did they think that children didn't have dignity, didn't care, didn't have privacy, and could be violated? This was definitely not allowed. Lin Che stared at the woman in front of him and said, "Apologize immediately. Otherwise, I won't let this matter rest." Chapter 859. Lin Che's gaze was fixed in front of her. The determination in her eyes, contrasting with her cheeks, made one's heart skip a beat. Lin Che didn't seem to have the slightest hint of a girl's frailty. Her slightly narrowed eyes gave off a dangerous aura. It was hard to imagine that such a feeling came from a girl who looked so slender. Especially that confident and fearless look, it was extremely shocking. The woman in front of her was frightened at first. Her face revealed a timid expression, and she looked a little shocked. But immediately, she reacted and scolded herself in her heart. What was there to be afraid of? Wasn't she just an actress? She was very highly praised by her fans and thought that she was really omnipotent and the ruler of this world. Actually, the ones who ruled this world weren't these actors. It was the rich and powerful people such as her in-laws. The woman looked at Lin Che. "You won't let this go?" "I won't. Just because of such a small matter. You came to beat someone up and said it so confidently. He's just a child, and he was beaten up like this because of a joke. I definitely won't let this go. You have to apologize to me. Not only do you have to apologize, but you also have to compensate me." Lin Che chuckled. "Compensate you? If it was someone else, I would compensate for my child hitting someone. But if it was you, I won't compensate. It's wrong to hit someone, but what you did was wrong too. I've paid for the medical fees. That's what I should do, but I won't compensate you for anything else." She lowered her head and pulled Gu Shinian up. "Don't hit anyone again next time. Do you hear me?" Gu Shinian said. "But he bullied Yun Yun so much. He can tell the teacher if he bullied you." "I did, but the teacher didn't care at all." Lin Che frowned. He felt the teacher's face turn pale. The teacher also felt that it didn't seem like a big deal. It was just a child playing around, especially when the other party was so rich and powerful. Usually when he hit someone, he would be fooled. As long as someone from his family came to threaten him, the other person would just apologize and let it go. Moreover, it was just touching his butt and kissing his face. Lin Che looked at the teacher. "This is your fault. He treated a little girl like this and you don't care? This is also indecent, okay? But children are also differentiated by gender and have feelings. Yun Yun was touched by a boy without her consent. She felt very uncomfortable and scared, but you guys didn't care? You can't just let him be, because he's a kid and doesn't understand, right? Children might not understand, But how could adults not understand? They didn't stop the education in time and didn't even ask about it. Now I really wonder if this kindergarten is really qualified to recruit students. Hey, do you know how to speak? What obscenity? Huh. Do you really think you're somebody? You're doubting whether the kindergarten is qualified enough? Are you qualified enough to care about this? Aren't you just an actress? Don't think that you're all that. If you don't pay up, don't even think about leaving today. I want to see if an actress like you can overturn the heavens. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at the phone in Lin Che's hand. She was worried that Lin Che would use her influence to post something on Weibo and cause even more trouble. So she gave a look to the man behind her and asked him to snatch the phone first. The man received the signal and walked over. He tried to snatch the phone as he spoke. However, Lin Che was quick to react. He grabbed the man's wrist and pulled him back, but the man immediately cried out in pain. Lin Che pushed him out and the man fell to the ground. Behind him, Dongzi came over and clasped the man's hand. The man screamed even more. His face was pressed against the ground. He was so angry that he couldn't move even if he wanted to. The woman didn't expect that the two people behind Lin Che were not her assistants, but trained bodyguards. Her face changed and she looked a little sad, but she still wanted to save face. At this moment, she screamed, they're hitting us, they're hitting us. Lin Che, do you know whose family you're hitting? If you dare to let your people touch us, believe it or not, I'll make sure you can't survive and be city. Lin Che harumphed and looked at this arrogant woman. I want to see how I can't survive and be city. She gave Dongzi a look. Dongzi immediately let go of the man and pushed him to the woman's side. The woman was so angry that her face turned pale. She said to the chauffeur, the servants, and the family security guards, all of you, come here and arrest this bitch. Because Lin Che only brought 2 people with him and she brought 6 or 7 people with her, she thought that she could definitely knock these people down. When the 6 or 7 people heard this, they hurriedly ran over. The teacher was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect a fight to break out here today. They didn't care where they were and ran towards Lin Che. Dong Zi brought his men and directly stood in front of Lin Che. Seeing those people attacking them, he didn't expect that before they could even touch Dong Zi and Lin Che's bodies, they were directly knocked to the ground. Dong Zi and another bodyguard, under the shocked gazes of the people around them, nimbly knocked down 2 people to the ground. Cries of pain could be heard. The woman was also stunned. She watched as the 2 people knocked down 6 or 7 people to the ground without much effort. Then, she calmly continued to stand behind Lin Che. These people were bodyguards hired by Lin Che? How could they be so powerful that she was stunned for a moment? When she came back to her senses, she saw that Lin Che was looking at her calmly. He looked calm, but it made people's hair stand on end. She pointed at Lin Che and shouted, You dare to hit our people? You don't want to live. It might be someone else who doesn't want to live. My people won't take the initiative to attack unless someone wants to harm me. They're defending themselves. Of course, if you dare to attack again, they will use too much force, and you will lose an arm or a leg. It's useless to cry to me. Lin Che patted the dust off his hands and looked at the woman opposite him. Apologize to Yun Yun. You. She was suddenly in a dilemma. Naturally, she was unwilling. She looked at the 2 tall bodyguards and then at Lin Che, who was standing there full of vigor. She shouted, Just you wait. Then, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Then, she cried sadly, Hubby, someone is bullying your son and your wife. If you don't come quickly, you won't be able to see me anymore. Whoa. Chapter 860. Miss Lin, don't be like this. We know you have your own opinions, but when it comes to children, it's better to keep it a small matter. Otherwise, if things get out of hand, it won't be good for you. She's uncultured and doesn't know anything other than makeup, but we do. Let's not lower ourselves to their level. Actually, she lowered her head and said to Lin Che, She's the daughter-in-law of the deputy mayor's family. She's very crafty, so there's no point in going against her today. What do you think? Oh, so she's someone with a background. Lin Che smiled. Yeah, But that's good. Lin Che waved the teacher away. I thought it would be boring if she didn't have a background, but now it's very interesting. I want to see whose family is so powerful that they can come out and beat people up, snatch phones, and allow their own children to be lawless. The woman naturally heard this. She turned around and snorted at Lin Che. Just you wait. Don't cry later. They didn't cry, but the teacher was about to cry. Lin Che couldn't be bothered with them. He squatted down and held Yun Yun's shoulder, looking at the pretty girl. She had watched Yun Yun grow up since she was born. She would not allow anyone to bully Yun Yun. Yun Yun, you did the right thing. If someone makes you uncomfortable or unhappy, you have to tell Brother Nyen. Yun Yun looked at Gu Shinian worriedly. Annie, you don't blame Brother Nyen for not hitting him anymore? I'm not as violent as him, using violence to curb violence. Lin Che glared at Gu Shinian and said to him, I don't have any pocket money for this month. Gu Shinian said, Mom, don't you think I did the right thing? Lin Che said, First, it's wrong of you to gather other children to fight. You're already learning how to rope people in at such a young age. What are you doing? Building up your power in kindergarten? Second, it's wrong of you to hit him. He's in the wrong. You have to think of other ways to punish him. You can't hit him first, and you hit him so hard. How can you do that? Gu Shinian pursed his lips. He had just learned some new skills recently and wanted to use them. He didn't expect this boy to come up to him. But of course, he couldn't tell his mother about this. Gu Shinian said, All right, I'll be careful next time, but I hope that the other party doesn't go overboard. Lin Che knew that even if it was for Gu Shinian's own sake, he might not have made a move. However, his relationship with Yun Yun was too good. Yun Yun had always been the target of his protection. It was the same when they were in the United States. Lin Che looked at the few people following behind him, including Chen Yin and Old Man Gu, who had just found out what was going on. He was speechless as he thought to himself, This Nyen Yin really makes me worry no matter where I go. He's only been in kindergarten for a few days, but he's already forming a gang. What on earth has he been doing in kindergarten? Of course, Lin Che didn't know that this was just the beginning, that later on, Gu Shinian slowly gained more and more supporters, causing him to be revered from a young age. Of course, this was a story for another time. At this moment, Lin Che suddenly heard a woman's shrill scream from behind him. Hubby, I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. She even beat our family members, not to mention our baby. My heart hurts so much that it hurts to see her like that. This time, it was much more pitiful than before. It sounded like she was really about to cry. Who did it? Who beat our son? Seriously? The man who came and met Lin Che's calm gaze. His gaze was like water, making him think of the moonlight in the clear night sky. When she looked at him calmly, it wasn't shocking, but it instantly penetrated deep into his heart. Sun Shinla saw that there was such a beauty inside. She looked familiar, too familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. For a moment, he only thought to himself, is this the child's mother? This woman looked like a 16-year-old girl, but she was actually the child's mother. She was too young. His eyes widened in an instant. His gaze was too blatant. His wife was so angry that she was about to go berserk. Sun Shinla, what are you looking at? Oh, it's your child who beat up my child, right? Yes, that's right, Lin Che said. How dare you hit our child when you know who he is? Let's go. Don't say anything else. Let's meet at the police station. When they arrived at the police station, everyone would be under his control. He couldn't run away. He looked at Lin Che with a lecherous expression. In his heart, he wanted nothing more than to strip her naked. He couldn't wait to take her to the police station, and then he would interrogate her personally. His wife didn't know what he was thinking. Hearing him being so decisive, she immediately laughed. Okay, let's go to the police station. Lin Che, just you wait. We'll settle the score at the police station. Lin Che? Sun Shinla was stunned. She's Lin Che? Lin Che turned her head slightly. Sun Shinla fixed his eyes on her. He was so scared that he immediately looked away. You? He turned back to look at his wife. What are you doing? What? What's wrong with me? She looked at her husband speechlessly. Of course she didn't know. Many people in B City knew that Gu Jingza had a wife, and his wife was Lin Che. He also had a child with Lin Che. His family was in the municipal government, so he must have known this news. Then, the mother of the child who hit Lin Che was Lin Che. That meant that the child who hit Gu Jingze was Gu Jingze's child? Sun Xinla took a closer look. The two bodyguards behind Lin Che were indeed wearing blue badges of the Gu family, and the child standing behind them did look a little like Gu Jingze. He quickly adjusted his glasses. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. I didn't know it was you," he said quickly. Lin Che narrowed her eyes. She knew that he probably knew which family Gu Xinian and herself belonged to. His expression changed really quickly. She said, "Let's go. Aren't we going to the police station? We can go now." Sun Xinla didn't dare to do that. Take her to the police station? Did he want to die? Not to mention that his family had some influence in B City. The whole of C country was in the Gu family's pocket. The president was the boss of the Gu family. He had actually dared to think about Gu Jingze's woman just now. He wanted to slap himself now. He had dared to think about anything. Did he not want to live anymore? If he touched Gu Jingze's woman, he would be cut into pieces by Gu Jingze. His wife still didn't know what had happened. Seeing that he had suddenly become so timid, she hit him on the head angrily. You're really capable. What? You can't control yourself just because she's a celebrity. This kind of slut only became famous after being fucked so many times a day. Don't you think it's dirty? Shut up. Are you crazy? He quickly grabbed his wife and covered her mouth forcefully. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.